Good evening, chat room. It may only be 4 p.m. However, it's still evening for me because I woke up stupidly early and I wasn't able to fall back asleep. So, it is evening to me now, and you all are going to have to follow along with me in that. So, good evening, chat. This past week was a bit long, I'm not gonna lie. A lot of work, a lot of not being able to relax, so I apologize for not being able to stream as much Paranormasight as I wanted to. Believe me, every waking moment was about this game. It was me constantly running through the events in my mind and wondering, oh man, what the fuck am I supposed to do? Just thinking about what Yuza could have possibly been thinking before he lost his head. Thinking about, all that ancient Japanese history and wondering how the fuck it's possibly going to be relevant. And thinking, man, I really want to smooch Arnav on the mouth. It may have been mostly that last one, but you know, that's okay. That's okay. It's 2026. Allegedly. I'm not sure. I've lost track of time after the many years in global pandemic. I'm still not sure if we're out of 2020. I almost said 2013. Oh god. Who knows? My mind may also still be there too. Maybe that's why I'm here acting like a child when I'm like 125 years old. All right. So, let's go through the events that happened so far. So, Yuzumi Takuchi, Amadiver. Well, trying to be an Amadiver, nonetheless. Parents died in a weird fucking ship accident, like, 6 years ago. I think it was like 6 years. Maybe it was 5 years ago. I'm gonna say 6 years ago because the Somnium Files has permanently damaged my brain. So, 6 years ago, they got in an accident caused by the Curse of the Raging Waves. Yuza thinks that shit is fucking weird, and so, he starts investigating. We don't know why he started investigating at this moment specifically, but he also needs to find, like, a mermaid by tomorrow. We don't know the answer to that yet, either. And he's just dragging Azami along with him. And then, when they go amba diving at the site of the crash, or the site of the storm, rather, he ends up finding the Tomokazuki in that hole. Weird ghost version of himself. Where it splits off to these two timelines. One where he sees the Tomokazuki, and he discusses it with Azami. And then, they go off and have a grand old adventure with Tsukasa and Sato, and everything's happy, and that's the good route. Meanwhile, if he doesn't find the Tomokazuki, then they end up wandering around the island doing an investigation. And then, once that's all said and done, the person who is holding the Cursed Stone of the Heike ends up slashing all the women on the island for some unknown reason. But Yuza thinks he figured it out as to who they are and how they could have done it. And then he also loses his head due to the same curse. I don't know why specifically he ended up losing his head, because for everyone else, they were very clearly slashed across the chest. I'm pretty sure it was like that same cause. However, he ended up being decapitated specifically. So I'm wondering if there's any sort of significance to that. Or maybe it was just like purely shock factor. There's also that possibility as well. And that was the end of that route. And then with Sato's route, Tsukasa was like all nervous. It's like, I want to confess to Shotaro. And then we ended up seeing that she probably got shot down over in this other route. And then that was kind of like the end of that. Meanwhile, with Arnav, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, Arnav, not Arneb. Arnav. We ended up just wandering around everywhere in Issei Bay, talking about the history of mermaids and the local culture there. I'm not sure how any of it is relevant, because, like, I'm curious. If I hit resume, like, how many different starting points are there? Okay, not as many as I would think. But yeah, went to all these different places, discussed the lore and everything that was happening there. And I don't see how any of it was relevant so far. I guess the only things that are sticking out in my mind was Somikawa. It was the fact that Somikawa had been seen by a witness And she was holding like a small wooden box, just like the tale of Urashima Taro, where he was given a small wooden box by the mermaids in Ryugu, and that was what held his life in place, so to speak. So when he opened the box, he ended up instantly turning old and shriveling up, and Somikawa also had that. So I'm wondering if she ended up opening her box as well, and that's what released that curse of the mermaid, and ended up half turning her into a fish. Like, maybe that's like the same sort of curse, which would mean that Arnav is innocent, of potentially throwing her under that curse. That's kind of like my current working theory. Because we know that Arnav went out with her on a boat, and then we don't know the result of that. It was like somewhere in this window, like right here, was when that happened. So in this route, we still haven't gotten to that or have any answers to why. So I guess that'll be it for now then. Okay, let's start off with Sato's route then. Sato Shiranami, a mysterious girl with an unknown background who arrived on Kamishima several months ago, returns to the home of Shinobu Wakamura, where she is staying after having been out all morning. Okay. Do we have, like, a date on that? August 6th, so that's probably morning of August 7th. Yeah, that's August 7th, and then this is on August 8th, so this is gonna be, like, during the same time frame as when they're walking out all over the island, so... Okay. We're probably gonna see how exactly Tsukasa handled that. Yeah, August 7th morning. Oh, Mr. Wakamura, good morning.
Oh, Sato, you're back. Where you been?
Oh, I've been helping out at Tsuyu's place.
And that thing you got there? Did Tsuyu give you that?
Oh, this hand mirror? I just ran to Kikuko down the road. She gave it to me.
Fine, no matter. You got a moment? I got something important to discuss.
Oh, alright. What dumb bullshit am I about to hear out of your mouth this time? Okay. Cute Kamishima flag. It's a flag featuring the island's mascot, Kameshimaru. These were made as an original souvenirs for the tourists to Kamishima. It seems that triangle pennant flags like this one are a classic souvenir at tourist spots all over the country. This one was apparently put up by Kikuko, who just wouldn't take no for an answer. I mean, this is very cute. Oh yeah, that was the other thing, was... when Sato got slashed, she ended up just getting right back up just fine from it. And then the game made a really big point of flashing the file about Yabikuni. Because the name in that story was Osato, which is Sato, basically. So it's like, are they the same person? We don't know. Or is the game deliberately trying to mislead us? That's most likely a maybe. Anyway, surroundings. Mr. Wakamura, the head of the family, and his son Shotaro are the only two actually living in this house right now. And you're not? I thought you were. Oh, and me, I suppose. I'm just freeloading here. Yeah. The family's main home has already moved over to the mainland, so everyone else lives over there. This house is only used when they're staying on the island. Mr. Wakamura only comes a few days a week, and Shotaro usually lives alone in Tokyo. So, honestly, I've been here alone more often than not. This is where Mr. Wakamura grew up. Apparently, it's been kept much as it was, no major renovations. For someone in such a high position, the place really isn't all that fancy. It's not so different from any other homes on the island. I would imagine he probably has a sentimental side that doesn't want to change it at all. People like that about him. Makes him feel much more approachable. Alright. Should I do a think-thonk? A stink-stonk? It's been about 3 months since Mr. Wakamura let me stay here. Why would he want to talk first thing in the morning? Usually I'm just left to my own devices. I'm wondering why he's caring for her in the first place. Uh-oh, maybe it's finally time. He's finally going to scold me for doing nothing but watch TV all day. Now, I would think if I was in her position, I'd be like, oh god, we gotta get kicked out of the house for doing nothing, huh? Alright. The telefono. A telephone with a handmade cover. I can't imagine Mr. Wakamura or Shotaro made it, so someone else on the island must have. It's cute. Kinda looks like it's wearing clothes. Yeah, it feels like something you'd find at your grandma's house, and like the entire cover on it is just custom knit and everything, and it's very adorable. I don't imagine Mr. Wakamura ever wearing that hat. Or Shotaro, for that matter. Must be from a deceased relative or something. Oh, bird! Mockingbird number 10. All right. What is his name? Cloak and Plover! Like duck and cover? Is that it? I don't know. Haven't missed any yet. Awesome. Okay. The entrance. It's the entrance to the house. People stop by every day whenever Mr. Wakamoto is home. If someone needs help or wants some advice, they often come here to see the Wakamotos. Makes me wonder about Miss Wakamoto and what happened there, potentially. Alright. Beer? For us? Mokedo. Or is it Moket? No, I think it's Mokedoru. Wait. Mora. No, is it Morari? Doru? Morari Doru? Ah, whatever. I don't know what that means regardless. The Wakamotos have a lot of social obligations, so they usually eat out. That means this kitchen doesn't see much use these days. I'm probably the only one who uses it the most. Even then, I don't cook anything fancy. I mostly just fillet fish. We get fresh seafood often, so I'm getting better at filleting by the day. Tastes so good. I miss having freshly caught fish. That was a fun thing that we used to do, is that my family would often go up to my grandparents' cabin as a kid, and we would catch local fish at the lake and then fillet, cook, and eat them, and it was amazing. Fortunately, I haven't done that in like a good decade or so. Yeah, I think that's it. Anything else to think about? Nope. No other thoughts in that brain. This is Shinobu Wakamura. He was kind enough to take me in when I was found here. He holds a bunch of posts both on and off the island, and from what I hear, has a lot of influence. At first glance, he can look a bit intimidating, and I've also heard him shouting at subordinates over the phone, so, well, I guess he can actually be rather intimidating too. But with me, he's never been harsh. He's always very generous and patient. Huh. Unusual.
Sato, it's been, what, about 3 months since you arrived?
Yes, that sounds about right.
Gotten used to life here by now, I expect. I don't suppose you remember anything yet?
No, nothing yet. Yeah, this is not a shock because of the Nintendo Direct trailer. Very odd that they decide to highlight that detail, like a girl with no memories. It's like, oh, okay, it hasn't come up after all this time.
Still unsure who you are then. Let's think back a bit. About 3 months ago, night of the earthquake, I happened to pass by the bay, where I found you washed up on the shore.
Right, I still can't remember how that came to be.
Scared me good, I tell you that. I tell you what, I got a blanket and carried you back here right away. But even after you woke up, you didn't remember anything but your name. You didn't have any belongings either. It was like you had run from somewhere with nothing at all, not even clothes.
I'm so sorry you had to find me like that.
Not to mention, you didn't seem to know a thing about everyday life. Maybe you grew up way out in the hills or were overly sheltered. But you couldn't even put clothes on properly. You didn't know how to turn the lights on. It was as if you didn't know the first damn thing.
Yes, but since then I've watched loads of TV. I've learned so much. Honestly, I'm kind of impressed at how fast I managed to pick everything up.
Either way, I figured you were a special case, and there had to be some special circumstances. So I decided to say you were a relative of mine and keep you here until you remembered something. Yeah, you still haven't remembered a thing.
That's right. I'm sorry for all the trouble. Yeah, which is making the whole, like, weird-ass mermaid thing more likely by the day. Oh, household shrine? Despite the house often being empty, the household shrine is always kept neat and tidy. Huh. A little bit of a fastidious side to him, then. Is there any new details added to her profile? That I didn't see before? Yeah. Still nothing. So maybe the 800-year-old immortal curse also ends up taking memories somehow? I don't know.
I was really hoping you remembered something by now, but I'm running out of time. We need to move on.
running out of time.
Sorry, Sato. There's something I need you to do.
Me? I can hardly do anything right.
Yes, you. Let's stop dancing around it. I had a reason for taking you in. Put plainly, Sato, you aren't human, are you?
Huh? What? Where'd that come from? What's that supposed to mean?
Where you truly can't remember, you're just plain dumb, enough is enough. I haven't told a soul on the island, not even Shotaro.
Told them what?
That night when I found you washed up in the bay, you were already dead.
What?
I see my share of drowned bodies before. You had no pulse, you weren't breathing. You were without doubt none but a corpse. None could have saved you. I figured that was that, turned around to call the police. But then, right before my eyes, your body mended itself and you started breathing again. The rest, as I told you before. When I said you scared me good, that was because you suddenly came back to life. I only took you in because I realized there was no way you could be a regular human.
Yeah, and that was probably the thing that inspired his interest in, like, curses and the supernatural and the like. Because, like, oh shit, this stuff exists? Oh god, I gotta look into it. I don't know what to say. Are you saying I can come back to life if I die?
You really not know what you are?
Maybe it's like in that movie. The one with the zombies? Maybe one of those.
You don't look rotten enough to be a zombie to me, but honestly, you can call it whatever you want.
Alright, thanks for the details? Wait, so I died back then? No way, right? Right? I did wonder why you took me in and treated me so well. I guess if you knew I died and came back, then the reason you were being so kind was...
Well, yes. I wanted to know your secret. If I could figure out how you came back, it'd be worth a fortune.
Right. Makes sense.
Doesn't mean I want to be rough with you. Plan was to let you settle in, and once you remembered, we talked.
Oh, that was very gentlemanly of you. Thank you.
Well, I did wonder whether that was a one-off thing or something you could do again and again. I even thought about taking a blade to you to test it.
Well, thank you for not.
But if it really was a one-off thing, that would have been too risky, so I decided to wait and see.
Wait to see if, like, she got in an accident or something? Like, damn. Right. Maybe not quite as gentlemanly as I thought.
Anyway, things have changed now. There's no time to be kind anymore. I'm out of options. This is an emergency.
I imagine that's probably because, God, what was his name? Yamashina. He's probably gonna pull his support for him pretty soon, so he's like, oh god, what could I do that can possibly save face with him? Like, I think that's, like, the most likely solution, but,
But I want us to get ugly. First, I just want you to hear me out, okay?
Alright. I got a bad feeling about this. Really don't want weird rumors going around.
Ever since I was a youngin', I've had support from a certain benefactor.
Yep.
Getting this far in one lifetime, all my money, connections, and success is all thanks to his backing and advice.
Uh-huh. Why bring this up now?
Be quiet and listen. Those who own him call him Unkakadono, a title given to those elevated above the clouds, and so highly we regard them.
Elevated above the clouds? Sounds pretty important.
Sure is. He's from an old noble family, real big shot with land and businesses all across the prefecture. Anyway, I met with him yesterday. I ended up telling him about you.
About me?
Figured nobody would believe me even if I told him about a girl who could resurrect herself from the dead. I just mentioned it in passing, expecting him to laugh it off and move on. But to my surprise, Unkakadono was real interested, asking all kinds of things.
I don't like where this is going. That's right, you're going to the Institute, Sato.
I didn't even say anything bad yet.
Maybe, but it sounds like you're about to say he wants you to hand me over to him or something like that.
Well, you're not wrong. Unkakadono demanded I give you to him.
Knew it.
He wouldn't take no for an answer, even putting a deal on the table that was hard to refuse.
But you still told him no, right? I know you're strong enough to tell him no.
Uh...
About that. Okay, your silence is scaring me now. What's that face supposed to mean?
It would seem that Unkakudono has quietly been researching immortality for years.
Huh? Immortality?
He's pretty serious about it, too. Says even the smallest rumors are worth looking into. Last year, when all that Rata resurrection nonsense was going on in Tokyo, he used the opportunity to gather information.
Oh god, how much does he know? Never even heard of that. Was it that big a thing?
If I'd known he was so interested, I would never have brought you up.
Yeah, I'm wondering what exactly the fallout of the 7 Mysteries of Hanja was, considering that a lot happened out in the public as a result of that, and I'm wondering how they possibly could have covered that up. So you're saying you couldn't refuse him? Just when I thought this conversation couldn't take a worse turn.
Anyway, let's just say I'm in a bit of a situation with no easy way out now. It'd be better if there was a way to not have to take the deal, so I pleaded with him to give me more time.
Oh, I knew you'd come through. Thank you.
Which brings me to why I need to ask you, Sato. If you stop hiding things, tell me everything you know, I won't make this harder than it has to be.
Well...
Tell me, have you heard people on the island talk about the curse of the raging waves?
The raging waves? That doesn't sound like a very nice curse. Do you think there would be a nice curse?
So you haven't heard of it. Let me explain.
Wait, so the disaster 5 years ago, that was all because of this curse? And it was created from the lingering resentment of all the people who died on Taishima 400 years ago? Yeah, that's true. It must be a very powerful curse.
No doubt about that.
And she's just believing it? Alright. No doubt. Uh-oh.
That's where you come in, Sato. I believe you're the one calling the curse down upon us. You're the Raging Waves curse bearer.
Sure? Like, that's assuming that, like, all these curses have the same origin. Like, it is specifically the Raging Waves curse bearer that is also, the one that is an 800-year-old immortal and has a box. Because it feels like all those are lining up at the same time. Huh? Come on, you can't be serious.
Time fits perfectly. Things started taking a turn for the worse right after you arrived. And more than anything, I know you're not human. Just admit it. You're the one bringing this goddamn curse to the island.
Absolutely not. I don't know anything about it. I swear, you've got the wrong person.
I was willing to wait until I understood how you came back to life, but now I'm out of time. Where you don't know or you're just playing dumb, I don't care anymore. I just needed to get rid of the goddamn curse. If you do, I'll never mention any of this again. You can even keep living here, watch as much TV as you like. I'll cover for you as long as you need.
But I... either very well or I can't. Fuck it, we ball. Very well, I'll get rid of the curse.
Ha! I knew it. I was done.
Well... I don't know just yet, but I will by tomorrow, I promise.
Bah, you don't know that, I just can't rely on that. So even the one who brought this curse upon us doesn't know how to lay it to rest. And I suppose I have no choice but to take Unkakudono's deal and hand you over. You see, Unkakudono claims he already knows how to break the curse of the Raging Waves.
Oh, I'm sure he does. Oh, why would he know that?
I warned about the curse many times. I suppose he must have dug into it. I suppose there'd have to be an offering to Unkakudono, one necessary to save Kamishima.
Yeah, an offering? You mean like a sacrifice? In this day and age? Surely there's a way to save Kamishima that doesn't involve killing anyone. We can find a more humane route.
You really think he just handed out that information while he got leverage? Use your head. You can't help that refusing his method of lifting the curse isn't on the table anymore. That means there has to be a price. That is how deals work in the business world.
I don't care about the business world.
Come now, you think you have a choice?
Yes, I don't want to give up my body to someone researching immortality. He could kill me.
That's the thing. There's no need for you to worry about that. You won't stay dead. You'll live through whatever happens, won't you?
And I feel like that's even worse, though. I refuse. I have a promise I have to keep, no matter what.
You? All you do is eat, sleep, and watch TV all day. What promise can you possibly have to keep?
Well, I can't say. Not right now.
What nonsense. You're just saying whatever to save yourself. You realize you're choosing to stand against protecting everyone on that island from disaster. You really want that on your conscience? Not to mention the cause of this mess to begin with. It's time to take responsibility.
No, that's not true. You're blaming the wrong person.
You live here and eat at our expense for months and then refuse one request? Unbelievable.
Kinda got me there. I'm sorry. I don't know what else to say.
Handovers tomorrow night, the 8th. A transport boat will slip out of the port. Till then, do as you like. Don't bother trying to escape the island. I've told the ferry not to let you board. There's nowhere on this island my eyes don't reach.
Well, at least he gave us time. Like, that's nice. Question mark. Maybe, potentially. Oh no, this is awful. Is he serious? He wants to use me as a sacrifice? It's more like collateral, I think is a better word. I mean, it's true I'm in no position to refuse, but no, there's no way. What do I do? What can I do?
If I'd done this 5 years ago, maybe I could have stopped it. I won't make the same mistake.
That just makes me wonder what his possible link between, like, Made and, Sato could possibly be. Like, maybe Made also washed up on the island in the same way. Like, I guess that's a possibility. I'm going out for a bit.
Fine. Talk to whoever you want. Won't change a thing. No one here will defy my decision.
So you save me from the big scary man. I panicked and came all the way out here, but what the hell am I supposed to do? Whatever happens, I still have to keep the promise I made to Tsukasa yesterday.
Hey, Sato! Finally caught up. Do you have a minute?
Shotaro? Good timing. I had something I wanted to ask you, too.
Oh, go ahead.
In like a second. This wide beach lies on the southeastern side of the island. It's blanketed by the sound of waves. The raging waves. The sea's so calm today, just like yesterday. Hard to believe a curse could do anything to break this solace. I believe that big rock on the coast is called Senjo Iwa. It means something like thousandfold rock, and is a bit of a local landmark.
Cool rock.
It's probably a bad situation to be standing next to Shotaro with. I hope Tsukasa doesn't come in and assume the worst. Shotaro came back from Tokyo about 2 weeks ago to visit his family here. I was already staying at the Wakamura residence, so that's when we first met. Ever since then, he's been checking in on me a lot, like he's really concerned about me. It's more like he's probably trying to keep you safe from his dad. He's not a bad person at all, and I can see why so many people like him. But for some reason, it feels like we come from completely different worlds. Like we see things in a completely different light. To be honest, I feel there's a kind of distance between us as people. Let me think first. How long has Shotaro been chasing after me? Was he just waiting for me to be alone? Kind of creepy in that case. Let's talk about his topic first.
Oh, right. So, I wanted to let you know. Sorry, I overheard your conversation with my old man earlier.
Wait, you did? How much did you hear? Probably all of it.
Pretty much the whole thing, I think. That house really has paper-thin walls. I heard about the curse, the sacrifice, and you coming back to life.
Ah, then yeah, you pretty much heard everything.
Honestly, it caught me completely off guard. Can't believe my old man's going on about all that. It's also ridiculous. I mean, who actually buys into that kind of superstition? But don't worry, Sato. I won't let him do this. I'm on your side. There's no place for someone as ridiculous as sacrifices in this day and age.
Yeah. Because he knows that's all bullshit, so he's not buying into it in the slightest. Oh, okay.
Oh, right. I almost forgot. You had something you wanted to talk about too, didn't you?
Oh, yes. I know this is a bit sudden, but I was wondering if you have some time later this afternoon?
Huh, what for? You inviting me to something?
Not exactly. Just something a little complicated I want to talk about.
Could we just talk right here and now?
No, I mean, I still need some time to prepare.
Haha, I think I see how it is. You sure this is the time for that, though? Don't you have bigger things to worry about?
Girl, you really should have just said, mention Tsukasa. He's probably gonna get the wrong idea now. Well, yes, but even so, I really want you to be there. It's important.
Alright, I'll be there. Just tell me when and where.
Thank you. How about 1 p.m. down by the bay?
Got it. I'll be there.
Alright, hold on. There we go. I need to restart the recording. Okay. So, yeah, for some reason, apparently my Paranormasight recordings are, like, really big. So, I'm trying to store, this recording into a different file format, and hopefully, it won't be, as large for no reason. Like, for example, just in this last hour, it was, like, 30 gigabytes in size, and for context, that is, like, twice the amount as, like, a normal stream. And, like, last stream was, like, 200 gigabytes for some reason. Alright, hold on. Okay. So yeah, keep me filled in, if anything happens. We should be good for the rest of this, though. Alright, so I'll just keep going. I also deleted a bunch of files, so hopefully we have more than enough space for the rest of the stream. Okay.
Anyway, you don't need to worry, Sato. I'll be your knight in shining armor. You're not gonna be sacrificed for anything.
That's very reassuring. Thank you.
Honestly, in a world with science as advanced as ours, talk of curses, sacrifices, and immortality, it's just nonsense. I think my old man has finally lost it. Pretty sure it's all the influence of that so-called sorcerer from Tokyo. Honestly, it's disgraceful.
Yeah, it's a bit out of hand.
Just so you know, after hearing all that, I confronted him. Gave him a pretty firm piece of my mind.
Wait, you did? You spoke to Mr. Wakamoto?
Sure did. I told him flat out that you weren't going to be a sacrifice for anything. Things got pretty heated after that.
Oh no, I'm so sorry. You didn't have to go that far for me.
Well, you see, I actually have my own reason for not wanting to lose you to some silly sacrifice. Sato.
Yes?
I'll be direct. Once this whole mess is over, would you consider dating with me? Dating me with marriage in mind? Oh, fuck.
Huh? Huh? Wait, what? You and me? I, didn't see that one coming.
You carry yourself so much more calmly than other girls. There's something elegant, almost regal about you. It's a pleasure to see. I feel like I'd do anything if it was for you. You're the first woman that's ever made me feel this way. I think us meeting here had to be fate. We were destined to find each other.
Wow, you don't believe in curses, but you believe in fate?
Ah, touche. Well, this time I feel like I have no choice but to believe. So listen. I'm heading back to Tokyo next week. I was hoping you'd come with me.
Wow, Tokyo.
Just think it over, okay? I think it'll be a great chance for you.
We gotta draw a line in the sand here. Damn, this is not fair. Dropping that on me right after saying you'd help save me. I'm really not interested. I should nip this in the bud before it becomes a problem down the line. Yeah, there you go. Atta girl. I'm sorry. What? What'd you just say? Wait, what? Tsukasa?
She's right behind me, isn't she?
How long have you been there?
Oh, didn't know you were there, Tsukasa. You've been eavesdropping on our secret conversation? That's not very polite.
Secret conversation? So that's really how it is? Sato, I'm so sorry. I had no idea. No, wait, Tsukasa, it's not what you think. I really am the worst. I'm sorry, I was so clueless. Tsukasa, wait. Hi there, I'm working. You come in at a great time.
What the hell was that?
I'm sorry, I have to go. Alright, now we know how that happened. Great. Oh, what the fuck? What do you mean we're going further? Okay. Okay, this... What the... Why'd they move the timeline? Like, what the... How many different events are gonna happen in between here? Oh, no. Okay. Well, shit. I think this is their way of telling me, go back. All right. Cool. Or maybe they're, like, actually lining up the dates now for some reason. Okay. Well then. Treasure Hunt, Part 1. Arnav Barnum. After collecting information about mermaids and returning to their inn, Avi and Circe have a meeting to plan for their true objective, the treasure hunt. Okay. Something that doesn't have to do with the mermaids. I heard you came in at a great time, then work Wi-Fi buffer. Yeah, that sounds about right. I'm going to say, you came in at a terrible time, actually. There's nothing easy to say about that. The story was having a moment.
Now then, I believe it's time we discuss our strategy.
Sure? What do you mean by strategy?
It should be obvious. We must reflect on all we've learned if we want to move forward.
Oh, okay. We're actually lining it all up? Great. Hold on. Let me get a smart little cigarette over there.
Porcelain ashtray that came with the room. Ashtrays like these are found just about anywhere, so one can smoke without any worries. That being said, I've noticed people outside still simply dropping their cigarettes onto the ground. Well, I wasn't a smoker to begin with.
Yeah, this is in the age of people losing their class when it comes to smoking.
Extra lights for the room. A lot of attention was paid to creating a comfy atmosphere for the guests.
Ooh. Oh, research materials. Those look like grimoires on the ground.
Some of the notes I've taken. The information in them is not substantive and likely of no use.
Alright, cool-ass briefcase.
My bag, a faithful travel companion of several decades.
It doesn't look like it's been several decades. It looks like it's in pretty good shape.
This is the Marakumorte. It's a small inn located in Toba. It's a laid-back inn that feels more like a private residence than a hotel thanks to the attentive staff. I could barely count all the different fresh fish we were served for dinner last night. I've not felt so full in a while.
Oh, fuck, I'm jealous. I want seafood so badly, and there's no seafood here anywhere.
Light is passing through the windows. It's hot outside, so we'll leave them closed.
Cool-ass music. Doesn't really fit the environment here, but maybe it'll suit the tone of the conversation.
A hanging scroll perfectly complements the tatami room.
This room may not have a dedicated alcove, but the scroll still really ties the room together. How lovely! Alright, mosquito repellent.
Each room is equipped with a mosquito trap. They tend to come in through the windows on hot days. It's a neat contraption. You just have to plug it in and place it, and it will kill any nearby mosquitoes. Traps like these are reliable, as well as easier and safer than the combustion type, so they've gotten quite popular. I haven't really seen any plug-in mosquito traps. Like, are you thinking of, like, those electric, bug killers that just glow and then zap anything that runs into them? It's just that this one looks like a disc, like a mosquito coil, which is different from, like, the bug zapper. I don't know. We'll see. Poster. There's a poster advertising the island of Kamishima.
I'd love to pay a visit to a remote island like that. Name's intriguing, too.
Ah, Kami means turtle, doesn't it?
How astute of you, buddy. Good job.
I just can't shake this weird feeling.
Huh? Why? Is there something wrong with the island, or the poster?
The poster, I believe. Do you mind if I take a closer look? My aunt was right. There's a presence here.
No way. Come on, don't scare me like that.
Oh, God. Why is it turned into a hand? Do I have to rub the poster? Is there a spirit within the turtle? Remove the poster? In a minute here. I feel like that's gonna be important.
The door to our room. Outside is a hallway with a restroom and a wash basin for communal use. Guests place their shoes in the cubbies at the entrance and wear slippers while inside the inn.
It sounds cozy as shit, bruh.
Seems to me she knows her fair share of both useful and useless facts. It's time we get down to business, though.
Let's get down to business to capture the mermaids. Oh, business card. Okay. Ah, these are all also research materials. Okay, but the sketch.
This is a sketch of the mermaid mummy that I found in our family storage. Bringing it along would have been out of the question, so I settled on just bringing a sketch. Oh, that's right. I still haven't told Circe why I'm searching for mermaids.
And she's just been going with you for, like, no reason? Okay.
I worried yesterday that Circe might struggle to sleep on just a futon in a tatami room like this, but she looks well rested, so I suppose she's used to it. I, on the other hand, was too excited to get much sleep.
That's my favorite himbo. Alright. Okay. That's interesting. Completely grayed out option.
This map looks quite old.
Exactly. It's also the precise reason I've come to Mie. Put it simply, this is no ordinary map. This is a mermaid treasure map.
A mermaid treasure map?
Allow me to explain.
Ooh.
I found this mermaid treasure map in the family storage. I should explain it to Circe.
Let's look at the business card first.
Oh, is this the business card from the guy we met earlier?
It is. We managed to glean some surprisingly good information from that exchange.
Oh. Oh, is this from Yusa? No, I don't think so. Yeah.
First things first, let's head back to the inn. From there, we can plan our next move.
Pardon me, but would the lovely lady and handsome gentleman be willing to spare me a moment?
Why, yes, the gentleman does have some time.
I suppose that makes me the lady, then. Oh, it's you.
New face?
You've been following us for quite some time.
Huh, he has? For how long?
Since the Issei Grand Shrine, I believe.
A long time. Truly, maybe you could try to keep me apprised of things like this in the future, Circe?
It appears I wasn't as stealthy as I thought. My apologies for the indiscretion. But you see, the two of you piqued my interest. Foreigners in Issei Bay searching for mermaids.
Gah, you overheard everything? How embarrassing.
Avi, hollering won't lessen the embarrassment. But how rude of me. I ought to introduce myself.
He looks very tired, so I'm gonna give him a tired voice. Okay.
I'm an event planner here in this Issei City. My name is Kipei Ikoma.
Huh? What do you mean your name is Kipei Ikoma? You're supposed to have died 6 years ago. And also, you look completely different.
Oh, a fancy business card and everything. What a charming fellow. Let's see, solid planning, huh? And it says here you're the CEO?
I'm actually the only employee, so the title doesn't mean much.
I see. I apologize for the rudeness, but I actually just ran out of business cards on my own.
Did you ever have any?
I had heard you need to carry business cards in Japan if you want to avoid looking suspicious, but I still forgot to bring any. But the free-willing and forgetful man before you goes by the name Arnav Barnum, a fantasy author who is merely passing through. Do you believe me? Or am I too suspicious? Without a business card for proof, the verdict is yours alone to make.
God, I love him so much.
So you're an author, Mr. Barnum?
Please, call me Avi. This is Circe. She's studied more Japanese history than even the average Japanese citizen.
It's a pleasure. If you like, I can list the top 100 of Issei's best features at any time.
Fuck, you guys are weird.
Aren't you a delight? I was right to take an interest in the two of you.
Event Services Company CEO Kipei Ikoma. Alright, let me see that. Okay, 26 years old. He was... Wasn't he 19? According to that photo? Director of Solid Planning, a venture company primarily focused on planning and producing tourism promotion events in Issei City. An ambitious young man, Kipei is both highly driven and extraordinarily tenacious when it comes to fulfilling his goals. He's currently planning a PR project themed on mermaids as a sightseeing attraction. About 6 years ago, with the support of wealthy tycoon Yoshiatsu Yamashina, Kipei moved to Issei from the countryside with nothing but the clothes on his back and an eye to making his fortune. This aggressiveness won Yamashina's favor, and after several years spent building up experience as his assistant, the tycoon granted Kipei an investment with which he started his current company. Although Yamashina could be said to be particularly strict with him, this is a reflection of the high expectations he has for his future. Kipei is often told that he looks old for his age, but as this means he is not taking lightly when doing business, he sees it as an advantage. I mean, yeah, he looks like his soul has been thoroughly crushing ground out from under him by capitalism, so, you know, maybe this suits him. But yeah, this is probably the guy that Yamashina is seeing as his, like, successor. But then again, he doesn't really have anything built up yet, so I'm not so sure about that. I also want to look at my files and see if the stuff that the two detectives, quote unquote, were looking into. I've already forgotten their names. Soto Kiryu and was it Yumeko Shiz? Something around there. Yumeko. Toba Seabed Skeletons. Yeah, it was this guy, and they don't look very alike, so to say. Kipe Ikoma went missing 6 years ago. Wasn't he 19 at the time? I think so. And then this guy. So it's like a year off, but it's also possible that, you know, birthdays work that way. Okay, so. Oh, well.
Forgive me for my bluntness, but would you mind sparing me a few moments? I'd love to talk a little longer.
I suppose that could be arranged.
Hold on. Bird check. We're getting a different view of this place, so there's probably a bird. Shit, this is all I get to see.
Gusts of wind graze this lovely observation deck.
Alright, not much to it then.
I thought she was totally absorbed in our sightseeing, yet she noticed we were being tailed. Impressive if I do say so myself.
Excuse me.
What do you think, sirs?
Feels like a scammer who targets foreign tourists. Quite the blunt one, aren't you, young lady?
Alright, well, cool detail.
I'm not sure if I should trust him. Entertaining a weirdo might prove to be a pain. That says it seems he's also interested in mermaids. Perhaps we should get some information out of him.
And a weirdo, you say? A weirdo, you say? Have you looked at a mirror? Just today.
So, this young man is actually a CEO, though I'm not sure if I'd call him young. His gaze has a piercing quality to it, and there's something off about his smile. Everything about him feels older than he looks. I believe these oversized suits known as soft suits are currently quite popular in Japan. Perhaps he's trying to be taken seriously as a CEO. He certainly is putting a lot of effort into his appearance.
Yeah, that's kind of their job. It's to just look big and important, not do anything of actual substance.
The truth is, I'm currently planning a promotional tourism campaign for the Ise-Shima region. I was thinking of using mermaid legends as the centerpiece of the campaign.
Mermaids, huh?
I'm sure you're already quite aware of the mermaid legends of Ise Bay, yes? I thought we could hold events and exhibitions centered around such legends to attract tourists.
I see. So that's why you were interested in mermaids.
Additionally, the Ise-Shima region is also famous for its pearls. I believe mermaids and pearls naturally complement one another. True. There's also the famous legend that a mermaid's tears turn into pearls when they are washed away by the ocean.
Oh, such a story would do wonders for driving tourism to the area. Does this project mean you're knowledgeable about mermaids in Ise then, Mr. Ikoma?
I suppose it does. I know a fair bit. For example, there are some mermaid legends that most people have never heard of.
Oh, do share.
A long time ago, there was an island south of Kamishima known as Taishima. Have you heard of it?
Oh, he's been in deep. Oh, he knows.
I'm afraid I haven't.
It rings a bell. It was also called Taishima by some.
Was it not? Taishima, and not Taishima.
That's absolutely right. It is said that once upon a time, 3 mermaids lived on Taishima.
Wow, 3 of them. Tell me, were they human mermaids or fish mermaids?
Human mermaids? Well, I suppose their upper bodies were human, so I suppose you could describe them as such.
I see. That would separate them from the 3 mermaids discovered in Betsuho during the Heian period.
Oh, this is the first I've heard of this tale. However, Taishima sunk about 400 years ago during a natural disaster. The mermaids seem to have vanished after that.
What? That's such a shame.
Regardless, it said that the 3 mermaids were named Sobae, Nagame, and Hayase.
So the mermaids were named too, huh? That definitely adds to the authenticity of the story.
Pardon me, Mr. Ikoma. I never came across such concrete information. Where'd you learn this? I don't blame you for questioning my sources. I also haven't managed to find any records of this tale. You see, the story was passed down through word of mouth. As it turns out, there was a single man who managed to escape the island's destruction. His descendants have kept the legend alive.
Aha, so it's one of those descendants you heard the story from.
That's right. They live a modest, private life these days. When the story comes straight from a descendant like that, it does lend some credibility.
Yeah, but still, like, could possibly be bullshitting, though, is the problem.
There really were mermaids on Taishima 400 years ago, and they could provide us valuable new information.
Anything yet, sirs?
Amazing, a brand new mermaid legend.
The real question is why.
Why?
There's a long history of people making up legends to drive tourism. Such stories linger on, despite their veracity being entirely unverifiable.
I suppose.
Is something the matter? It's nothing.
It's nothing.
I'm sure.
We should take his tale with a pinch of salt until we can identify its source.
Right. I would love to inquire deeper about these Taishima mermaids. If you don't mind, could you share the identity of this descendant you speak of?
My apologies, but I'm afraid I cannot oblige.
Yeah, this isn't a very good trade.
She's not the friendliest sort. Frankly, even I have trouble getting her to open up. No matter how many times I visit her, I always feel like I'm only getting part of the story.
I see. That's a real shame.
Now, this may not be much consolation, but I have another interesting rumor from this descendant to share.
Oh, I'm all ears.
He's all ears.
Concerns one of the rumored Taishima mermaids. It is said that a few decades ago, one of those mermaids turned human and now lives among us.
No kidding.
She became human?
It does ring a bell, though. Why, that's exactly like the story of the Little Mermaid. What an exciting discovery.
You say this was only a few decades ago. That makes it quite recent. His former mermaid could even be walking among the people here as we speak. If the story is true, then yes. However, I'll concede that even I find the story hard to believe.
It is a little fantastical.
Yeah, you need some sort of pinch of reality in there.
By the way, may I ask why you're searching for Isebei's mermaids, Avi?
No particular reason. I just thought it'd be fun to wander through some sightseeing areas related to the mermaid folklore. That's all.
I see.
I highly doubt that. I think he's also looking at things on the behalf of Unkaku Dono there.
Well, since you've traveled all the way to Japan to sightsee, I'd love to ask you some questions. Was there anything missing from the areas you visited that you think might have made your trip more enjoyable?
Oh, he's in business mode. Okay.
What about those photo spots you put your face in?
I know those. I love them. Really? Are they that interesting?
They're a Japanese tourism classic. It'd be nice to see more of them.
Agreed. If I saw one, I would certainly take a photo with it. Oh, and please sell more of those little pennant flags. I can't resist them. I see. I truly appreciate the input, but perhaps things are fine as they are.
Ah, he doesn't know. He doesn't know the joys. The joys of seeing little random shit.
Should you discover anything new regarding the area's mermaids, please let me know.
Understood. We hope you'll do the same for us. Well, it's about time for us to get going.
Yes, of course. Thank you, and I apologize again for taking so much of your time.
Also, can I just mention he has a cool fucking tie? Like, that is an awesome tie, and I would love to have that.
Actually, since you've come all the way to Japan... If anything happens to you during your vacation here, or you need any other help at all, please feel free to give me a call. I'm quite familiar with all sorts of businesses in the area. For example, I could put you in touch with someone, should you be looking to interview ama divers.
Oh, really? That's very kind. You're not just saying it as a formality, are you? A free-spirited lad like myself will not hesitate to take you up on an offer like this. I will call you. I will absolutely call you, and you have no right to refuse anymore. You are my bitch now.
Please do not hold back.
God, he's so fucking funny.
I leave you two to your sightseeing. Please have a good time.
Rather fascinating individual. For one that should be dead.
If mermaids really did live on Taishima, it's certainly worth investigating.
Well, I mean, I guess there's also the possibility that Kippei also died after they met him, and he was one of the he was like the last one that was thrown in to the bones in the water. I don't remember how long ago, how much time had passed in between the latest body being thrown in and when, Yumeko and Kiryu ended up finding those bodies, or investigating them rather, because I don't know if it was like a month or two. Like, the data's still unknown on these parts, so we don't know how far back this is, so it's completely possible that they actually still are the same person. So, I don't know.
If mermaids really did live on Taishiba, it's certainly worth investigating.
Mermaid. The map is still fine.
It's Ikoma's business card. He's the CEO of the event planning company we were at into earlier.
Alright. Is the map the first option? Yeah, it is. Okay. I want to save first before trying to talk to Circe. In case, for some reason, it doesn't let me do it later. Most likely I will be able to, though.
Remove the poster? Let's remove it. Ready?
Yes, please proceed.
You sure? Because I'll do it. I really will. There's no telling what may happen.
Quit stalling. A bird!
What a dastardly, devilish individual. Baki bird number 3. Let me see him. Dawn Heron! Oh, what a terrible individual. I'm truly glad we caught him before he could, conduct any insidious crimes. The towel hanger.
May resemble an L-shaped dividing screen, but I think this is actually a towel rack.
You're close. It's a small clothes rack.
I see, so that's what it is.
Yes. Normally it's used to hang kimonos, but this one is quite small, so I suppose it'd work out well for towels and other small garments.
You're quite knowledgeable.
Interesting. Anything else that I may have potentially missed? Look up the ceiling light, fly into it, become the moth that I was truly meant to be? Ooh, flowers.
Dried flowers. I suppose this is the embodiment of the Japanese concept of wabi-wabi, or however you say it.
I don't know what you're talking about there. Bro is onto nothing. Alright. Let's see up. Talk about the map.
I found this map in the old family storage. It was left behind by my great-grandmother.
If she's your great-grandmother, that would make her my great-grandmother's sister.
Alright, they're very distantly related. Like, what's it called? Like, cousins twice removed. Oh, dang it. Hold on, my mom's calling me. Oh, so sorry about that. Oh, I didn't even have any music playing for this. Oh, okay. Damn, I am the streamer of all time. Okay. Sorry, my mom planned on calling me earlier this weekend, but so I kind of tried to plan stream around that because I didn't want the stream to be interrupted by my mom calling me at some point. But you know what? She ended up not calling me yesterday, so I ended up pushing back the stream a day for nothing, and she ended up calling me today. So you know what? It is what it is. It just happens. All right. Hold on.
If she's her great-grandmother, that would make her my great-grandmother's sister. I heard she was exiled from the Lunalight family because of her eccentricities.
That's correct. She was quite fond of the occult and amassed a number of suspicious curios over her lifetime. As a child, I loved searching through the storehouse that housed her collection. It was like a treasure hunt of wonders. A demon's tail, a yeti's bone, a book of black magic, Ogopogo's tooth, a piece of a UFO, a crystal skull. What was Ogopogo's tooth doing there?
Okay, maybe Ogopogo actually is like an occult creature, and then Yoko ended up naming her dog after them. So, we'll see. Oh, shit. I just realized, like, I've probably been going for a lot longer than I intended to without doing an ad break, so... Hold on. I'll just run an ad real quick. And then, for those of you who haven't gotten an ad, I'll sit here and just keep talking for a bit. So, I want to get the facts in order here. So... Using Miyakuchi's mother... I'm still wondering whether her and Somaikawa are actually the same person or different people. Like, that's one thing that I'm also kind of getting wrapped up on is Somekawa just Mare with amnesia, or is it like a sibling of some sort? Or could they be... Oh, hold on. Oh, fuck. I've realized something. So we know that Sato is an 800-year-old immortal, and she has lost her memories and washed up on the beach. And then Mare is also most likely... Mare is also... in that case, it could be the same case that Somekawa also lost her memories and is an 800-year-old immortal because she was carrying around her box. And that actually is Mare. But Mare lost her memories again. So I think it's entirely possible that whenever they die, they end up losing their memories. I think that might be a part of the curse. And that would actually make sense because their bodies are completely regenerated from the ground up, right? So none of the actual memories are kept because they'll be stored in their old body, so to speak. So I assume that Mare ended up dying during the Kamishima Southern disaster, was revived, and ended up washing up in Ise Bay with no memories. And she just ended up staying stuck there with her wooden box that she probably kept on her at all times. Okay, that makes much more sense to me in my head. And then when she ended up washing up on Kamishima and met Yuzu's dad, when she met Tsuyu, then that was also because she had recently died and then washed up on Kamishima. So, man, you have a bad habit of doing that, Mare. Okay. So that's all lining up in my head now. But I guess the part that doesn't make sense with that theory is that Mare is clearly much younger than Somekawa is. Like, you can see that Somekawa is a lot more gaunt. Can you say that she's older, though? Like, or is it just more likely that she just lost a shit ton of weight? Because I think that's also kind of, like, equally likely. I'm gonna stick with that theory for now, is that Somekawa and Sato are actually undergoing the same curse, and that when they die, they end up losing all their memories. I think that's a good theory for now. And just in time, the ad break is over. Welcome back.
I cannot vouch that any of it was authentic, but it was still so exciting to look through. It's no exaggerating when I say that this very storehouse is what led me down the path of becoming a fantasy author.
I suppose that's kind of formative experience an occult writer needs.
Just so! I have to thank my great-grandmother. She's the reason I can put food on the table. And among the items in that collection was this!
I see, a mermaid mummy.
And yeah, the actual body, and not, like, just a sketch.
Precisely. They were rather prevalent at sideshows and the like all over the world in the 19th century. Mermaid mummies from Japan were quite popular because of their high quality. A number of them even made their way to Europe.
Huh.
This one probably made its way into the family storage around that time.
Yeah, because his great-grandmother was a European as well, so...
It was probably passed from one seller to another until it ended up in my great-grandmother's hands.
How are you so sure it was made in Japan?
Well, you see, I gave this mummy a thorough inspection. It had a great big sticker that says, "From Japan." I even took it apart. Sure enough, it was made of wood and paper clay. But lo and behold, I also found this map inside.
Truly, you found the map inside a mummy.
Whoever made this all those years ago must have snuck the map inside. I doubt my great-grandmother had the slightest idea it was even in there.
Yeah, I'm more so worried about the fact that you just literally took this old relic and just tore it apart like it was nothing. Like, were you just a shithead kid?
That's an incredible discovery.
It is simply tantalizing, is it not? There is not a doubt in my mind it will lead to a most thrilling discovery.
Cool bird.
So then, why'd you call this a mermaid treasure map?
Well, it was hidden inside a mermaid mummy, so it follows it must be a treasure map of sorts, no?
I see. Your enthusiasm has carried you quite a ways from home. I'm impressed.
Thank you. That was not a compliment. I have no doubts our treasure lies somewhere in Ise Bay.
What a shame there's no X to mark the spot.
Indeed. And this leads us to our first conundrum. Any ideas how to decipher this map, sirs?
Put me on the spot, why don't you? Well, it does look like something is written here. Do you know what it says?
Oh, that part.
I actually did some research on that. Yeah, it seems like just blurred Japanese script.
Apparently it says search the 95th.
Search the 95th. Sure makes it sound like it leads to a secret location of some sort.
Yes, and it must be related to mermaids. Aren't you just itching to find it?
You know it.
I knew it. I'm counting on you to help me solve the map's riddle.
The 95th, maybe like the 95th parallel? But latitude and longitude requires like an intersection though, so. Maybe there's a second map that has like, the other corresponding one? I don't know, I'm just bullshitting. Okay. Anything else about the map? Let's take a good look. Anything else about the map?
Oh wait, I just remembered. You said you can douse, no? Can't you just douse for the treasure? Then we can skip this whole map and riddle business altogether.
Oh man, do you have no romance in your heart?
I apologize, but that's impossible.
Truly? But why?
Dowsing is usually used to find waterways, veins of ore, and other such things. My dowsing, however, can be used to find people and objects imbued with spiritual power.
But what if the treasure does have spiritual power? Ha ha ha.
However, I must be familiar with the spiritual power that I'm looking for.
Okay. So, you're basically just a tracker then.
I see. In other words, you wouldn't be able to find a treasure you've never seen or heard of.
Yes. The distance from which I can detect the source also depends on how strong the spiritual power is.
It's not quite the superpower I thought it was.
I say we've had enough of diversion. Let's get back to investigating your map.
I'm really wondering how the two of them met in the first place. Okay. We'll pick up the map later. Talk about the mermaid search.
To be frank, I didn't just come here to solve the map's riddle. My real goal is to find an actual mermaid.
Oh, yes, I had a feeling that was it.
So you already knew. I just sure have some keen instincts.
What will you do if you find a mermaid? Do you want to become immortal?
I suppose. Might as well, considering all the trouble finding one will be.
It's just like, fuck it, why not?
Your reasoning is unexpectedly uninspired.
Simple though it may be, I find the idea quite romantic, akin to ascending to a new stage of humanity.
The evolution of humanity.
Sure, I guess.
I take it you disagree with my thinking, sirs?
I fail to see why my opinion should matter here. What you do is your decision to make. Though I'm not certain an immortal can still be called human. Still, your decision is irrelevant to my duty, so I'll try not to interfere. Actually, meeting an immortal would be a rare once-in-a-lifetime chance. Please transcend humanity and let me examine you.
Oh, sure.
I'd prefer if you didn't speak of me like a research specimen, but I'll overlook it for now.
I do wonder if immortality would actually bring you any happiness. When you look at old folk tales, it tends to be less of a blessing and more of a curse.
Please, don't say that after I've already made up my mind and everything.
That was you making up your mind? That seemed wishy-washy at best.
Well, I'm sure you'll be alright. If you tire of immortality, you only need to embark on a journey, like a modern-day Yabikuni.
That is one way to look at it, though I think the nun part might be an issue.
Hey, you can be a priest. You fit right in with the popes. No, that implies you'd be a pedophile. Never mind.
Well, I shouldn't get too far ahead of myself. There's no immortality to be had until I find mermaid flesh to bite into.
Okay, that's also weird there, so...
So let's start there.
Understood. I'm also quite interested in finding a mermaid myself. Searching just for mermaid meat alone seems to be a waste.
Agreed. The best way to go about this would be to find a living human mermaid. And I have no doubt that this map will lead us to a place that's related to mermaids and immortality.
This is quite exciting.
Now, this is what we call a true adventure. No matter the era, there's nothing better than a quest for the unknown.
Oh, shit, I forgot about my energy drink that I had over here. I had ice and everything too, and now it's all melted. There we go. Talk on the map. Ah, right. I'm supposed to pick up the map. How foolish of me. After I do a little thinking.
We'll definitely solve the map's riddle.
Yes, we sure will, buddy. Let's do it, bestie. Ooh.
I can see his hands now. Oh?
Did you notice something? Is there something on the back?
It looks like something's written on the other side.
I see. I knew I must have missed something. You never thought to turn it over at all? I should carefully hold the edge when I want to look at the other side.
Ooh.
Hold on. If I move this up to the light, does it...
Oh, it does show something. Oh.
But it only shows, like, water droplets and sand, so it's not really anything. It's a map of Issei Bay. Judging from its condition, it is quite old. I'm glad they add that detail of holding it up to the light.
If I had to guess, I would say it's over 100 years old. No, perhaps even more than 200 years old.
And you are holding it like this?
I wonder how old it really is. Look closer. Is that Taishima?
You're right. It depicts an island to the south of Kamishima.
Hold on.
Yeah, because, like, this is Issei Bay here. This must be Kamishima, and then this must be Taishima, like, right there? It's safe to assume this map was made before Taishima sank, then. That would be 400 years old.
That makes it over 400 years old. Made during the Sengoku period. Incredible.
Okay. Symbol. Sir, do you recognize the symbol on the lower right?
It appears quite similar to Sanskrit. However, I don't recall a character quite like this one. Maybe a mark unique to the cartographer, like a signature.
If that's the case, it's irrelevant to our investigation.
I agree, though my opinion will change should we come across a symbol elsewhere.
I concur. You're writing. The phrase, search the 95th, is written on the map around the location of Issei Province.
Hmm.
I wonder if there's some sort of 95th sort of like landmark then around there. Eureka, or put the map down. Should I save Eureka for later? Ah, the spot's there. Okay, so that's what I was seeing through. If I hold it up there, can I see anything on that? I'm wondering if the spots can line up with anything. Out of curiosity, is there anything else around the room I can hold this up in front of? Oh, just the window. God, I'm really glad they added that detail.
Take a close look at all the spots on the back of the map.
Oh, those? I dismissed them as a bunch of stains.
You really think that's all they are? Thing about those spots feels familiar.
Do you want to... I don't see how the spots line up with anything, though. You can see, like, a dot that's on Kamishima. Anyway, Eureka. Eureka! Inspiration strikes! I figured it out.
Did you? Where's the treasure?
Oh, shit. Fuck, let's just go with Kamishima. I have no doubts. It is here. Behold!
Huh? Why there?
It felt right.
I hope you don't mind my asking, but would you care to show me more definite location?
Dang it! Maybe less inspiration struck than I first assumed. I have to think on this a bit more. Okay, so that means I've found the answer, but I clearly haven't found the answer, so... 95th. I want to put it down for a second. Any hints you can give me?
I believe I've noticed something about the map. Would you like me to share my discovery?
You have? Don't tell me. Nuh-uh. I will solve this through my own grit, or so help me God.
I understand. Keep it up.
Hold on. Telephone, I missed that. This phone can only be used to call the front desk. Outside calls are impossible. Alright, I'm guessing that I have to check my files for something. 95th. World. Those specialties. So it has to do with events of 400 years ago. So that would be approximately 1500s. That's 1300 years ago. Heike. The Heikes were in the 1100s, though, not 1500s. Terra no Tatamori. Shit. I'm not seeing anything that could possibly be correlated. Fifth. Do those correlate with the spots? Just the constellations? I don't think so. Sea Disaster. Isha Ruins. Shima Lighthouse. .819-meter peak. Is there anything to do with 95? That's a hole. Sama. The 100 Landscapes of Japan. Those 100 landscapes wouldn't be known back then, though, so that's all at the table. Toba City. Tamigata. Look twice. Like, this has to be related to all the different conversations that we just had. The problem is I don't remember them too well because that was a week ago. Mount Osama. Cape Yorago, Cape Daigo, Cape Prefecture, Land of Great Beauty. Summer Triangle. Need to look at it. The writing. Search the 95th. Holding it up like this definitely has something to do with it. Problem is that I don't see the dots like making a shape if I start drawing lines to them or anything like that. Ah, hold on. There's these 3 big dots here. Is that what locates to the Summer Triangle? Okay, hold on. I need to pull it up. Summer Triangle. Yeah, you can see that. It's definitely the same sort of line. Yeah, it's the exact same triangle. Search to the 95th. So I need to read about the triangle here. Culture and society. Yeah. Summer Triangle. Orihime Hikoboshi. Where's the 95th, though? How are the constellations? Directly overhead in August. Okay. So one of the dots there? want to save it here. Okay. I'm gonna just save this dot. Ah, shit. I was right, but not for the right reasons. Ah, fuck.
Why, it's simple. This very spot marks the answer to our riddle.
Enter the name of the location. Taishima. Fuck.
Seriously? I can't imagine that's actually Taishima.
Maybe less inspiration struck.
Okay. What about the name? Okay, so I have the right idea, but not the why. So I need to put together the why. This very spot marks the answer to our riddle. Something to do with Ryugu, maybe? Alright. I need a hint. Alright. Tell me.
Well, if you're so desperate to flaunt your wits, I suppose I can let you help me a bit.
Let's start by thinking about what's written on the map. Remember how the 95th is written atop Issei Province? Do you recall a conversation we had yesterday? There was something related to Issei that had more than 95 parts.
There was?
Give your files another look, then ask me again if you're still struggling to understand.
Yeah. Fuck, what was it again? I don't remember. It was too long ago. Like, I can see the summer triangle. Spirit sense, that was... None of that had anything to do with it. Princess Hasune. Wait a minute. No, I'm remembering now. Fuck. It was the collection of short stories, right? Summon Shorai? No. What was it called again? Mermaids, Yabakuni. Was it in the Mermaid section? Yeah, Chronicles of Japan. Let's see. Fuck, where do I have anything written about it? Shimataro. Yugu. Come on. I know what it's looking for. I just don't know where it's written in my files. Aishima, nothing. Amadivers, no. Okay. Was it this it? Issei Bay Mermaid Legend. According to the Kokon Chomoju, a collection of notable tales old and new, an anthology of spoken stories compiled in the 13th century, 3 mermaids were discovered caught in the fisherman's net in Betsuho in Issei Province. No, that's not it either. Come on. I don't see anything related to the 95th story. What am I supposed to be looking for? Did I miss a file somewhere? That's the only thing I can be thinking of. Sioux City, no. Betsuho. Isha Ruins, no. Tales of Issei. Hold on, is this it? A collection of verse or Unomonogatari thought about the oldest surviving work in Japan. It's particularly well known for the open sayings of its many prose passages. Long ago there was a man. Okay, yeah, this was it. Let's see. The narrative spans 125 episodes, which vary in length from a few lines to a few pages. Okay, where is episode 95? Hikoboshi. Okay. Gotcha. There we go. That was the part that I was missing. It's Hikoboshi, lines up with the summer triangle. There we go. All right. I understand now. Now I can load this file and not look like an idiot. So, hold on. I just want to make sure that lines up in my files here. Summer triangle. Yeah, the southwest one is Hikoboshi. All right. Eureka. Boop. All right. Hold on, is it Hikoboshi or is it, or is it the name of the star? Altair? I don't know, I'm just gonna enter Hikoboshi.
Yeah, allow me to explain. You see, the 95th in the riddle must refer to the 95th tale in the Tales of Issei. And the title of that tale is none other than Hikoboshi. Next, note how the Summer Triangle constellation is drawn on the back. The location of Hikoboshi, or Altair, corresponds to this very spot on the map.
Incredible. I should have expected nothing less. You truly are a genius, Savi.
Nothing compares to the rush of a breakthrough. Let's keep riding this high.
There we go. Avi's a genius. Solve the mystery of the map as Arnav Branham. Okay, so I assume I would get a different achievement by solving it as Circe. By begging her for a hint. Alright, I figured out where the treasure lies. I'm quite keen to investigate further, but I should confirm some other matters first. And assuming that we're right, which hopefully we are.
If we were to search the area on the map, it's in the middle of the sea. How are we supposed to search a place like that? Looking for an unknown object somewhere on a large swath of seafloor seems like an impossible task.
Would it be impossible for the patron saint of diving?
You're right, that does sound difficult.
But not for the patron saint of diving. We should get the patron saint of diving to help us with this.
We might have to ask our friendly CEO for help.
He did give us his card. However, wouldn't that mean we'd have to inform him of the map?
No other way about it. In addition, should we find anything, I imagine he'll expect a share of the spoils. I really wanted to keep it all to myself. Sharing is the worst.
Sharing is not, in fact, caring. You heard it here first, folks.
I understand, but we have no other options.
It's a shame, but I suppose you're right. We should contact him as soon as we can.
There we go. I solved the riddle all on my own. Oh, man. I'm never getting to this part when arriving on Kamishima. All right. Seems like we're just immediately heading there. Awesome. Also, look at our cool new birds. Oh, man. We almost got the entirety of the Albatross boss's gang. All right. Cloak and Plover. One of the many birds inspired to join the Ocean Outlaws hooligan gang by the commanding presence of its leader, Albatross Boss. He's best known for his ability to quickly blend into the background, so much so that no one is entirely sure when exactly he joined the gang. I don't know, he looks fairly loud, all things considered. But I mean, against this wonderful cast of characters, I guess he does look a little quiet.
Don Heron, the maverick leader of the tight-knit delinquent crew Rebels Roost. Temperamental by nature, he often flares the impressive crest on his head to intimidate intruders on his turf. Although long-term rivals with the Ocean Outlaws hooligan gang, in recent days he's also found his feathers ruffled by the increasingly bold antics of Blue's brutal beaks, pushing his patience to the limits. Oh, don't get him upset. Man, look at these 3 bosses all in such a heated triangle. Alright, Treasure Hunt Part 2. Avi and Circe's quest for immortality is in full swing. Having pinpointed a likely location on their mysterious map, they ask Kipei Ikoma to investigate on their behalf. However what? However what? The next day.
Hello, this is Ikoma. I'm calling about the seafloor investigation. I asked an armor diver to investigate the area because I was keen to get results as soon as possible. However, she has not returned.
Oh, is this that random diver that went missing? Yeah.
Which is why we're headed out there ourselves to assess the situation. We have nothing else to do, after all.
So he asked an armor diver to investigate the seafloor in the area.
I guess in a place like this, it'd be faster to hire an ama than a regular diver. Even in this age, you can still get some amas to do contracted dives, huh?
Whoa, look at the cool bubble effects.
It appears she was contracted to investigate for about an hour, at which point she was to return, even if empty-handed. I suppose the intent was just for her to survey the area to start with.
However, several hours passed with no word from the diver. I can see why Ikoma is worried.
We'll start by checking out the location. We can request a police search after, if need be. Sirs, do you have a bad feeling about this?
I do, ever since we first heard about this.
I see.
There's a strong negative spirit energy in the air that has only intensified as we approach the spot. Something happened there.
The diver didn't make it back. Is it safe for us to go?
I have a talisman that repels evil, so it should be fine.
Ah, yes, that'll cover us, no matter what.
Well, if you say so. Worst comes to worst, we'll reunite in the afterlife.
Understood. Leave it to me.
No sense of humor, that one.
There's something there.
And that's their boat.
That must be the Alma diver's boat. There doesn't appear to be anyone around. How unsettling.
You're right. There's something terrible here.
Is it really that bad?
It is. I can tell even from this distance. It's coming from the bucket. It's saturated with sinister spiritual energy. There's some real powerful curse inside.
Yeah, that's the wooden box, I assume.
Inside the bucket? Does that mean the Alma diver found something on the seafloor and brought it up to the surface? And perhaps succumbed to the curse while trying to get it out?
Yes, unfortunately.
So I assume that means that we're literally on top of Ryugu right now, and she got fucking cursed.
As we can't say for certain what misfortune this curse may call forth, I need you to remain cautious.
Can you dispel curses, sirs?
It depends on the curse itself, but I believe I may be able to handle one of this caliber.
That's a relief. Is it really safe for us to approach that boat, though?
Yes, it's fine. For me, at least.
You can see... I love how I can still see them emoting in the back.
Understood. If anything happens to me, then I'll leave the rest to you.
Meow.
Oh my, there's a small metal box in the bucket. This has to be the source.
Metal? It looked like it was wood.
Can we take it?
Yes, provided I can overpower the malice it's engulfed in. Ha! That was it. Should be safe to touch now. I'll leave that part to you.
No problem. It's pretty heavy.
Yeah, it is metal on closer look. I thought it was just like a deep mahogany.
What do you think is in this box? What do you think this box is, exactly?
It appears to be quite old. It likely dates back to the same time period as our map. Here, take a look at the symbol on top of the box. Do you recognize it from anywhere?
Yeah, I saw it on the map.
Oh, this is that strange symbol we saw on the map.
It's thus fair to say that the map was leading us towards this exact box.
That only makes its identity all the more intriguing. There's some strange lines on the side. Perhaps it is some sort of pattern.
And not possibly just damaged cracks? I don't know. I mean, those lines on the bottom there look too straight for that.
It appears to open from the top, but it's not budging at all. It would take quite a lot of strength to force it open.
I believe this box has been sealed with powerful spiritual energy. It was probably sealed by a skilled sorcerer a long time ago. I doubt it'll open by any normal means.
I can feel something shifting whenever I turn it. Must be some kind of mechanism inside.
I suppose you want to align the box with the spiritual energy of this place.
In English, please?
It is likely that the mechanism for unlocking the box is activated by orientating the box in the right directions in the right order.
I see. So I have to figure out where to point it. Leave it to me.
Alright. So probably another hint using our map.
I'm not sure I really understand it, but we'll take out the box anyway. If I need any help, I can always ask Circe. I thought getting rocked by the waves on a small boat like this might make her seasick, but she looks fine so far. I had no day we encounter a curse today. It's a good thing Circe was here.
It's possible this area is key to getting the box open, so we should try to figure it out before leaving.
Got it. I wonder where the hell we got this boat from. Fishing boat. The boat of the armor diver who found the metal box. There's not a trace of life left on it. According to Ikoma, the armor diver went to investigate alone without a companion to mind the boat. I swallowed my fear and tugged on the rope earlier on the off chance he was still down there somewhere. I pulled up the whole length of rope, but no one was tied to it.
Okay, that's good to know then.
A fishing boat without a soul aboard drifts in the lonely waves. The weather is great and the sea is calm, yet there's something unsettling in the air.
Yeah, I feel it too.
Are you trying to scare me?
No, just affirm.
The closest shore to us is the east side of the Shima Peninsula. You got a good view from here. I think I can see all the way from Ijika to Kuzaki.
That's right. Both have a lot of armor, but Kuzaki is especially known as the holy ground for armor divers.
Not Kamishima? Interesting. The far shore. The far shore we see here is Toba's Arashima and Uramura, I believe.
I heard Uramura District's oyster harvest is so plentiful that you can find all-you-can-eat clam buffets from fall to winter there.
Really? We should have come during a different season. I would have loved some fresh oysters.
Don't remind me. I'm fucking starving, dude.
Nearby island. I think that's the remote island of Sugashima, with Toshijima visible just beyond.
Toshijima is the place where the pirate daimyo Kuki Yoshitaka apparently took his life.
Thanks for informing me of that. That's how it may look isolated, but it's actually Kameshima. There was a poster for it at the inn.
Whoa.
Whoa, what's so amazing about it? What's so amazing that music would have to cut out and make me extremely unsettled?
I can feel a horrible presence even from all the way over here. Almost like some kind of curse. How can I best put it? Like some persistent, heavy grudge. I think it's coming from the island's south.
It looks quite normal to me. Is it really that bad?
It is. I'd rather not go there. It'll make me feel sick.
Yeah, the Curse of the Raging Waves. That's what she got sick from earlier on Kamishima. It was because she kept on sensing the Curse of the Raging Waves, and it's like, oh, fuck. Alright, anything else? Any birds in the boat? Not that I can see. Any birds flying in the sky? Still a no. Okay. Let's do some thinking. After I look at the map first. It's definitely the spot indicated by the map. Okay. And he marked that for us, so that's good. Take out the box. Now then, how to open this metal box? I should investigate the box and rotate it so I can get a good look at all four sides. So I can rotate left and right, but not up or down. I have to orient the box in the right direction, but what is the right way? The patterns of the box's sides are quite intriguing. It must be related to the solution somehow. There's 3 dots on the bottom there. Ah, these must align with, like, the coastlines. Okay. I see that. So that relates to... Need to find a place that lines up perfectly here. Like right there? No. 1, 3, 2, 4. Okay, so you probably have to do it in the right order here. I see. Okay, so where's the shores that I'm supposed to be looking for? See a 1. Would just have to be here? Oh, there we go. Okay. I just completely missed it. Oh, I felt something move inside the box. I must be on the right track.
Nice. Keep at it.
All right. So now 2. And I can probably just keep going here until I hit something. Not there. Ah, right over here. I see. Yep. All right, I'm on fire. That's 2. Okay, then would be no. There we go. It's here. I found it.
Good job. Just one left.
Oh, I was just there. Okay, then I assume that is... No. Yep, Taishima.
Yes, it's open.
Congratulations. What's inside?
Let's see. Huh? What is this?
Oh, you just get a curse stone from that? No! Please don't tell me this is the curse stone of the Heike. It's actually Avi doing this shit.
Some kind of small wooden carving.
Oh.
Curse stone acquired. Curse of the Forsaken Fish. Oh, no. Oh, no, Avi.
Whoa! Something came out!
Oh, I want to go. No, it hurts.
Yikes! What is this? Make it stop! A deep and painful, resentful memory has invaded my mind.
Terrible pain. Help me. I want to go. No, it hurts. Drift forever. Ill-doers. Be as fish. Perish.
Be as fish. Be as fish.
You've acquired the Curse of the Forsaken Fish Curse Stone. You can use to turn people into fish and kill them when they are submerged in the water of Issei Bay. It can even be used at a distance, provided the target meets the requirements. Press the Use Curse button when you wish to use the curse. Oh, gods, give me the decision. Oh, fuck. Oh, we are so back. Oh, we're so back. Files updated. Phenomena and curses. Curse of the Forsaken Fish. A curse born from the foul moments of Hayase, a mermaid brutally tortured to death by humans on Taishima around 400 years ago. Oh, God. The curse has the power to kill any human submerged in the waters of Issei Bay by gradually turning them to a fish starting from their feet. However, the excruciating pain suffered during the transformation often results in them dying before the metamorphosis is complete. The bodies of those who succumb to the curse decay almost instantly, shriveling up to desiccated fibrous masses. The curse can also be triggered remotely, provided that the curse bearer knows their victim's exact location. Mermaids inherently possess the ability to turn humans into fish at will. The Curse of the Forsaken Fish is a result of that ability being turned to a conditional curse and sealed within a curse stone. Okay, so they actually got an Onmyoji to actually make the curse stone from her. Ugh. Well, confirmation that mermaids are real, at the very least.
What the hell was that?
I'm not certain, but I believe we may have just acquired a cursed tool known as a curse stone. However, they are rarely possessed by such powerful curse echoes. How lucky!
Lucky!
If you truly are congratulating me, then I'll happily celebrate with you, but can I ask you something first?
Of course.
Am I cursed? Am I going to die?
I wouldn't say you were cursed, per se. There was a similar case in Tokyo last year.
Hold on for a minute. I cannot think straight. It's far too overwhelming. An incredible amount of information flooded my mind just now. I need a moment to settle before I can take in anything else.
You must mean the resentful memory held by the curse. It's a phenomenon when the events leading up to the curse forming are passed on to the curse bearer, so that's gradual spread. Oh, and a curse bearer refers to someone who is haunted by a curse echo and thus able to use the curse.
Stop! I already told you I can't take any new information. You're doing this on purpose, aren't you?
Alright, can I see the actual events? No. Curse echoes and bearers. Curse echoes are the visual manifestations of curses. These manifestations are fundamentally related to the origin of the curse, but they do not always take on the same shape, sometimes appearing in a more abstract or disfigured form instead. Excuse me. Unlike spirits, they are manifested illusions and such have no consciousness of their own. A person afflicted by a curse that has a curse echo is called a curse bearer. Even among curses, a curse that contains a curse echo should be considered very powerful in and of itself. Ordinarily, those with no spirit sense would not be able to perceive a curse echo, but such individuals become curse bearers by coming into possession of a curse stone, or some other means can see other curse echoes. Alright. Curse stones. A type of curse tool that allows even people without any spirit sense to wield curses. As long as the tool meets the above criteria, items of any shape or size may be referred to as curse stones. I thought we've already read all this, though. Many curse stones have conditions that must be fulfilled to use them, often based on the spiritual power and characteristics of the curse itself. If a curse stone has low spiritual power, it may only be possible to use it under specific circumstances, such as when under the influence of the Feast of Shadows, a spell that heightens the potency of certain types of spiritual energy, which is what happened in the last game and what allowed the curse stones to come to be.
I think I just learned why Taishima sunk 400 years ago. Let me sort all that out first.
Really? Tell me!
Yeah, give me a minute.
Date unknown. Afternoon. Tobacay City area. Yeah, so most likely, Arnev was the one who turned Somikawa into a fish then. I don't like that, though.
Thank you for investigating the situation for me.
And he probably also ended up turning Ikoma into a fish. But no. Ikoma wasn't one of the mermaids, no. He was killed by the Heike. Different curse stone.
I was involved in an accident many years ago, so I can't bring myself to go out to sea anymore. You've been a tremendous help.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. We actually got our hands on something quite valuable, so we owe you thanks as well.
That's great. I'd love to hear more about what you discovered if you don't mind.
Of course.
Will he believe it necessarily, though? That's what I'm wondering. Is there anything interesting around here, though? Not that I can think of.
You want a curse fell into her lap, she managed to remain calm. Only a consummate professional like her could be so cool and collected with all that's happened.
Professional 14-year-old. Or is she 15? Regardless, she's a child.
Will you believe us if we suddenly start talking about curses?
Can we just not bring it up?
You think you can explain it all without bringing them up?
Well, we'll see how far we get.
Alright.
We're Ikoma's dead. I suppose we ought to tell him everything we've learned. He may look scary, but his demeanor is surprisingly gentle and kind. He's a very polite young man. People like him tend to be misunderstood because they're a little awkward. You must struggle with that kind of thing a lot.
All this is making me wondering just how Yumeko knows about the Curse of the Forsaken Fish. Well, I guess, no. She made it clear that the Curse of the Forsaken Fish is something that mermaids can naturally do, and she was aware of that. However, she's not aware that that was sealed into a curse stone. So that makes it very different. Talk about the Yama Diver.
The diver I hired to perform the search was an Ama diver living in Towa City by the name of Tamiko Suma.
Yeah, this is the one that ended up going missing that Yumeko knew about, so...
I thought there was no way we could pull off the search, but that's when she agreed to take on my request.
I feel terrible about what happened. I can only hope that she's still out there somewhere unharmed. She had no way of knowing how dangerous this job was.
Please, I'm the one who sent her out there. If there's blame to take, it is mine. But still, what exactly happened out there?
About that. Let's start with this metal box the Alma Diver found.
Please do. It appears Miss Suma decided to take on my commission alone and set out to sea by herself. Perhaps things would have ended differently if there had been a boatman with her.
Let it be known, never go out to sea by yourself. Although I think that should be fairly obvious for anyone.
So basically, this is the wooden carving we found inside the metal box.
I see. So your map indicated the location of this wooden carving.
We believe so.
Question is why? Why go all the way to not just hide it, but conceal the map in a mermaid mummy? How very intriguing.
Not only that, to also end up selling the mermaid mummy.
I suppose a carving like that would have had some value back in the day, but to go through all the effort to preserve it like this.
I believe what was preserved was not the carving itself, but the mermaid's memory that was stored inside the curse. Dun dun dun!
A curse? Done what now?
You've lost him.
That's right. In other words, the one who made that box entrusted it with a message, and we are the recipients.
Please calm down. I'm feeling quite lost. I know you're quite excited, but I think we have no choice but to start explaining the curse.
That's right. It's curse chit-chat time. You may be a bit too rational to believe what I'm about to tell you, Mr. Ikoma. Even so, I ask that you try your best.
Huh?
If you're ready to hear it, I'm ready to say it. Come, give me your answer in the next 3 seconds. 3.
I'm prepared. Please tell me. I see. So the Taishima mermaid known as Hayase was killed by raiders. The hatred she left behind became a curse that entered this wood carving. You, Abi, then inherited her curse in addition to information from 400 years ago in the form of a resentful memory. You absorbed all of that quite efficiently. I'm impressed. This is actually not the first time I've heard of what can happen if one touches a curse stone.
Oh, you know about this shit? Oh. You probably heard about it from Yamashina then.
Oh.
Yes, but let's save that conversation for later. More importantly, you know what actually went down on Taishima 400 years ago.
That's right. I know the truth. All of it. What happened, what didn't, I know it.
Yeah. I'm really curious why it hasn't entered my files yet, so the game is deliberately hiding that information from me.
You seem a bit frazzled. Do you need more time to collect your thoughts?
There's no need to worry. I'm prepared, but it will take some time to explain.
He accepted the supernatural aspects of our story quite quickly.
Well, he did already believe in mermaids, after all.
Did he? I thought he was more so thinking of it in, like, the tourism sort of angle, but maybe I didn't, look through it as much as I should have.
We're currently at the mouth of Kamo River. There's a residential area further upstream. It seems Mr. Ikomai just arrived in Toba, so we managed to meet up without any problems.
There's anything else around here? Because I kind of just completely skipped by, all this on accident. Oh well. Alright, let's keep talking about the box.
That reminds me. I meant to ask about the metal box. It's been lying on the sea floor for 400 years. How come it wasn't discovered until now?
I mean, it was pretty far off. Like, a lot of things on the ocean floor go undiscovered, let's be honest.
It was most likely sealed inside a rock or something until a few months ago.
The earthquake.
So it was sealed away until a certain amount of time had passed.
No, I believe the box's unsealing may have been triggered by something.
Yeah, the curse of the raging waves. The Amadiver.
It appears Miss Suma...
Okay. Still the same thing. Taishima.
It's time to reveal what truly happened 400 years ago to Taishima and the mermaids.
Please, do tell.
Around 400 years ago, the area of Shima province, which included Taishima, was governed by the Kuki clan. The leader of the clan at the time was Kuki Sumitaka, and it was his duty to protect the secret of the 3 mermaids living on Taishima.
There must have been Sobai, Nagame, and Hayase.
However, the legend that eating mermaid flesh could grant immortal life was well known, so he secretly hid them on Taishima so no one would learn about their existence. It appears Sumitaka thought of the mermaids as a sacred or divine existence. The thought of seeking immortality for himself likely never crossed his mind. The land where the mermaids lived was a sanctuary that he fiercely protected at all cost.
In other words, Taishima was an island where people worshipped the mermaids in secret.
Indeed, but the people living on the island were not simple commoners, but guards tasked with protecting the sanctuary and its mermaids. Sumitaka was so dedicated to keeping the mermaids secret that he kept the existence of Taishima out of historical records. The public believed the island was entirely uninhabited.
I see. By keeping its existence hidden, he was able to keep the mermaids safe.
However, a vassal of Sumitaka's uncle Yoshitaka learned about the mermaids on Taishima. He passed this information on to Yoshitaka, who believed obtaining immortality was a must to rise to the top in an era that was often plagued by war. He commanded his vassal to lead his army to Taishima and do whatever he had to do to return with the flesh of a mermaid. Sumitaka and those in the island resisted, but the invading army was far too powerful. The island was swiftly overrun. Ultimately, Hayase was captured and brought before the vassal. The vassal tortured her, demanding she grant him the power of immortality. But Hayase did not yield, even to the most hellish torments. She screamed and cursed with despair and anger until her dying breath.
That's horrible.
The hatred Hayase felt at the moment of her death led to the creation of the curse of the Forsaken Fish.
I'm just wondering, maybe there's a sort of limit on that power, and that's why she couldn't have turned her attackers into fish, so to speak. Because otherwise, I feel like she definitely would have defended herself in that way.
And that is what I learned from the resentful memory inside the Curse Stone. But to be honest, that is only half.
Half of what?
Half of the memories. The other half is the memories of the one who left behind the metal box.
Oh. Interesting.
Namely, the story of how the Curse of the Forsaken Fish became a Curse Stone.
Yeah. That's the part I was curious about.
Having failed to obtain immortality, the vessel flew into a rage. He had all inhabitants of Taishima slaughtered as revenge for keeping this secret.
This guy was the worst.
Finally, he continued his advance into the sanctuary the islanders had protected down to the last man. There, he destroyed its shrine. What's irony that he came so close to the secret he had been so desperate to find.
Are you saying the other 2 mermaids were still in the sanctuary?
No, they had already fled Taishima. Actually, there were 2 other survivors. Sumitake's adopted daughter, Princess Hatsune, also escaped the chaos of the invasion unscathed.
Ah. Alright. And that's where the tale of Princess Hatsune came from? Oh, nope. Not story chart. Hold on. I need to read that part again. Where was that written in? Kuki and Princess Hatsune. Wait, was it Kuki Yoshitaka? No, it was Sumitaka. Okay. Different guy. However, both from the Kuki clan. Were the Kuki clan exclusive to the island? I need to know about that. Okay, let's see. Okay, Sumitaka was his nephew. Yeah, died young due to reportedly due to illness. Okay, so it was actually due to the raiding invasion. It was 2 years after the Noji incident. Princess Hatsune. So we can assume that Princess Hatsune at least had a human appearance then. And she was able to walk on land. End up killing herself, though? I'm not so sure about that.
There was one other islander who managed to survive as well, taking with him the treasure the mermaids had protected.
The mermaid's treasure.
This may shed some light on the descendant you spoke of earlier.
Of course. She must be a descendant of the man that escaped that day.
We now know she was correct when she spoke of 3 mermaids living on Taishima.
So we do.
Putting descendants aside for now, let's return to 400 years ago. The vassals' invasion and destruction of the sanctuary was likely a trigger. As a reaction to the sanctuary's fate and their own ill-deserved deaths, the sorrow and hatred of the islanders swirled together, and formed into the curse of the raging waves, a natural disaster that shook the heavens when it descended upon Taishima. The curse bombarded Taishima with violent winds, earthquakes, and thunder. Then, in a final act to protect Taishima's lost sanctuary, they sank it into the sea to destroy all evidence of it ever existing.
They destroyed it.
The small island of Taishima sunk swiftly under the waves. The vassal and all of his men were, of course, all killed thanks to the curse. But one problem remained.
That wasn't the end of it.
The last remaining mermaid, potentially? That's the thing I'm wondering about.
Taishima was destroyed by the natural disasters caused by the curse of the raging waves. The calamity continued for many days. It must have seemed as though it would never end.
Can't imagine how terrifying it must have been.
Sumitaka even sought out a famous Myoji to dispel the curse, but he was unsuccessful.
Wait, Sumitaka lived? I thought that he would also be slaughtered as well. Huh. I guess he escaped.
The curse would eventually sink to the bottom of the sea, alongside the sanctuary, and be sealed there. Only then did the calamity end.
I need to look up here. Like, from the beginning. Yeah, Sumitaka was the lord there. Hayase ended up dying. Okay. Yeah, the other 2 mermaids and also Sumitaka, I assume, fled. Wait, no. Oh, I completely misread that. Princess Hatsune is a different individual, not a mermaid. Okay. Yeah, Princess Hatsune. And one of the islanders. And then both of the mermaids. But Sumitaka isn't included in those 4. Okay, so I assume that there was those 5 survivors then. Just assume that Sumitaka also lived. Was that his name? Sumi something? Yeah, it was Sumitaka. Okay.
The curse would eventually sink to the bottom of the sea, alongside the sanctuary, and be sealed there. Only then did the calamity end. It appears this curse was so powerful that it required a sacrifice to be truly sealed.
A sacrifice?
Not just any sacrifice, but a living one. Princess Hatsune offered herself up to be that sacrifice.
You said she was Sumitaka's adopted daughter, yes? That she lived on Taishima? Yeah, that doesn't sound like a good enough sacrifice. You would want, like, a raider. That appears to be the case. Sumitaka was evidently so taken with her that he decided to adopt her. The rumor that she threw herself down a well was likely spread to cover up the real cause of her death. So Princess Hatsune was actually sacrificed.
The seal would hold for 400 years. They must have hoped that the curse itself would fade during that time, too. However, the curse of the forsaken fish created by Hayase also continued to linger in the same place. So the Amyoji sealed it inside the wooden carving, turning it into a curse stone. Then the same Onmyoji, knowing that the seal would only last 400 years, stored his memories within the curse stone to pass on this information.
He wished to pass down his knowledge for others to use in the event the curse outlasted the 400-year lifespan of the seal. He left behind instructions on how to completely dispel the curse of the raging waves.
Indeed, I've compiled it all in my files.
Oh, thank God. Curse of the Raging Waves. Let's see. In truth, the curse has been perpetually active ever since its inception. The sacrifice offered 400 years ago merely served to seal the source of the calamity during this time. It is believed that Mari Minakuchi attempted to lift the curse once and for all, only for a failure to give rise to the disaster 5 years ago. Ah, I see. In the event that the curse did not fade in the 400 years it was sealed, the Amyoji originally responsible for sealing the curse left behind a plan to dispel it. It is this belief that the curse's power would have weakened enough by that point that performing the following steps would be enough to lift the curse completely. First, thou must unbind my seal, risen from the depths with the iron box. I assume that just means open the box. Second, thou must offer the still-tied mirror bequeathed by the sacrifice to the sanctuary. Third, let those who share blood with the lost souls of Taishima be the ones to offer appeasement. Okay, so a descendant. Yeah, so we're gonna have to end up going to Mima at some point and be like, please do this for us.
So that's what happened.
And that wraps it up. I got all that info beamed into my brain in a flash, and yet I still managed to present it as an enticing narrative, huh? How amazing was that?
You are such an amazing fantasy author. Thank you for the applause, sirs.
You're utterly astounding. Wow, incredible.
Alright, Invasion of Taishima. Okay, maybe this will make it easier to understand here. Around 400 years ago, during the Sengoku period, Oda Nobunaga was assassinated at Honoji Temple. Kuki Yoshitaka, commander of the Kuki Navy, had steadily been gaining influence within the clan, but now he found himself at crossroads in an era still racked by the turmoil of war. Okay. So yeah, this was the uncle of Sumitaka then. But Sumitaka and their part of the Kuki clan was on Taishima, and this other part of the Kuki clan must have been on the mainland then. Okay. It was then that a vassal of the Kuki clan, Komatsu Sadamune, approached him with some intriguing information. According to Sadamune, 3 mermaids were said to be living on Taishima under the protection of some of the island's residents, even though the island was originally thought to be uninhabited. It was widely known through folklore that eating the flesh of a mermaid granted one immortality and eternal youth. Sadamune urged Yoshitaka to take advantage of this, suggesting that if he possessed such power, an invincible army would be his to command. You got... Sure. Seeing this as the opportunity he had been waiting for, Yoshitaka ordered Sadamune to capture the mermaids and bring them back to him. However, Kuki Sumitaka, Yoshitaka's nephew and head of the clan at the time, strongly opposed his approaching Taishima. It was in fact Sumitaka who had been secretly protecting the mermaids on Taishima. Believing the mermaids to be messengers of the gods and the island a sacred sanctuary, he had worked to keep them isolated from outside influence. Ah, okay, so Sumitaka wasn't actually an islander, he was just protecting them. Makes sense. His adopted daughter, Princess Hatsune, was also living in hiding on Taishima at the time for other reasons, which further strengthened his opposition to Yoshitaka's plan. However, it was not long before Komatsu Sadamune learned of this. He reported to Yoshitaka that Sumitaka was not only planning to keep the mermaids for himself, but was also secretly moving to build an army of his own. Ah, just completely making up bullshit, I see. Infuriated by what he perceived as an act of rebellion, Yoshitaka gave the order for Sadamune to prepare a military invasion of Taishima. Upon receiving the order, Komatsu Sadamune immediately set sail for Taishima at the head of a large army. Caught off guard by this unexpected attack, Sumitaka scrambled to send out his own forces in an attempt to resist, but was unable to prevent the enemy from landing. In the blink of an eye, the once peaceful and beautiful landscape of Taishima was transformed into a nightmare. The islanders, guardians of the sacred land, desperately fought back, but they stood no chance against seasoned soldiers hardened by years of battle in the front lines, and one after another they fell before the invaders. Sadamune ordered that even women and children be cut down without mercy, and soon the waters around Taishima ran red with blood. Sadamune's forces swept across the island, searching every inch for signs of the mermaids as they pressed their assault. Finally, they discovered a mermaid in hiding by the name of Hayase and captured her. Sadamune demanded that she make his troops immortal, but the mermaid staunchly refused, even as Sadamune turned to torture, inflicting unspeakable pain with every refusal. The torture escalated until eventually even her supernatural nature was not enough to withstand the torment. On the brink of death and resigned to her fate, Hayase gave a final terrible cry, overflowing with resentment and anger as she breathed her last. Sadamune ordered his men to take the flesh from her body, but as they moved to do so, a strange phenomenon began to occur. All the soldiers who approached her body began to transform into fish, their bodies decaying rapidly as the transformation took hold. Hayase cast a curse upon them with her dying breath. Okay, that's the part that I was like, why wouldn't she do this? But no, she actually did do that. Okay. With the one mermaid Sadamune had captured dead and his forces decimated, he began a mad search of the island in pursuit of the remaining two mermaids. Eventually, he found a deep cave in the interior of the island that extended far beneath the earth, reaching down to the sea floor. The deepest part of the cave was a shrine, and a door with this powerful seal over it that he couldn't open no matter how hard he tried. And I assume that this is what is beneath the hole. Okay. Right, because the place where we dived at earlier was in fact the same spot where Taishima was earlier. So yeah, that hole definitely leads to the shrine. And that seal that you broke was definitely one of the ones that I assume were holding the shrine. Convinced this had to be the entrance to the sacred land, the home of the mermaids, Sadamune gathered all his remaining gunpowder and artillery and unleashed it on the door, destroying both it and the shrine in the process. Okay, never mind. The next moment, a violent tremor wrecked the entire island, and the skies above were engulfed by a storm. The repercussions of his desecration of the sacred land and the resentment of the islanders he had senselessly slaughtered blended together, unleashing an all-consuming calamity that seemed to shake the very heavens and earth. Ravaged by fierce earthquakes and vicious storms, Taishima sank beneath the waves, as if nature itself sought to protect the sacred land by erasing all traces of its existence. Thus were Taishima and the sacred land, along with Sadamune and his army, lost to the sea in an instant. Oh god, there's still so much here. The only survivors of this tragedy were two mermaids and two islanders that had successfully made their escape from the island. Hayase had in fact stayed behind his bait to allow the others to escape. Ah, that makes sense. The two surviving islanders were Princess Hatsune and a man named Somikawa, who had been assigned to the duty of protecting a relic important to the mermaids. However, the tale did not end with the sinking of Taishima. Sumitaka eventually made it to the seas near the island, but a fierce anger and resentment darkened the waters around it. And the curse born from these dark emotions, the curse of the raging waves, had given rise to a storm that continued to rage even several days after the incident. I just needed to reread that, sorry. Furthermore, the curse born from Hayase's final moments, the curse of the forsaken fish, also continued to exert its influence on the area, causing anyone who entered the storm's domain to transform into a fish. The situation had grown beyond anyone's ability to control. Sumitaka, looking for a solution, turned to Tsuchimikado Hadukage, a renowned onmyoji and friend of Princess Hatsune. Part of the Tsuchimikado clan, just like Seimin was. After conducting an investigation, Hadukage concluded that the source of the curse was the sacred land, now sunk beneath the waves. Although the curse was too powerful to dispel, it would be possible to seal the sacred land by offering up a sacrifice, thereby suppressing its calamitous effects. The seal would last for 400 years, by which time he anticipated that the curse of the raging waves would dissipate. Hearing this, Princess Hatsune volunteered to sacrifice herself in the hopes that it would bring peace to the souls of the islanders who had looked after her during her time on Taishima. With her noble sacrifice, the storm at last died down, and peace was restored to the seas around the island. A bronze mirror in Princess Hatsune's possession at the time was imbued with the power to serve as a talisman to calm raging waves. It was passed from person to person over the years, eventually making its way to Kamishima. Right, and that's the mirror that's talking about there. So, who was holding onto the mirror there, then? Because I don't think we've ever seen a specific mirror like that, just the ones that were given out as Kamishima merch, you know? Hey, Paladin, how's it going, man? A lot has happened, and I have no way of explaining it in any sort of succinct detail, so, I won't. Just had homemade soup, very tasty. Oh, hell yeah, dude. Soup sounds very good to me right now. I just need food in general. I ate at, 3 o'clock, but for some reason, it wasn't enough. I had a giant ass plate of fucking chicken fries, and that was still not enough somehow. So I might have to leave to get a snack here shortly. We'll see. Where was I? Tsuchimikado Hadokage was also able to seal the Curse of the Forsaken Fish in the wooden accessory that Princess Hatsune had been wearing, turning it into a curse stone. Hadokage used the resentful memories contained within the curse stone to create a record of the event, which he sealed within a heavily locked iron box before concealing it in a rock on the seabed. In the event the Curse of the Raging Waves had not abated even after 400 years, he made it so that the seal on the rock would be lifted at the same time as the seal on the sacred land, so that the record of what happened and the method of undoing the curse would make its way to future generations. Meanwhile, to protect the sacred land and the mermaid, Sumitaka ensured all records of Taishima were erased, so no mention of the island or the disaster that had befallen it would make its way into historical accounts. He also concocted a tale in which Princess Hatsune had thrown herself down a well in defiance of a political marriage in order to conceal her sacrifice. You're kind of also tanking your reputation at the same time by doing that, though. Afterwards, Kuki Yoshitaka, infuriated not only by his failure to obtain immortality, but also by the loss of his primary military force, murdered Sumitaka, who opposed him to the very end, and seized control of the Kuki clan in both name and nature. He had his vassals search the area around Taishima countless times after that, but it said that they found neither the mermaids or any trace of their existence. Cool! Not cool, but, you know, cool! What are my thoughts on this? Alright, still the same thoughts. Still more about Taishima. I compiled all the details of the story in these files, so feel free to go over it at your own pace.
Oh, thank you.
These are my files that I am holding on to. However, you can look at them at any time. Just don't ask me to hand them over to you. Okay, I guess we're going back to it later. Talk about the Yama Diver.
After Misuma found the metal box, you mean to tell me she's died? It's likely. We consider that the curse of the Forsaken Fish had completely saturated the metal box. It is likely already too late for her.
Oh, horrible. Okay, so we can assume that her corpse then ended up washing up on the shore, and then that's the one that fucking Yamashina ended up taking control of. So he ended up finding that corpse. Very neat.
Since she likely turned to a fish and died soon after, there's a high chance her transformed body will wash up on shore soon.
Oh, nothing else? Okay, I assume Sir says something then?
Wait a second.
Is something wrong?
Avi, if someone is affected by the curse of the Forsaken Fish, the transformation starts at the feet and travels slowly up, yes?
I believe so, though it's hard to say for sure without witnessing it.
If it is true, then that may explain the true identity of the fish mermaids discovered in this area. It could have been the bodies of those who died in the middle of transforming due to the curse of the Forsaken Fish.
Yeah, they just ended up getting a little too close to that area.
Oh, that's a convincing theory. Fish mermaids have been recorded as having only human heads or faces, or appearing human just from the chest or shoulders up. If the curse starts at the feet and travels upward, that would explain the variety of fish mermaids that have appeared.
The process is so painful that most die mid-transformation. And the curse causes the corpse to rapidly wither, forming a fibrous mass.
Ugh.
May even be the true identity of your mermaid mummy.
Interesting. Still, without analyzing it directly, there's no way to know for certain.
Well, didn't he say that the mermaid mummy was a mass of, like, clay and shit? And also the fact that the mermaid would had the map inside would mean that someone would have to open up the mermaid and then put the map in and then close it back up, all without being seen. Well, not necessarily seen, but without any visible signs of it having been opened up. That's what I mean.
Or perhaps this is why the mermaid mummies originating from Japan are of such high quality.
Of course, this doesn't mean that all fish mermaids and mermaid mummies are authentic.
But it means there's a possibility.
That's not a good possibility. What am I doing?
Any number of fish mermaids could actually be victims of this curse.
Also, this individual is fairly tall, considering that Arnev can't even see him at eye level. Unusual for a Japanese man.
Actually, I just remembered there were 2 points from your tale I wanted to discuss.
About the events 400 years ago?
My first point concerns the vassal who tortured the mermaid in an attempt to obtain immortality. If all he needed was the mermaid's flesh, what necessity would there be in torturing her?
Good point.
Oh, that's true. It could mean that the vassal ate the mermaid's flesh, but he did not become immortal. So he tortured her to figure out why.
Either that or he was trying to torture her to figure out the locations of the other two mermaids.
As for the second observation,
I have a theory about the area you described as the sanctuary. Could it possibly be referring to an entrance to Ryugu?
Yeah.
Ryugu.
It is sometimes also referred to as the Eternal World, or the world beyond. In some legends, mermaids are priestesses who serve as the ruler of Ryugu, the god of the sea.
I see. The sanctuary was actually an entrance to Ryugu, and that could mean that the mermaids were not living on Taishima, but merely traveling there from Ryugu.
Yes, I believe that to be the case. It would also explain why the destruction of this sanctuary would inspire the fury of the god of the sea. To be honest, it's difficult to believe that the grudges of the inhabitants of Taishima would be enough to explain what happened.
Yeah. Considering that, there probably weren't that many islanders living there in the first place. And we know that the grudges of normal people aren't nearly as powerful as those of those with spiritual sense or whatnot. Considering that the Curse Stone of Ashido was so powerful in the last game. Like, that's a big part of it. So, thinking that a curse of that size could show up just from regular people is still a bit much to ask, in my opinion.
How could they possibly engender a curse powerful enough to sink an island and linger for more than 400 years?
Yeah, if it was a one-time thing, then sure, but...
However, it's quite easy to believe that a curse from Ryugu could maintain such power.
That also explains the necessity of a living sacrifice. Of course, one would be required to seal an entrance to Ryugu. But the entrance to Ryugu was sealed. What became of the two mermaids that fled Taishima?
I doubt Sobai and Nagame managed to return to Ryugu.
I imagine that one of them could have been Mare Mitikushi, like, possibly? But then again... she's showing more signs of being an 800-year immortal than an actual mermaid, so...
I believe they have been living here in the human world for the past 400 years, waiting for the seal to be lifted. They had just hid somewhere away from human eyes.
If that's true, they've been successfully hiding for over 400 years.
Of course, if they were to hide themselves at the bottom of the sea, it'd be practically impossible to find them. It is also possible they've been wandering the globe rather than lingering in one place.
That could explain all the mermaid sightings around the world. They could all be these same two.
Ah, all this discussion of hiding made me realize something.
What is it?
Do you recall the story Mystery Coma told us yesterday of the mermaid who became human?
Ah!
Are you suggesting she decided to join human society because she could not return to Ryugu?
It's a possibility we should consider.
But that occurred only a few decades ago. Why would she decide to become human just before the seal was released?
Perhaps the circumstances changed. We can only speculate on the motivations of someone who has lived for centuries. It is possible she did not feel compelled, but decided to become human out of her own desire.
She had met someone she wanted to live a mortal life with, like in The Little Mermaid.
That's certainly possible, and quite romantic too.
I'll have to write this down. It could make for a solid novel.
Our people are just gonna think you're plagiarizing The Little Mermaid, though.
Oh, I've just realized something.
What is it?
You heard about this mermaid from the descendant of the Taishima survivor, yes?
That's correct.
I feel it's only right that they are informed of the things we learned. We'd love to talk to her. We are quite curious about this mermaid treasure, too. Must have been passed down to them through the generations.
I understand. I'll probably drop by her place later anyway, since I have to handle the matter with Misuma. I'll discuss it with her then.
Thanks, that'd be great.
That said, in return, I have a favor to ask of you.
Go ahead, we'll do whatever we can.
You said that seal over the entrance to Ryugu has been lifted. Is that correct?
Yes, it has most likely been gone for several months now.
Huh, really?
Horrible curse has been swirling around the area where Taishima used to be. It's possible that the curse is the curse of the raging waves, and it surged up from Ryugu once more now that the seal has been lifted. The fact that we were able to open the metal box is proof enough that the seal has faded.
That would mean the entrance to Ryugu is not open.
Well, the situation is quite unstable now, what with the curse of the raging waves seeping in through the entrance.
At any rate, what do you want us to do?
There's an island called Kamishima that is located quite close to where Taishima once was. There's something I would like you to do for me there. This request does in fact have some relation to our current conversation.
What was with the camera shake there?
Oh?
Yeah, and this is where they start looking to Mari Minakuchi, right? Ryokan guest room.
Now then, Avi? We decided to tell Ikoma everything, but I know there's some information you kept from him.
Oh, did I?
Yes, something from the mermaid's memories. The real way to obtain immortality?
That's right. I see no reason to inform him about it.
It makes sense that he would know that, all things considered. I just didn't even question until now. God damn. These characters are smarter than me. Fuck.
After all, no matter what he may say about tourist attractions, this guy's also after immortality. I saw him straighten up when you talked about the mermaid being tortured because her capture required more than their flesh for immortality.
Are you sure? I thought his goal, even if he had one, was to quell the curse of the raging waves.
Perhaps there's that too. He even asked us to go Kamishima and find the still-tide mirror in his stead. You did mention lifting the curse required the mirror as well as help the Taishima descendant, right?
There was also something about lifting a seal first, but I don't know what that part's about.
Well, I see no harm in quelling the curse, so I say we continue to cooperate for now.
Agreed, though I wish we did not have to approach Kamishima at all. The evil atmosphere is nauseating.
However, we must consider the possibility that Ikoma actually has his eyes on the mermaids in Ryugu. It's possible he may be searching for mermaids like us. I suppose that discussion can wait for later. First, we must find the treasure that the survivor managed to slip out of Taishima.
You mean the treasure required in addition to the mermaid flesh when attempting to gain immortality?
Yes. It's a treasure known as the Tame Tobacco.
Ah, and that's the wooden box.
Mermaid flesh is to be put inside and purified by it to have any effect. So, provided one is both the flesh of a human mermaid and a Tamate Baku, then immortality is indeed attainable. Boom!
Yeah, and that's whole Urashima Taro thing. Okay. A similar box also made its appearance in the tale of Urashima Taro as the box gifted to the eponymous protagonist by Otohime, leading to its name becoming widely known. The box is filled with spiritual energy similar in nature to that which fills Ryugu, the mermaid's original home. Objects placed within it may thus be kept in the same state they would be within Ryugu. It is said that the mermaids used the box to bring objects from Ryugu with them so that they would otherwise have been unable to transport to the material world, but also has a secondary effect of returning mermaid flesh, normally only able to exist in a transient state in the material world, to the state it would be in Ryugu, thereby restoring its ability to grant immortality.
If we can meet with the Taishima descendant, they could probably provide us with information on the Tamate Bako.
So I assume instead of actually eating the flesh, they would just have to basically bond to the mermaid flesh with the person and keep it in the Tamate Bako inside it at all times. And the moment they open the box, the mermaid flesh returns to normal, and thus it no longer has any immortality-related effects. That makes sense with how it correlates with Urashima Taro, then.
I concur. If we could get our hands on the Tamate Baku, we wouldn't have to worry about Ikoma. However, it is likely he is wary of us and will keep us from meeting the descendant.
At the very least, we know he's cautious enough to keep her name secret. Well, that's why I asked him to hand her a little souvenir.
Ah, what was that all about anyway? You sure we're not going to need that iron box?
Ah, okay, because she's going to douse for it later when he hands it over.
I doubt we'll need it again. Plus, you can think of it as a backup plan.
Regardless of what happens, we'll be able to meet with the descendant tomorrow.
However, that's the thing, is that wasn't the box talked about with sealing away the raging waves? I feel like we're gonna need it.
Let's get our hands on that mermaid treasure. Time to find Tamate Bako.
Okay.
Oh, and there we go. Descendant and duty. We got a long while until we get back up here. However, I'm very happy that I get to stick with these guys for so long, considering that I think they are very fun. I don't think that Circe is that amazing per se, but Arnav is just very fun to be around. It's fun to talk as him and everything. I think overall I like Yumeko and Soto as a paramour. I also like Yuza and Azami as a paramour. However, in terms of my favorite characters so far, like, Arnav is pretty up there too. Although, I would honestly prefer if I was back with Yuza and Azami. But anyway, I think now is the time where I can actually take a break and eat something really quick. So we'll be back in about 5 minutes here. After which, we'll be back. And we'll probably keep playing this game for the rest of the night, let's be honest. It's like, how long have I been going for? About 3 hours? Yeah. I can keep going until about 10 p.m. So another 3 hours after this. So, we'll be back in 5 minutes. Be back in a sec. All right, there we are. Let's see. Oh, right. There was something I wanted to talk about here. I was not sure if it was going to be the most relevant, but I have been watching Nico B's playthrough at the same time because I figured, you know what, why not? He's gonna be behind me for a while, and it helps me keep all the different events in my head. And there was something interesting, was that there was apparently something that I missed back when we were fishing. And no, this is not just an excuse for me to say, hey, I'm gonna go fishing again. As much as I would like that to be the case, is actually because there is something down here that is suddenly much more relevant. Okay, that's as far as the rope will reach. Apparently, I need to go to a spot where it's very dark. That's all that I know as far as where to find it. And hopefully you all will see the same thing I'm thinking of. It was much darker over here. It's still dark here? No, it gets more light as I keep going that way. That's as far as the rope will reach. There's probably somewhere else that I have to be looking. Oh, shit. Oh, come on. Get me out. I need more air anyway. Okay. I'm hoping I find it, though. Because it's very neat. I also want to get a clear look at it. Because I didn't really look at it too much in this video. Okay, over here then. Oh, there it is! Okay, so it does look to be the same mermaid, so to speak. And it just fucking fades away. Okay. Well. So that means here the curse echo is visible here. And I think that is the case. It's that the curse echo is visible from here, and I assume that the place where the box is found is right over here. And that we were just, like, barely off from seeing it as Yuza. In which case, very cool detail. And let's return to the story chart. Now, descendant in duty. The Tamate Bako, a treasure required to obtain immortality. Avi assumes that the descendant of Taishima, whom Mikoma knows, has inherited it. He tries to scheme a way to meet them. Still unknown.
Logan, Arnav Barnum's back on the scene. Allow me to summarize.
Oh, thank you.
As expected, Ikoma contacted us today, telling us we'd have to wait a little longer before we can meet the descendant. Thus, figuring he had no intention of letting us meet her anyway, we decided to use Circe's ability to go looking for the descendant ourselves.
Who exactly are you talking to?
Lower by it's me, Markiplier. I'm merely setting the scene. Really feels like it raises the stakes, no? Makes it feel more like a thrilling adventure.
Sure, you got me all worked up. But I'm trying to concentrate, so could you please stop distracting me?
Oh, right. Sorry.
And we're back here. I see, and that is where Somikawa's corpse is going to be found, I think. Or is it where the Amadiver's corpse is? I don't know.
This is the town of Ijika in Toma's City. The area is one of the many in the area renowned for its Amadivers.
Neato. Oh, by the way, I should probably check real quick. Yeah, it was in files. Is it gameplay guide? Yeah, Mockingbirds. Wait a minute, why is Toba seabed skeletons in the gameplay guide? I just wanted to see if there were any other birds that I missed. No, we're still good. Okay, let's see. All victims are male. Each body has been thought disposed of at different times. Most recent body dates to about 6 years ago. Okay. So yeah, definitely can't possibly be the actual Kipei Akoma then. And it's still a very different face, so I assume that it is someone else just using his name. Which is very good reason to be suspicious of him. Either that, or the events of this part of the timeline are actually 6 years ago. However, no, that can't be right, because Circe is too young. Or, in the most recent parts of the story chart. So it's much more likely that this is within the same year, at the very least. So yeah. Anything else? No.
Circe is completely focused on dowsing right now. There's several types of dowsing techniques, but it seems like she's using a pendulum. It would seem that the necklace she wears can be used for such a purpose. The closer you get to the target, the stronger the pendulum swings.
We might be going a fair distance, though.
What's that? Doesn't her dowsing only let us look for spiritual energy?
Which is on the box, yep.
On top of that, doesn't she have to be familiar with the energies she's looking for? That's right, I was thinking the same thing. However, Circe was perfectly prepared. Before parting with Ikoma yesterday, she asked him to hand the iron box to the Descendant when he paid her a visit. She said the Descendant ought to have it, since it is so deeply connected to Taishima's history. Ikoma agreed on the matter and would apparently go through with it, assuming he did hand it over. Then the iron box with its massive amount of spiritual energy has fallen right into the lap of our target. Now, Circe just has to use her dowsing to locate the box. At least, that's the plan.
However, Kipei could pretty easily get around that, because that is kind of suspicious. So you would think, do I really want to give it over?
However, her dowsing's range is limited. With the spiritual energy the iron box possesses, its range is probably just 2 to 3 kilometers. So we had to narrow down the target area somewhat before starting our search. So, any idea where we might start looking for the Descendant?
I think Mr. Ikoma said something about visiting her several times before she finally agreed to talk, didn't he?
He did, which would mean that
She doesn't live far away.
she must live close enough for him to have paid her frequent visits.
Although her being a difficult person is also a very funny answer.
Yes, exactly. So, I think it'd be best to start by searching the towns within Toba.
I see. There are quite a few towns in the area, right?
About that, when we parted yesterday, Mr. Ikoma mentioned something else that stuck with me. When you asked to meet the Descendant, he said he'd probably drop by later anyway, since he also had to handle the matter with Miss Suma.
Ah, right, he did say that.
So basically, the Descendant lived close to Suma.
He said it like he would drop by while he was in the area, so they likely live close to one another.
Yes, I was thinking the same. Those towns with many armor divers are top candidates.
So that means we should probably start by searching all the towns in Toba that are home to a lot of armor divers.
That's right. We can make our way up by searching along the coast for starters.
Be nice if we at least learn the Descendant's name.
We might have a lead on that. Think you ever searched into the past of this place?
Oh right, I believe the name was...
The name of the Taishima survivor. Yeah, that was Somikawa.
Somikawa. That's what Taishima's survivor is called. If there are any descendants, and they may still bear the same name.
That's right. It's another clue we can follow.
And so we ended up spending the morning traveling along the coast from one fishing town to another. This is the 4th town we searched so far. It's about time we actually find something. So, Circe, what's the situation?
Want to give it a try?
Oh, really? Will it still work if it's me?
I'll still be holding the pendulum, but you can see for yourself if you like.
Got me intrigued. I'm in!
Alright, just like this. I'll hold the pendulum, direct me to move in different directions to see where it reacts.
Very well, bring it on!
The pendulum won't respond right away, so the trick is to point in one direction and wait a while. Once you find the spot where it reacts the strongest, just shout that you figured it out.
Got it. When it comes to yelling, I'm your guy. Yes, you are!
Ah, man, I wanted to finish thinking. I didn't get there, though. Hold on, a little bit over here. Okay, so definitely in that direction. Wasn't it over here, though? Why is it moving a little bit over here? Never mind. Where's the strongest here? No, that's slower. I think this is it.
There, right there.
Not quite. The reaction should be much stronger than that.
Oh, really?
Takes a little time for it to react, so you move around too fast. It might be hard to notice. We'll be searching this place high and low for information.
So that's how it works. Got it.
Or there's some sort of visual indicator I can use for that. Oh, hold on. There we go. Oh, there we go.
There, right there.
You got it.
So that means it's somewhere up there?
Well, it may still be a little further out, but at least we figured out what direction to go.
I knew it was about time we hit the right spot. Alright, let's follow this thing and see where it leads us.
Right. This is it. It's the apartment furthest back on this building's ground floor.
Got it. Hello? Anybody home?
Wow, you don't hesitate, huh?
We're here on behalf of Mr. Ecoma. Uh-oh. No answer. Guess no one's home.
No, I can sense a presence.
Did she get fished?
Hello? We'd like to talk about the iron box.
Oh, it's Somikawa. Oh, God, yep. Right. Oh, right, that fucking makes sense. I'm fucking stupid. Yeah. I don't know why, but my head just literally didn't put two and two together that Somikawa was the exact same person. Like, in my head, I was like, oh, they gotta be two different people, but no. So this also means that Somikawa clearly has the memories, her memories, so I think it's safe to say that they're like two different people then, because otherwise there would be no reason why she would stay away from Yuza, you know?
What is it? Ah, you two. Avi and Circe, is it? So you're the ones who found that iron box? Yes, that's right. You know, I've never talked to foreigners before. I'm so nervous, I can hardly think straight.
Please, no need to be so tense, Miss Somikawa. I promise we're both harmless and cheerful.
Right.
I don't remember what voice I gave her, but I'm just gonna give her this sort of like shaky and gaunt sort of voice. Alright. I can barely even see the room that she's in.
She was more willing to meet us than expected. That iron box proved more useful than I thought. Nice work, sirs. I'll treat you to some more onigiri senbei later.
Oh, I could go for some. I'm so glad we got a chance to talk with her.
She may look calm on the surface, but I know that she must be excited to peek inside a traditional Japanese home.
Isn't it an apartment?
Well, a wooden apartment like this is pretty old school. I can see why she'd be geeking out. So, she's the descendant of the last Taishima survivor. The way she dresses makes her look older, but I'd say she's probably around my age. I thought she'd be difficult to deal with, but now that we actually met her, I'd say it's more like she's extremely cautious, the type to never let her guard down. Can't even begin to imagine the kind of life she's led. Still, the fact that she's wearing traditional clothing is actually quite charming. I've hardly seen anyone wearing traditional clothes since coming to Japan, which was a bit of a shock, to be honest.
Yeah, even in the 80s. It was mostly westernized by that point. Talk about Miss Somikawa.
Allow me to emphasize what an honor it is to meet the descendant of Taishima.
who's to say it's even true?
I suppose your family must have lived in this town for generations?
No, I moved here a couple of years back.
Oh, why's that?
That's got nothing to do with the two of you.
Fair enough. Yeah, I don't think you can be your friendly, happy-go-lucky self with her. I don't think she's gonna be too receptive to that. If you don't mind me asking, do you have any other family or relatives, Miss Soikawa?
Why?
Apologies, I was merely wondering if there were any other descendants.
No. I'm probably the only one left. That too will come to an end soon enough.
Oh, what do you mean by that?
No more than what I said.
I don't like that. So, do you live here by yourself, Miss Soikawa?
That's right.
The iron box?
Where exactly did you come across the iron box?
I followed this map that was in my family's possession. Supposedly, it was left behind by the Omyoji who sealed away the curse of Taishima. So I'm wondering, in that case, either the Tsuchimikado family and the Lunar Light family have a connection there, or they possibly, like, married at some point, or they just collaborate and was like, hey, hold on to this mermaid corpse for us in case anything happens to us. You know, something like to that effect.
The map, you say?
Unless the iron box must have been resting at the bottom of Ise Bay. Since it's such a valuable artifact deeply connected to Taishima's lost history, he probably absolutely had to tell you about it, Miss Soikawa.
Oh, yeah.
If I may say so, I noticed your interest in the iron box. Could be you already knew of its existence.
I didn't know it was a box, but I had been told something still remained of the island.
That makes sense.
Speaking of that box, I don't suppose there was something inside?
Yes, inside was a record detailing how Taishima was destroyed, along with information on the curse of the raging waves. Yeah, he's completely covering his ass there, not mentioning the curse stone at all.
Record.
Oh, allow me to fill you on the details. And that sums it up. Such a horrid man, wouldn't you say? Massacring the people of Taishima because he wanted to find a mermaid that bad. The grudges left behind by the events coalesced into two separate curses, and ultimately Taishima was destroyed along with everything else. I'm sure it must be excruciating to hear the tale of how your ancestors' home was destroyed. But I believe this story should be passed down so people can learn of Taishima's true history. Wouldn't you agree?
And that was all recorded in that box?
Yeah, she's obviously doubting that. The Tamate Bako. No, we better wait before broaching this topic. If she realizes that we're after the Tamate Bako, it'll only make her more cautious. Fair enough. Surroundings. Oh, I can actually look at those now. So this is Miss Somikawa's home. Even with the lights on, it's strangely dark inside. Even though it's daytime, the shutters are kept tightly shut. You can hardly hear any noise from outside either. At a quick glance, I can't spot anything that looks like a Tamate Bako in the room. I suppose it makes sense she wouldn't just keep it out in the open. Talk about legends. By the way, you may consider this the curious whims of a fantasy author, but would you be able to elucidate me on some of the stories that have been passed out in your family?
Now I get it. You also came here because you want to ask about mermaids, huh?
You got me or not at all? You got me. Alright, you got me there, it's true. But can you blame me? As a fantasy author, it is in my blood. If mermaids truly do exist, I must sate my curiosity.
I knew it. Whatever your motives, you're not getting the Tamate Bako. I'm not falling for one of Ikoma's schemes.
Yep. Alright, so yeah, Ikoma's after the Tamate Bako. Did you just say that Ikoma is after the Tamate Bako?
Oh, so you didn't know? Well, he is. That's exactly why I hid it somewhere no one will ever find it.
I see. Must be very precious to you, then. Well, I'm relieved that the iron box found its way to you, then.
So, Was there a cursed stone inside the iron box?
Ah, shit, she knows. A curse what?
Don't play dumb. There must have been one.
Well,
We should probably just be honest with her.
so you already knew about it. There was indeed a cursed stone inside.
That's what I thought. And how about a trade? You two want the Tamate Bako, don't you?
Oh, a trade.
I think that giving her basically a gun is a bad idea.
I didn't think we'd be going this far out. You certainly shook me when you said we had to take a boat all of a sudden.
And this is where they go on the boat together, and Somikawa suddenly turns into a fish somehow.
I think Tamate Bako would be hidden at sea. What an incredible plot twist. Ah, my apologies. I guess it's just the writer in me coming through. This is all too thrilling.
You sure can talk.
Oh, believe it or not, I'm actually holding back. I can actually go on and on at great length once I get started.
That wasn't praise. There's nowhere to run on an island. No matter where you go, someone's always near. It's always too loud, grating on the ears. See, though, to get this far out, it's nice and quiet. Nothing but the sound of the waves, no talking, no irritating folk or commotion, only fish swimming without a sound.
You're scaring me, ma'am. You're making me think that you're gonna hold a knife to our throat.
This is fine. Stop the boat.
This is fine. Not we're here? God, she's probably gonna attack us and we'll have to defend ourselves, huh? And that's how we end up using the fish curse.
Somewhere off the coast of Toba City, accompanied only by the sound of the waves and the cries of seabirds. Did you really hide the Tamate Bako here? The place with no landmarks whatsoever? If it's at the bottom of the ocean here, are we supposed to retrieve it? This Somikawa used to be an ama diver. Could she be planning to go down and get it herself?
No, you need to start thinking here.
I can't shake the feeling that there's something behind me.
Yeah, the butterfly. Shikigami? Oh, no. Oh, fuck.
This boat can only carry 2 people, so I've left Sirs to watch the shore. Given that Koma's after the Tamate Bako as well, he might try to interfere if he learns of this. So Sirs is keeping an eye out to make sure he doesn't try to follow us. It's reassuring to have some backup.
Alright, let's save. Do you want to look at the Shikigami or talk to her first? I gotta address the elephant in the room.
Whoa! This is one of Circe's abilities, a Shikigami.
Oh, okay. Not hers.
When someone's name is written on a piece of paper, she can make that paper fly towards that person. They're great for delivering messages or tracking down someone. I was pretty spooked the first time I saw it, but I've gotten used to it. Okay, fine, I did just go whoa, but not because I was actually surprised or anything.
Is something wrong?
It's nothing. Don't mind me. Wonder if something happened to Circe. I better read the note. Let's take a look.
Ran into 2 suspicious people looking for Miss Somikawa. I drove them off for now, but be careful. Yeah, and that's where Yumeko and Kiryu come in.
Seems like something happened on Circe's end. Better stay alert just in case. But I don't think I'll mention this to Somikawa and only shake her up.
God, and I gotta think about why were they looking for Somikawa again? Oh, right, they weren't. They just ran into Somikawa incidentally. And they're like, hi, who the fuck is this bitch? Right.
Looks so solemn. Wonder what's going through her mind. Not going to lie, I'm a little concerned she hasn't told me the conditions of our trade. Will she ask me to trade her the curse stone?
I thought that was kind of implied. Anything inside the boat here? No. Nope, just the gathering of clouds over by Taishima.
So will you tell me what you want to trade for the Tamate Bako now?
You've got the Forsaken Fish Curse Stone with you, right?
Sure do. Have a good look. The Forsaken Fish Curse Stone.
Looks like the real deal, all right?
You want to trade the stone for the Tamate Bako, right? I figured as much. Well, I'm fine with those terms. Let's do it.
No, that ain't it.
Oh, that ain't it.
Prepare your anus, Arnav.
You know, I once had a sister. Her name was Mare Somikawa.
Okay, so that was the case. My theory was right then. Not the same person, and it is most likely the case that Mari was an immortal, and then yeah.
You say you had a sister. Does that mean
Yes, she's gone. Died in an accident at sea about 5 years ago.
I see. My condolences. So there actually wasn't our descendant.
Folks seem to be pinning your hopes on me just because I'm one of the descendants. The one who actually inherited our duty wasn't me, it was my sister.
Your duty?
That's right. The duty of the Taishima bloodline. It's been passed down in our family for generations. Even more, our generation would be the one to handle the 400th year since the disaster. My grandpa always says that was particularly important.
So there was a duty Taishima's descendants were meant to perform after 400 years.
But I was young back then. I still had dreams of my own. I wanted no part in some annoying duty, so I ran away from home the first chance I got. Pushed all that responsibility onto my sister. I know I should have helped her.
I see. So that's why your sister was the one who inherited that duty.
Before we discuss the trade, will you take the time to listen to my story? Yeah, that was a bit insensitive of me. My bad.
Very well, I'm listening. This duty you mentioned, was it to break what remains of the Curse of the Raging Waves?
I suppose they were connected, but lifting the curse would have been a step along the road, but it wasn't the goal.
Really?
Oh, really? Then what was it?
Well, it was to return the mermaid that was left behind in Ise Bay to Ryugu. That was the real duty of the Taishima bloodline.
Ah. And I assume the mermaid has been following the Taishima family around then?
Return a mermaid? So it's true, there really was a mermaid stuck in Ise Bay because she couldn't return to Ryugu.
That's right. Her name was Sobae.
Oh, she's come up on her research, so she was real after all.
You see, my sister took on that family duty. Seems like she actually met Sobae herself.
You got to meet the mermaid.
After leaving my hometown and making it a living as an Ama diver, I'd all but forgotten about the duty I'd left behind. I had no idea what her duty actually entailed. When I finally learned the truth, I was crushed by regret.
Regret? Why?
You know, ever since I was a little girl, I'd always been fascinated by mermaids.
Understandable.
I'd read The Little Mermaid so many times the pages of the book had started to wear away. I'd see them in my dreams over and over. Back then I wanted nothing more than to become a mermaid. It's what led me to becoming an Ama diver in the first place. The true nature of the family duty is only revealed to the one who inherits it.
I see. What bitter irony. But couldn't you meet the mermaid after you learned the truth?
My sister took pity on me and attempted to call her to meet me once in secret. My sister, Mari, even shared some of the things that Mermaid had told her. But you know, Sobae was a cautious mermaid who'd never truly opened her heart to anyone but my sister. Me, on the other hand, she avoided. I was never even allowed as much as a glimpse.
Quite the bitter outcome.
Mari and the mermaid had grown close as friends. They trusted each other. They were inseparable. But she never once showed herself to anyone other than my sister, not even to a close relative like myself.
So she hid herself away for 400 years. Was such caution really necessary?
Considering what happened to her, I think that's kind of justified.
Your sister must have been an incredible person to earn the mermaid's trust. Well, I can only imagine how hard it must have been to be rejected by an existence you so deeply admired and longed to meet.
Okay, and this explains all of the things about Mare that didn't make sense. Why she went out to the bay for long periods of night, and it was to talk with the mermaid. And the scale that she had received, it was from Sobae as well, so,
Mari moved to Kamishima to be closer to Ryugu, all for the mermaid's sake. Then one day, she got married and changed her name to Mari Minakuchi. She seemed so happy.
So she got married on Kamishima.
I was so jealous I couldn't think straight and ended up lashing out pretty badly. In an attempt to destroy my sister's relationship with the mermaid, I grabbed her family heirloom and ran off.
Ah, the infamous Tamate Bako, yes?
Yeah, the mermaid was supposed to take it back to Ryugu, so our family had carefully kept it for centuries. And so, the years went by, and 5 years ago I heard that Mari had died in an accident. That's why I came back to Toba. I thought that maybe this meant the duty would be passed on to me.
Of course.
But by then, our parents and all their relatives had already passed away. There was no one left who knew about our duty. There was nothing I could do. I didn't know a thing, not where the mermaid was, nor how to call her. I'd given up. But while I was digging around, that man Ikoma found out I was a descendant of Taishima. You see, I was struggling to get by. I'd sold the information my sister had told me about the mermaid. Back then, I was making a living by giving folks a glimpse of the Tamate Bako for a ridiculous price.
And that brings us to the present, I suppose.
Pretty fucking shitty, all things considered. Mostly just her actions.
In other words, since your sister died in that accident, your family's duty was never fulfilled. And now you want us to go find the mermaid for you.
That ain't it.
Dang.
I guess it must have been about 3 months ago. I was wandering the coast alone when the mermaid Sabai appeared before me.
Oh, you finally got to meet her.
She told me this. The seal on Ryugu's gateway has been lifted, so I will be returning. Your sister has done a great deal for me. I now ask you to return the Tamate Bako.
Wait, what? The seal was lifted. Ah, is that perhaps why the curse of the raging waves became active again? So what about the Tamate Bako? Did you return it to the mermaid?
I was so overcome with emotion and excitement, I told her. I've hidden the relic. If you want it back, take me to Ryugu.
You said what?
Not being able to fulfill my duty had been weighing heavy on my heart. In that moment, that pain was gone. On top of that, I figured the mermaid had come to fetch me. Being able to visit the land of the mermaids, there'd be no greater happiness than that. But Sobaya simply told me it wasn't possible and that she'd forfeit the relic. And with that, she was gone.
Oh.
Damn, not even let takes these backsies or anything like that. Just, oh, never mind then. Bye.
So the mermaid has already returned to Ryugu then?
Ever since then, all I felt is despair and regret. I'm completely empty inside. There's nothing left. My family's duty has been fulfilled. That's what I meant when I said it was all over.
But then, the Tamate Bako still exists, doesn't it?
Sure does, but... even with such a fancy name, in the end it's just a grimy old box. I opened it once. I was hoping there'd be some elixir of eternal youth inside or something, but it was completely empty.
I see. Even so, I'd still like to trade for it.
Are you sure? I don't see why, but whatever. It's not like anything matters anymore. I'm just sick and tired of it all.
Ah.
You know, the one thing that I'm kind of curious about is how Avi is so willing to trade over the curse stone, considering we know that the curse stones in general pass on the grudge to whoever wields them. So you would think that Arnav would sort of inherit that grudge and be like, I don't want to give it over, or feel like some sort of impulse in that way, similar to all the other curse bearers. But then again, a lot of the other ones were able to resist it pretty calmly, so who knows. Arnav is also like a descendant of the Lunar Light family, so I guess it's not unusual that he'd be able to resist that urge, perhaps.
In the end, I never did figure out what that tobacco really was. Mermaid forfeited just like that, so maybe it never had any meaning to begin with.
So, what do you want in return?
I want to do whatever it takes to become a mermaid.
Oh, no. Oh, no. She's gotta ask for... Oh.
Somikawa, don't tell me. Do you want me to use the curse stone?
Simply returning to the sea. That's my only wish.
No, listen, there's nothing even remotely beautiful about the curse of the Forsaken Fish. All it will do is turn you into some twisted half-fish monster, nothing but a grotesque imitation of a mermaid.
I know. That's fine with me. This curse is the essence of that mermaid's power. I'm ready to offer up my life to her.
But...
whatever you do, I'll just be drowning myself anyway. So you won't be dirtying your hands. All you have to do is use the curse. My wish will be granted, and you would be doing me a kindness. That's all there is to it.
just hold on a minute, okay? This is just...
Tamate Bako is hidden beneath the floorboards of my house. Please, do this for me.
Mr. Somikawa, wait! She's already gone. Will she come back up if I just wait long enough?
And finally we can see the use curse button, but we don't even get to use it in like it either defend ourselves or we gotta kill other people way, but no, it's just to fucking sadly fulfill someone's wish to die.
He's nowhere to be seen. Of course she is an Alma diver after all.
Is it too late to call for help? Would she even accept it? Damn it. What now? What do I do? Should I grant her last wish? It's surely no worse than helplessly standing about as she drowns herself. Right. She was serious about this. She's been dreaming about mermaids ever since she was little. I know exactly how that feels. Maybe a curse, but still. I will honor her wishes by unleashing the mermaid's power. That's how she wanted to go. I'd be the only one who actually understands Miss Somikawa's feelings. Bow neck now would be like denying her final hope and dream. Maybe a curse, but still. I'll honor her wishes by unleashing the mermaid's power. That's how she wanted to go. Damn it, but it's still gonna make me press the button? Alright. You win game. Oh no. God damn it. How am I gonna explain this to Circe? Azusa Somikawa. Okay. Actual full name now. A woman living in Toba. Although she occasionally does work as an ama diver, it's unclear who she is and where she came from. As Mari Minakuchi's younger sister, Azusa is also a descendant of the sole survivor of Taishima. Following the destruction of Taishima, the Somikawa line hid themselves away, living for generations in a small village within the city of Shiba. The book The Little Mermaid was a constant fixture in the household. A decision made so that the children of the family would grow up with a familiarity with mermaids, and Azusa read it repeatedly as she grew up, the tale fueling a fervent admiration for mermaids within her. Upon realizing that she could never be a mermaid herself, she instead decided to become an ama diver, thinking that would at least allow her to swim freely through the sea like the being she so admired. Thus resolved, she left her hometown behind, leaving the family duty, nothing more than a troublesome burden to Azusa, be handled by her elder sister alone. For all intents and purposes, it appears that Azusa's wish had been granted. However, upon returning home following her parents' deaths, she was taken aback to learn that the family duty inherited by Mari was in itself deeply connected to mermaids. Forgetting how she had pushed the duty onto Mari to follow her own desires, Azusa grew deeply resentful of her sister, accusing her of keeping the mermaid to herself and asserting her right to take up the family duty. But it was too late. Mari and the mermaid had already forged an unbreakable bond that no amount of words or deeds could undo. Following Mari's death, she was finally able to meet the being that had enchanted her for so long. However, her desperate plea for the mermaid to take her back to Ryugu with her was met with staunch refusal, and the mermaid left shortly after, never to return. With her opportunity to fulfill the family duty gone and her chance at connecting with mermaids lost, Azusa sank into despondency, spending her days in empty haze. Amidst this despair, the curse of the forsaken fish that appeared before her seemed to be a final chance to have her wish granted. Driven by regret over what she perceived as a life of wrong choices and consumed by her obsession, she threw herself into Ise Bay and surrendered herself to the curse, ultimately dying due to its effects. Her form, writhing in agony brought on by the sudden transformation, bore no resemblance to the mermaid she had once admired as a child. It is said that the expression on her face where her body was discovered a day later in Futamigawa seemed somehow content. Fucked. And Sobai is somehow still in here, so we probably will end up meeting her at some point. Fuck. This game sucks. This game makes me sad. It feels terrible. I love this game so much. After that, we managed to quietly retrieve the Tamate Bako from beneath the floor of Miss Somikawa's house. All that was left to secure the dream of immortality was to obtain mermaid flesh. I'm gonna be honest, it's bothered me a little bit that the box doesn't have the same thick outline as the characters do. And Sabai had already returned to Ryugu, we placed our hopes in the last remaining mermaid, Nagame. But we had to act fast, otherwise Ikoma or even those Paranormal Affairs Bureau psychics would get in our way. It might have been the after effects of using the curse, but I got sick the next day and had to spend a full day bedridden at the inn. How pathetic. That's when I heard news that 2 female divers had gone missing near Toba. The fact that I'd been involved in both incidents makes me feel even worse. Okay. So that's how it's related, okay. I thought that this was also another completely separate incident, but no, that is relating to, God. It's all coming together. When Circe heard the news, she just mumbled something with an unreadable expression on her face. I had no choice. There was simply no other way. Or at least that's what I kept telling myself as I struggled to get out of bed. Yeah, at the end of the day, you did kill someone, bro. Next day, August 7th, we set out to gather more information on Nagame and the other mermaids. We traveled to Kamishima. the island where Mari Soakawa, or rather Mari Mitakuchi, used to live. Alright, and now we actually know the dates of when all this happened. So yeah, date unknown, August 1980X. However, it is the same day as... Oh no, it was even before this. Okay. Oh wait, no. Oh, no. No, that's not when they were finding Soakawa. Okay. So yeah. Oh, but that's also listed as date unknown. Oh, fuck you, game. So yeah, this could be even further into the past than I thought. Okay, well. Arriving on Kamishima. Officers finally arrive on Kamishima, and the hunt for clues that will lead them to a real mermaid. Finally, after a long, arduous journey, we have arrived on the fabled island of Kamishima. Hey, you alright? You don't look so good.
You mean you're completely fine? This whole area is literally oozing cursed energy. I didn't think it was so bad before. It's getting stronger.
Can't you dispel curses?
Minor one, sure, but this is on a whole other level.
I see. Might be best we don't stay here too long, then. Let's just ask around as much as we can. When you feel like you've reached your limit, make sure to tell me, okay?
Got it. I'll do my best.
Alright, let's start by asking the locals about mermaid legends first. Okay, and this is where we get to the same day as the beginning of the game. I'd like to ask around to see if anybody knew Mari Mitakuchi as well. Oh, oopsie, that was Circe. Wait, no, that was also Abi. That's the plan. Let's move. I assume they just forgot changing the name there then. Oh, okay, and then that's all set in stone. We figured out everything that happened there. All right. I was like, oh man, how long are we gonna be with Arnev? But it's like, oh nope, that's it. All right, awesome. Back to Sato then. Shototo asks Sato to start a relationship with the intention of eventually marrying her. Tsukasa, who happened to be there, is taken aback by what she's heard and runs away. Sato chases after her to clear up the misunderstanding. August 7th in the afternoon.
I can't do this. It's not fair. Hey, Tsukasa, listen. You're okay. There's still a chance. No, there isn't.
Tsukasa, Sato, what's going on?
Oh, wait, no, that was completely the wrong voice. Well... I'm sorry, I can't explain right now. Tsukasa, come on, we're drawing too much attention here.
To the ruins, everyone's favorite hangout spot.
Feeling a little better now? Yeah, sorry. No, this is your fault, Sato. I know that. And now we missed the meeting time, too. Shototo's probably out there looking for us. Yeah, we'll find him later and apologize. These are the ruins of an old building called the Kantakisho Ruins. People hardly ever come here anymore.
Yeah, based on how calm, quote-unquote, she is, I assume that she's already kind of deduced the misunderstanding.
Need to explain to her what really happened today. Tsukasa was in pieces earlier, but at least she seems to have calmed down a bit now. I mean, after something like that, of course she'd be upset.
Any other thing to think about? Nope.
So you're saying that today was the first time he ever said anything like that to you? Yep. I had no idea he would be confessing out of the blue like that. I mean, I get it now. I know you weren't interested in him, but... I guess I really am still just a kid. I don't have the confidence to confess like that. Getting married, going to Tokyo together, that's way too much for me to begin to think about. Yeah, you just skipped several steps ahead. I guess guys from the city are just like that. Still, you handled it so calmly. I was seriously impressed. Yeah, if you say so. You're so calm and collected. I swear, I can hardly believe you're the same age as me. I wish I could stay that calm. Girl, are you okay? Although, you seem a bit different too. Did something happen? I only really caught the tail end of your conversation back there. Well... Yeah, honestly, it's been quite a day. But I was planning to tell you everything. Huh? Tell you what, you're kind of scaring me with that serious look. Well, what I'm about to tell you is going to sound completely insane for all sorts of reasons. But every word of it is true. I need you to believe me, okay? Okay. Scary. So this morning, Mr. Wakamoto came to me. What? I don't even... You can't be serious. You're going to be offered up as a sacrifice tomorrow? And what? Some cursed storm is coming to the island? And you died and came back? Are you actually being serious? Yep, or at least Mr. Wakamoto is completely convinced that's the case. Shotaro said it was all nonsense. He didn't believe a word of it. Nuh-uh, this is not okay. This is all seriously messed up. You said before you didn't really remember much about your past, right? But claiming that you died? That has to be bullshit.
Fuck, I don't know, man.
Sato? Why aren't you saying anything?
It's like this deep-seated memory of me suddenly fucking dying. Ugh, it's reaching across time and space and beaming a giant fucking sword slash into my chest. Ah!
I don't think I can keep hiding the truth about myself for much longer. Yeah, she deserves to know. I should tell her. Okay, so she actually does have some pieces then? About me. About my past.
About myself.
Hello? Sato? You okay? Well, I don't know.
Okay, something else first.
So, things have gotten a bit messed up now. I still think you need to tell Shotaro how you feel. Really think so? He's clearly into you, not me. I mean, I don't think his feelings are just gonna flip once you tell him. In fact, I'd be even more worried if he changed his mind that easily. I guess that's true. That said, letting him know your feelings is the best way to have him realize you're an option for him. I'm pretty sure up until now he just hasn't been paying attention. He hasn't noticed all the great stuff about you. Realize I'm an option? I'm not so sure that's the problem. You never know. If he doesn't respond to you right away, his feelings could always change over time. Just look at you. You're cute, you're smart, and you're a great person. You've got every reason to be confident. You're making me blush. It does sound convincing coming from you. You're a root. You're a root. You're a root. Come on. I mean, I was totally ready to just throw it out there and see what would happen and all. But now you're starting to make me think I might actually have a shot. Exactly. No need to rush. Just take your time and let both of your feelings develop.
Or you can just have this be the opportunity to smash Tsukasa's heart into a billion pieces for a second time in the same day.
Thanks, Sato. You're right. You can't just give up. You gotta go ahead and tell him. But you really are good at this, Sato. You must be super experienced with all this.
No.
Of course I am. They don't call me a living encyclopedia for nothing. Oh yes, Miss Encyclopedia. I almost forgot about that. I almost forgot too.
Although, your encyclopedic knowledge doesn't come from TV. It actually comes from being fucking 800 years old.
That said, it's a whole mess to get into. I want to talk about her first. So, did you finish writing the love letter? Well, I did finish it, but I ripped it up and threw it away. Oh, damn. Don't worry, I'll write another one today. It's probably a good thing I get a redo. The first one's all me anyway. Yeah, that's the spirit. I suppose I'll need one more thing, Sato. You need to invite Shotaro over for me again. Yep, that I can do. I'll get him to come even if it kills me.
Excuse me. That was gross. Sorry.
Thanks, but I'd rather you didn't get killed over this. Alright, time to rewrite that love letter.
Later. Now talk about me.
All that said, I feel like whatever's going on with you is way more serious. Yeah, about that. You think we can talk for a bit? I have something important to share. Whoa, it's serious face again. Kind of scaring me. So, the truth is, some of my memories have started coming back. Just a few. Wait, really? That's great! So, what'd you remember? Well, I want to keep this just between us for now. That okay? Yeah, of course, totally. Earlier, when you said you couldn't believe we were the same age, you were right. The truth is, although I might look quite young, I've actually been around for a very long time. Oh, so that's what you've been hiding. I knew something was up. I knew it. So, how old are you? Already 20? No, a little older than that. How many centuries? Whoa, I need to guess even higher? All right, then, let's take a big jump. 23. I guess I lied. It's actually a lot older than that. I think, at least. A lot older? Now I'm not sure where to guess. Wait, you're not gonna tell me you're secretly some ancient grandma, are you? Yeah, that's about right. Huh? Also, that part about me dying and coming back, there might be some truth to that, too. Huh? Yeah, so, in other words, I'm actually an immortal girl with an immortal body. Nice to meet you. There's no way!
What do you do to process that information? Like, if you're ever in this situation, you just go like, oh man, you sure got me. Oh, I knew it.
Wait, are you actually being serious here? Yep, completely serious. I mean, I always thought you said some pretty weird things, but this one takes the cake. I guess you did always have a kind of strange vibe about you. Hearing this sort of does make sense. But like, how'd that even happen? Well, it's so long ago I barely remember. But long ago, for some reason I can't remember, I ended up eating the flesh of a mermaid. The flesh of a mermaid? Oh, I've actually heard stories about that. Eating mermaid flesh is supposed to make you immortal, right? Exactly, that's the stuff. No way, so those stories were real? So you have an immortal body and you've been alive for who knows how long. Yep, that sums it up. So how old are you really? Well, I'm actually not too sure. I'm not really the forgetful type, but I think there was just a human limit to how much I could ever remember. Even when living normally, you wind up forgetting stuff from a long time ago, right? I guess? Maybe? I've only been alive 17 years, so I wouldn't really know. Oh, yeah. The oldest memory I can still remember probably goes back several centuries at least. Damn, so you really are an ancient grandma. No, I was only 17 when I ate the mermaid flesh, you know. So I wasn't exactly lying about my age. In terms of looks, I'm still a spry, young 17-year-old.
Well, sure, I can't argue with that. Okay, so eating the flesh ends up, like, it puts your body in the exact same state then. I see.
But you're saying you're actually immortal? I think that tops my surprises for today. You believe me?
Of course. You joke around a lot, but I trust you when you say it's serious.
Thank you.
Anything else to this? I have to wonder then. Is it possible that... No, she was only 17. And she is most likely Bikini, or wherever that originally came from. Lived for 800 years. Yeah, when she was 17. Served at a village gathering. However, it's that part when she eventually returned to Kusawa village. That gets me, because that doesn't line up with it.
So, if you really did become immortal from eating the flesh of a mermaid, then I guess handing you over to some bigwig like this Unkakadono actually starts to make sense. Yep. If I could hand over to him, I'm pretty sure he'd figure it out. Who knows what could happen? Right? That'd be bad news. No telling what he'd do after that. And if it's the truth, I guess there's no point in making excuses either. Exactly. What about that curse of the raging waves? Is that true too? Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's real too. I think I'm somehow connected to that place called Taishima that came up in the curse's story. Oh, you are?
Oh, God. Oh, no. I think I'm starting to see where it lines up here. Hold on. Invasion of Taishima. Did it just add that to my files? Oh, wait, no, it added it right to the bottom here. Okay. Let's see. After Hadokage sealed the entrance to Ryugu, the two remaining mermaids, Nagame and Sobai, were left unable to return home. Nagame, free-spirited by nature and yearning to explore cities beyond Ryugu, seized the opportunity to travel the world, a journey that would span the next 400 years. Enamored by the idea of a fairy tale romance, she was said to have been enthused at the thought of finding her own tale of eternal love as she left. However, the more serious Sobai was deeply affected by Hayase's sacrifice. Mourning her loss and filled with longing to return home to Ryugu, she spent her days hidden in the depths of Ise Bay, weeping bitterly. Okay. So, Nagame went off wandering. And was Nagame then eventually captured and then served up at the village feast? Is that what we're saying? Or are we saying that Hayase and her flesh... This is what I was originally thinking, was that on Taishima, Hayase ended up being, quote-unquote, served at that village feast, quote-unquote. And that's how, Sato ended up consuming that flesh. But that's the thing, is that Sato probably wasn't a member of a military, considering, you know, very sexist back then. So it seems unlikely that that's the case. So I'm wondering if Nagase ended up being captured at some point, and Tsukasa ended up eating her.
But even so, I don't think I caused the curse. At least, I hope not.
But eating the flesh isn't a full part of it. You also need the Tamate Bako, and Sato didn't have a Tamate Bako.
So you're saying you were on Taishima like 400 years ago? Yes, I think so. I don't really remember what kind of person I was back then, though. Even so, I can't believe the old man just straight out said he was going to hand you over tomorrow. Yeah, I've been trying to figure out how to get out of that.
Well, I'm gonna have to help you, obviously.
How about you really do just run away to Tokyo with Shotaro, then? I'd rather not. There has to be a better way.
Yeah, even as I said, I realized I hadn't really thought it through very much.
Let's take this one step at a time. Besides, I don't think the curse will just disappear if I leave the island.
Yeah, if you were the cause, that would mean they could have just kicked you off the island, right? It kind of feels like the old man's just trying to pin everything on you.
Yeah, there has to be some reason behind it. Either way, if we could somehow stop this curse of the raging waves or whatever, it'd probably solve all my problems.
Probably, yeah. But how are we supposed to stop a curse when we don't even know what it is? I always thought all this curse stuff was just occult nonsense. Never thought it could be real.
Well, they are. Spirits and curses really do exist. No doubt about it. It was totally normal to live with them way back when, so it surprised me these days that everyone just acts like they're not real.
Well, because back then it was very easy to just pin anything that went wrong as a curse. But now it's like, it's very rare that anything is actually the result of a spirit or a curse, so I don't know.
No way, this is also surreal.
Well, I suppose you being here is already past surreal and into the mythical. Guess I gotta rethink what's normal. Alright, more about ourselves? I guess that means our best chance at the moment probably lies in your memory somewhere. Do you really not remember anything about what you were doing before you washed up on the island?
No. Well, I now remember that I was on Taishima 400 years ago. Everything between then and waking up here is completely blank. I'm guessing I might have been asleep somewhere for the last 400 years, or something like that.
Damn! How'd something like that even happen? Things connected to whatever happened on Taishima? Oh, it just clicked in my brain here. It clicked in my brain, in my brain follicles, in the little squishy bits. So I assume that she did end up eating Hayase's flesh on Taishima. The curse of the raging waves ended up consume her. She ended up stuck beneath the rock and sealed, along with the curse of the raging waves. And now, after the earthquake and the curse of the raging waves being unsealed, Sato was also released with that. Okay. That makes sense. That is all putting it together.
Yep, probably.
Still, sleeping for 400 years? It's just unreal. Feels like something out of a story. I mean, you fit into our society so naturally. It's hard to believe you're not from the same era.
I was quite lost at first, but I didn't want to cause a scene, so I tried really hard to fit in. Everything had changed so much. There were surprises around every corner. It was pretty overwhelming at first.
I can imagine. It's like that old tale of Urashima Taro. Come back and centuries had gone by.
Oh yeah, now that you mention it, is quite similar. I'm amazed the tale of Urashima Taro is still being told even now.
Oh, was it back then? Huh.
You know what amazed me the most? TV. It was incredible just how much I could learn from it.
Man, this girl would love the internet.
Aha, so that's why you're always glued to the TV.
Still, that's amazing. Can't believe you managed to blend in so naturally just by watching TV.
Yep, it was actually easier than I expected. Felt more like visiting a country with a different culture than jumping through time. And I guess since I barely remembered anything from my past, there wasn't much to get in the way of learning new stuff.
Right, guess that's why you seemed a bit distant when you first arrived on the island.
Oh, yeah. Sorry I was such a pain.
You're just scared, right? You had no memories and were thrown to a completely different era.
I was lucky, though. Everyone on the island was so kind. That helped a lot.
Still, I can't believe the old man wants to offer you as a sacrifice. That's so messed up. I guess it would be a much more literal sacrifice now that she actually... Yeah, well. I wish you could remember a bit more about yourself, though. Aren't you even a little curious about who you were? Does it worry you?
Honestly, not really. I mean, I was probably just another person. Doubt I was anyone special.
Oh god, was she Princess Hatsune? Is this where it's gonna go? I think that's definitely a possibility then. Yeah, I think it's very likely that she was Princess Hatsune. She offered herself up as a sacrifice, and then she was sealed along with the Curse of the Raging Waves. However, she had already been made immortal. Probably because of the sacrifice of... what was her name again? No, not that one. Fuck, where are their names? Oh well. The mermaid that sacrificed herself. And she probably ended up eating her flesh and was blessed by immortality. In that one little case. So, I don't know. There's probably some sort of collaboration going on there.
Don't say that. You never know. Well, either way, we'll just have to make a bunch of good memories for the new you. That sounds good. Even these last few months have been filled with great memories for me. Hang on, I just realized. Oh? If you really are immortal, Sato? Every time you said, even if it kills me, you kind of left out the part where that's not actually possible. Damn, you're right. That does sound bad now. Wait, no, it's the opposite. It means I'm so determined that I'd risk dying despite my immortality. Uh-huh. So coming from you, it actually carries even more weight. Got it. Phew, I think I spun that one pretty well. You know I can hear you, right? You know what? I actually feel kind of relieved. Even after learning all this about me, you aren't treating me any different. Well, yeah, you're still you. Nothing's really changed for me. Thank you. I'm glad I could tell you the truth. Usually when people find out, they freak out and quickly pull away. I was worried you'd do the same.
Oh, so you at least remember that. Yeah. I mean, I can see why some people might distance themselves if they found out. Yuza's ma was totally shunned when people started blaming her. Anyway, don't worry. I won't tell a soul. Your secret's safe with me. I wonder if Sato has never actually heard about Mare in any sort of way until now.
Hey, you said Yuza's mom was shunned for something. All Tsuyu ever told me was that she passed away in the Kamishima Southern Sea disaster 5 years ago.
Ah, right. You wouldn't know about it. I mean, I guess it's not exactly something you'd share with a guest of the island. Truth is, they pinned the blame for that whole disaster on her. Said it was Mari's fault.
What? Seriously? But why?
No idea. People just started saying she was some kind of bad omen or something. Sure, she never really fit in on the island, but there was no reason to treat her like that. That's probably why things felt so tense when Yuza came back to the island a few months back. I figured folks were just joking around, so I didn't really think too much of it.
That's so cruel, even after she's gone.
But, you know, it's quite similar to what's happened to you right now. The old man called you the same things they called her. What was it? The Raging Waves Curse Bearer?
Wait, so they said Mari was the source of the curse too?
That is weird. What does it mean? Would it be Yuza's mom was actually like you? Like, she was also immortal?
Huh?
And maybe she didn't really go missing, but was actually sacrificed to this Unkaku Dono?
But Mr. Wakamoto said he won't make the same mistake from 5 years ago, so I don't think that's it.
Yeah, and the same mistake meant that he let Mari go out to the sea and try to seal it. Right, yeah, maybe I'm overthinking it. Still, I wonder if Yuza or Tsuyu know anything about this curse of the Raging Waves.
Yeah, it's not exactly an easy topic to bring up, but we don't really have any other leads. Let's go talk to Tsuyu. We can ask her about Mari and the curse.
Ah, great, now they get to talk to her.
But wait, if Yuza's ma really was this curse bearer or whatever, that means she dragged not only herself and her family, but the whole island into the storm. That's kind of a scary thing to think about. Yeah, I can't imagine she did that on purpose. Maybe at the very least she didn't know about it, but even then...
Still awful. Either way, the outcome was such a terrible one. Nope, this curse bearer stuff has to be total bull. I'm not buying it.
Yep, I couldn't agree more. But then, where did all these curse bearer rumors come from in the first place? There's gotta be a way to prove that they're unfounded.
Maybe anything it was that so-called sorcerer the old man's been talking to. Has to be. Maybe we could go shake it out of him until they admit it was all made up.
It's a bit extreme, but if we could pull it off, it would clear things up.
Although, even if we prove you're not the curse bearer, they're still gonna come after you for being immortal.
I guess so, yeah. They won't because I'm immortal, not just because of the curse.
Yeah. And the girls, unfortunately, don't know about, like, the source of the Curse of the Raging Waves or anything like that, so they're kind of just going off of this assumption.
If we want to stop the Curse of the Raging Waves, maybe those two we met yesterday can help. Though they didn't seem to have a plan, so maybe that's not a great idea. People also used to call Mari the Curse Bearer of the Raging Waves, so maybe Tsuyu will know something that can help. I really don't want to worry her, but we don't have any other leads. Let's go talk to her.
Hey, Yuza and Azami have great plans. They got all the plans together. I hope you know that.
Man, I really just want to believe all this Curse Bearer stuff's just nonsense.
Someone else.
There's gotta be someone else we can do. The only other people I really trust around here are Azami and Yuza. If we ask them, I bet they'd help. Would you rather I didn't tell them? I mean, I'm pretty sure they keep it secret, but... Yeah, I'd rather avoid telling anyone else.
Gotcha. Well then.
Maybe we could just hide out somewhere until tomorrow? Buy a little time. But where we could hide? Oh! But I'm not sure if that's a right choice here. Not even sure if I should mention it.
Although, I'm sure that Yuza and Azami will probably end up going to the two of them at some point and try to bring them into what they're doing, so everyone's all going to come together at some point anyway.
What is it?
Whatever. You trust me with your secret, so I guess it's only fair I share one too.
Oh? You have a secret too?
Keep it between us, okay? It's about my pa, actually.
Wait, your dad? But I thought you grew up with just your ma.
I did. That's why I got curious about who my pa was and started digging on my own. Didn't have much to go on, but I managed to piece it together. I got a knack for detective work.
Oh, that's incredible. A detective just like on TV.
Anyway, turns out he's a very rich guy from Issei. Apparently way back, my mom used to work as a maid at his estate. Oh, God. Is your dad fucking, I can never remember his fucking name. Unkaku Dono. Yamashina? Yeah, Yamashina.
Wait, does that mean...
You guessed it. I'm his illegitimate child.
Oof, that's a tough one.
I mean, I kind of suspected already, so it wasn't a huge shock or anything. Besides, he's been sending child support this whole time, so I'm grateful, honestly. Hey, there's good. That's a good thing. One deadbeat dad is at least doing something right.
Wow, your life really is like a TV show.
Anyway, I've actually snuck off to meet him a few times.
Oh, really? You met your dad on your own? That wasn't a problem?
Surprisingly, yeah, he was happy to see me. He even said he wanted to meet me, too. Took me out for dinner a couple times and all.
Oh, nice. But you're smart and so cute. I can see why you'd be proud.
I've got no complaints about the life I have now with Ma. I'm not out to shake him down for cash or stir up trouble or anything. That said, when I told Ma that I met with him, there's still bad blood there, apparently.
Ooh, that's not good.
Nobody on the island knows about this. You're the first person I've ever told. They don't know that him and Ukaku Don are actually the same person. Ah, God.
Oh, this turned to a full-on secret swap.
Anyway, worst case scenario, I thought we could maybe ask my pa for help. He's pretty rich, so he could probably arrange a place for you to hide for a while. I'd help us buy some time to look into this curse.
It's quite a connection to have. Thanks for sharing with me. Having a place to lay low would be great, but won't you be suspicious if we don't explain things?
Honestly, I'm not so sure. Plus, you guys don't have a good way to get off the island. Why either lie to him or risk telling the truth. And personally, I'd rather not lie to him. Do you think it's better to keep your secret even from my pa?
Yeah, sorry. I'd really rather no one knew.
I get it. If we got out, it'd probably start a whole new mess. Let's keep that as our last resort then.
It was a great idea, though. Thanks.
Okay, what about the something else?
Hey, Tsukasa, I just had a thought.
Yeah? That's dangerous. What is it?
This Unkaku Dono guy, he says he has a way to break the curse of the raging waves, right?
Yeah, sounds like it. That's why he's offering in exchange for you, right?
Then what if we somehow stole that from him?
Ooh, bold idea. You mean we fake the trade and swipe it instead?
No, I mean, what if I just snuck into Unkaku Dono's place and took it?
So we've had our detective arc, and now we're going undercover. We spies now?
Yeah, okay, that's probably not very realistic.
I do think it's a bit of a stretch. We don't exactly have the skills or intel for a spy mission. Fun idea, though.
Still, if there's some way to break the curse of the raging waves, that'd solve everything.
Exactly. They don't know. They don't know that we already have so many other people looking into the curse of the raging waves. Alright, let's go see Tsuyu. Come on, let's go talk to Tsuyu.
Yeah, and we should apologize to Shotaro, too. Oh, right.
All these different places to see. Okay. Well, we should probably go to Tsuyu last.
This is where we're supposed to meet Shotaro. Of course, nobody's gonna wait forever.
Yeah, I kind of figured. Because he's out complaining to Azami and Yuza.
Looks like Shotaro isn't home. Yeah, no one's here right now.
Yeah, not even the old man. Let's see here. The flag. Oh! Eek!
Oh, it's just the phone. That scared me.
God, is this the phone call from the Heike dude?
Sato, the phone's ringing.
Yeah, I guess it is. Shouldn't you get it?
I guess I should. I'm not really sure. Well, don't look at me. What do you normally do? Normally I pick up. It's the least I can do while staying here.
Well, there you go. Just pick it up then.
Yeah, I guess so. Makes sense.
I thought it was Wakamura who ended up picking up that phone, though, but, you know, we'll see.
Came back here thinking Shotaro might be around. But now I think about it, there's a good chance I could run to Mr. Wakamura, too.
That could get awkward. Can't look at any of the other items there.
What are we supposed to do now? Kameshimaru, help us out here.
Please, Kameshimaru, you're my only hope. Alright, fine, I'll pick it up. Is what I said. No, not yet. Oh, God. That fucking sound effect scared me.
Phew, that was close. I almost answered without thinking.
Sato, why are you rolling around on the floor like you're fighting ghosts?
I just wasn't ready to answer yet.
I'm still not ready to answer yet. The phone is still ringing.
I'll get it.
Me when my mom picks up the phone. Gus literally is just like a little kid and their mom. Oh, God.
Hello, Wakamura residence.
You one of the Wakamuras?
Actually, no one from the Wakamura family is home right now. Would you mind calling back later?
Wait, really? Then that means you must be that immortal girl. Oh, wait, this is fucking it's Yamashina. Okay. You must be the immortal girl.
Sorry, I'm not sure what you mean. This is a prank call. I'm hanging up. Something about his tone really irks me.
Aha, so this is where you've been hiding. Took me forever to find you.
Who is this?
Haha, my dear Osato. It's been a while.
Okay.
He knows you?
Wrong number? Or hang up.
Looks like you got the wrong number. Please double check the number and call again.
Whoa, hold it. Don't you hang up on me, you little shit. I know exactly who I'm talking to.
It sounds like he actually knows who you are, Sato. I think this might be a chance to get some new info. I've got a real bad feeling about this.
So, my dear little Osato, I hear Unkakudono's got his eye on you now.
Okay, different person. All right. I mean, makes sense. Because I assume that this other guy is also immortal if he knows that she's Osato. So,
You're awfully well informed. Mind telling me who you are?
But of all the people out there, it was Unkakudono who found out. Damn, that kid is gonna hunt you to the ends of hell.
I want to hang up. Who the hell are you? Tell me.
Oh, you're really fired up.
Hang on, wait, you fucking serious? Don't remember me? For real? That's real harsh. After everything we had, all that passionate talk about our future together.
Wait, what? Come on, just because I don't remember you doesn't mean you get to start spouting nonsense.
You'll know if it's nonsense soon enough. And listen, I'm actually the one trying to help you here, you know? Might want to hear me out.
Maybe. Is there a way I can make this more of like an anonymous voice or whatnot?
What do you mean?
So, the Sunkaku Dono is a psycho old man funneling cash into researching immortality. If he gets his hands on you, you'll be strapped to a table in his lab while he cuts you open alive. He'll sit there watching as you die and regenerate, all as part of his fucked up experiments. Once you're all healed up, slice and dice again, rinse and repeat, over and over. Sounds fun, huh?
All right. God, why does this guy remind me of fucking Nejima from the last game. Like, very similar, like, very, yeah, criminal sort of aspects. Okay. That's straight up torture.
Even if your body's immortal, the pain is all real. Becoming a sacrificial guinea pig would be nothing but hell on earth.
Sure know a lot about this.
Well, yeah, that's why you should come to me instead. Doesn't sound so bad now, does it, Osato?
Huh?
I'll take you into my protection before you're handed over to Nkakadono. All you need to do is shut up and do as you're damn told, woman.
Oh, God, he pulled out the woman card. Oh, hell no.
If you think I'd ever grovel to some nameless creep like you, you got another thing coming. I refuse.
Remember me when we meet, I promise. So here's the deal. Get on today's last ferry to Toba Port. Come alone. Got it?
Not a chance where I understand. So I'm wondering, if we play along with it, then maybe we can uncover something. I understand.
I understand.
What? Sato!
I don't know who you are, but I understand that you're rude, selfish, and absolutely not worth listening to. So do us both a favor and never contact me again.
Oh, alright, so the illusion of choice.
Oh, come on. Is that really how you're gonna play it? Listen, if you don't show up when I say, I'll tear through every last dumbass on this island. Slice them all to fucking pieces. Sound good to you? That's what happens when people defy me. No mercy, just punishment.
What? Okay, so is the same guy. However, this time he's saying he's going to kill everyone and not just the women. Ah, alright. So that's the difference in the roots, is that in order to find Sato, he's basically slicing through all the women on the island and then seeing who gets up. Like, is that his way of finding her? That's fucked. But in that case, like, he killed Sato much earlier than everyone else, so there'd be no point in killing everyone else. I don't know.
So I'll say it once more, my dear Osato. If you don't want this island to be a bloodbath, get in the last ferry. Come to Toba Port, alone. This is your last chance. You get that, right?
When you say no mercy, just punishment, what exactly are we talking about here?
Oh, you know. I have this little curse power, let's just say it can be pretty fucking potent.
Another curse?
I guess I could show it off by cursing every woman on the island. Kill them all off, one by one. How's that sound? That way everyone else on the island will see the one girl who doesn't die and, well, guess your secret's out.
No.
So yeah, better just do as I say. No point fighting it. I've already got an assassin mixed in with the locals. Everything's set.
Assassin mixed in with the locals?
Okay, so it's not even him on the island then, it's just someone he's given the curse stone to.
Yep, and they're fucking nuts. Gave them a curse and they were way too thrilled to use it. Dead serious too. Always like a psycho killer. You get those sometimes. Natural killers. Pretty sure they've already made their move. Unless I call them off, they sure aren't stopping.
Is he being serious?
I'll check with you again after the first body drops, but I really recommend you to make the smart choice before that. Anywho, Ferry's leaving soon, so tick-tock, my dear Osato. Don't keep me waiting.
No, wait. This is bad. You heard all that, right? Yeah, killing people with curses? No way, right? I knew I had a bad feeling about that phone call.
What could they possibly even do in this situation? Would they even want to go to chat up Suyu after this?
I'm really glad Tsukasa's here with me. I don't think I could have handled all this if I were alone.
Alright.
Think. Okay, first things first, calm down. Let's talk things over at Tsukasa.
And I still haven't pieced together the way that they're able to get rid of all the women. Well, I mean, I guess he's just killing them based off of proximity? Is that the only possibility? Could it possibly be Shotaro then, since he was, like, the only guy that was around all the other corpses? Like, he went down, killed Suyu while we were talking to her. Like, he was in the back of the woods or some shit, in the woods, then ran up, killed everyone who passed by, and then once Yuza and Azami ended up following, Shotaro just pretended to be fucking shocked and confused. I don't know.
The last ferry leaves in what, less than an hour now? And if I don't get on it, the whole island is in trouble. All that talk about curses and killing people, and we still have no idea who that even was. I felt like he knew something about your past, too. Yeah, but as far as I can remember, I honestly have no idea who he is. He knew about Unkakudono in his research, so they're definitely involved in some way or another. Then maybe it's someone who doesn't get along with Unkakudono and wants to steal you away from him? Makes sense. Trying to help me is probably just a front, so his real goal has got to be something like that. So maybe he just acted like he knew you to put you at ease? Could be, but if he really wanted to put me at ease, I don't think he had the right tone. Yeah, that attitude was anything but reassuring. Yeah, I don't think that... Thinking about it, I don't think that the guy on the phone was an immortal either, because it's most likely that Sato is Princess Hatsune. She was sealed with the Curse of the Raging Waves, only got up about 3 months ago. Well, but that doesn't give an opportunity for... No. No, I just ended up proving myself completely wrong. Because the only window in which he possibly could have met was before Sato went to Taishima. So no, the voice on the phone has to be another immortal then. Oh, fuck. Yeah, I guess. Like, was he actually serious thinking you'd go along with all that just because he barked at you? Not to mention threatening to curse the people on the island to death. It's hard to tell how serious he was. Well, one thing's clear. He's bad news. Ah, wait, someone's coming home.
Well, you came back, huh, Sato?
Hey. Maybe you best tell the old man about the phone call. Yeah. Everything is still so up in the air that I really didn't want to have to see him right now. He could have at least come home a little bit earlier and taken the damn phone call for me.
What's wrong, girl? You look like you seen a ghost.
Well, we just got a strange, threatening phone call.
Oh? Tell me more. So some nobody we don't even know once he's sent off in the last ferry today.
Yes, they said if I don't go, the island will be struck with no mercy, just punishment.
Bah, he's just trying to snatch you out from under Unkakudono's nose. Always some fools trying to play smart. If on a stone like that, it wouldn't just get you on Unkakudono's bad side. It'd be a hell of a lot worse than that. Ignore that fool's call. You're going to Unkakudono tomorrow, like we planned.
Oh, okay. Oh yeah, I totally should have said something earlier, but I'm totally against this whole sacrifice nonsense. Hell man, if we can lift that curse of the raging waves before tomorrow, then Sato doesn't have to be offered as a sacrifice, right?
Well, yeah, if that was possible. But that curse stumped even the finest sorcerer I know. You need solid proof it's been broken.
That's fine.
Wait, what else did you say? Something about an assassin?
Yes, they said someone wielding a curse power has been mixing with the locals and is already proceeding with their plans. Think it could be true?
Most likely bluffing, but I'll let folks look into it just in case. Either way, if we nab the assassin first, there ain't nothing to worry about. This is my Kamishima. I don't like hearing what we have unknowns mixed in with my people.
Seeing as we're being threatened by a curse, couldn't you ask that sorcerer you trust to help us deal with it?
Not happening. Too short notice. Even just one consultation takes a whole month of back and forth with their manager for an appointment. Not to mention, you can't even imagine how much it costs. You don't trouble someone like that over some damn fool's prank call when it's probably just a bluff.
Seriously? They're that big a deal? I guess neither of the two we bumped into yesterday was a sorcerer then.
What are you talking about?
God, there's no way that they hired Circe as the assassin, right? Yesterday we spoke to a man and a woman in traditional clothes who asked where this place was. They didn't stop by?
Oh, right. Yeah, some shady-looking folks came around.
Okay. Not Arnav and Circe, but these two.
They said something about a great storm curse drawing near and told me I should warn everyone to prepare for evacuation.
Wait, so even people from outside the island know about this curse of the raging waves? But then who exactly were they?
Beats me. Claimed they were with the police or some such, but that something smelled fishy to me. They were rambling on about mummies and whatnot. They make a lick of sense. Ain't got time to mess with folks like that. Told me I already knew and I had them get lost. And with even the slightest spirit sense can tell the island's affected by a curse right now. They were just scammers using that to spout nonsense to squeeze out donations. Bunch of crooked psychics, that's all. Got no time to be dealing with folks like that.
Is it really all it was? Something about it is definitely nagging at me. Is this curse of the raging waves definitely real?
I already told you, it's as real as they get.
What? So, yeah, blah, 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 blah. So, what are you gonna do now, old man?
First off, Sato ain't going anywhere. Stay put till the last ferry docks back on the mainland.
You sure that's safe?
Of course or not, there's no way anyone going to just go around killing off a bunch of people. That just ain't practical. That said, someone sneaking in as assassin. That could happen.
I see.
Bah, even their curse was a bluff. They're clearly planning something. Ain't no way I'll let it slide. Threaten not just me, but Unkakudono. They'll regret messing with us.
Oh, God, his switch is flipped now.
I'll smoke them out myself and have them all confess their bullshit.
Yikes, he's pissed.
You two stay right here. Got it?
He's gone. Spit out like a bullet. So, what now? He told us to wait here, but... Well, we don't really need to catch the ferry anymore. Still, feels like a waste of time just sitting here. Let's go see if we can find Suyu. Sounds good. If we can find a way to stop the curse of the raging waves, there'd be no reason to sacrifice you. Let's go.
About an hour and a half later.
Well, we definitely learned a lot more after speaking with Suyu.
Okay, so I assume that if we head to Suyu's place before heading to welcome hers, then she just wouldn't have been home. Either that or it could possibly be an entirely different route. I don't know.
Huh? Tsukasa? Damn it. Listen, there's no way I'm letting them sacrifice you. Not for anything. Thanks, Tsukasa. Sorry I got so worked up. Don't worry about it. That's just who you are. I guess the last ferry should have reached the mainland by now. Yeah, think the old man managed to find that assassin? Let's go see what's going on outside. Not like we have much else to do now. Yeah.
Oh, God, are we gonna end up falling into the same route here? Where everyone just fucking dies?
Still, I can't get over what Suyu told us earlier. What a shock. I can't imagine how much you've been through, Sato. Yeah, my memories also came rushing back so suddenly I wasn't really sure what to do.
Okay, so we're just gonna completely skip past that? Alright, fun. Yeah, and here we are.
Oh, look, it's Shotaro.
Hey, you two, perfect timing. My old man's been stopping around with this wild look on his face, asking people if they see anyone suspicious. You two know anything about that?
Actually, yeah, we do. So, I guess he's been trying to track down that assassin who's playing on the island somewhere.
Wow, so people really announce threats like that over the phone. Still, I'm glad the old man didn't take the bait. That was probably the right call. But it's not just Unkakudono's people after you, then we got a new problem on our hands.
Yep. The sun's starting to go down. Maybe that's part of it, but something feels off.
Yeah, and the curses can only be activated at night, usually, assuming that they're following the same rules as the last game.
There's a lot I need to talk to Shotaro about. Tsukasa's clearly on edge. Can't blame her. This whole situation is such a mess. We really should apologize for missing the meeting earlier. Yeah. Even with everything going on, he still manages to stay calm. I know it's not fair to lean on him only when things get tough, but his confidence makes it hard not to.
Oh, whoops. About the assassin. If this so-called assassin really has slipped in among the others, running around blindly like my old man won't get us anywhere. We don't have enough to go on yet, so it's hard to say anything for sure. But at the very least, I'd be looking for people with regular contact with those off the island.
Right. Anyone who rarely leaves the island isn't really a likely suspect. So that means that people like Shotaro and me who live off the island most of the time are the most suspicious?
Oh god, they gotta nail it down to Yuza? Given the situation, yeah. You know, it's also possible that the caller and the assassin are both working for Unkakudono.
Wait, why would you think that?
It's possible that he either never had the means to lift the curse of the raging waves like he promised, or never intended to hand it over in the first place.
Oh, I get it. That way he could just get Sato without keeping his end of the bargain. Plus, he could also turn them around and pin everything on your old man.
Exactly. Sharp as ever, Tsukasa.
Thanks.
Either way, if someone like that really is out there, we need to stay on guard.
Definitely. Alright, earlier today. Sorry about missing our meeting today. I was the one who asked and ended up standing you up. Something urgent came up and I couldn't make it.
Ah, right, that. Well, stuff happens. Not mad or anything, but I do wish you brought up a little sooner.
Right, sorry.
Mind telling me exactly what happened?
Well, something unexpected came up and kind of threw off my whole schedule.
So you can't say any more than that. You're not even going to tell me what you wanted to talk about?
Yeah, I can't tell you that yet either. Sorry.
Right. Well, whatever. Let's just say you owe me one.
Owe you one?
Yeah, sometime when I need it, you'll have to do something for me.
Why is she blushing at that? Wait, that's not fair. It's not her fault. I'm the one who caused all the problems today. See, I was actually the one who... Tsukasa, stop. This isn't the time for that. But if I don't, you'll...
Whoa. Why do I feel like I'm the bad guy here? You're the one who didn't show up.
No, you're not the bad guy. It really is my fault. I'm sorry. No, it's on me. Sato didn't do anything wrong.
Okay, relax. For the sake of your friendship, I'll let it slide. Let's just reschedule for another time.
Right, thank you. Thank you.
I just can't help but be suspicious of Shotaro. He's too perfect. He's too perfect. It's fucked. Things are a little hectic today. We can talk about this more another time. So, about getting you out of that whole sacrifice mess.
Yes, about that.
I've been thinking, and maybe it's best if we leave for Tokyo together first thing tomorrow. Lay low for a while. Yeah, I know, it looks like I'm just using this chaos as an excuse, but... At this point, I don't think I can offer any other options. What do you think?
Well, first off, thanks for thinking it over for me. But, would it be okay if I gave it a little more thought?
Sure, but if you take the ferry, my old man will catch on. If you want to go, I'll have to be on a small boat, quietly, just after dawn. I'll need time to set things up, so I need your answer by tonight.
Okay, I'll think it through. Huh? What's wrong?
Looks like you got something caught in your bangs.
Oh no, how embarrassing.
You always seem so calm and collected, but I guess everyone has their moments.
Where? You want me to take a look? No, it's okay. I still got that hand mirror on me.
Oh. Is this the Kamishima hand mirror, or is that the actual inherited mirror that's important?
There it is. Is that a feather? When did that get there? Got it.
That looks bet. Hello.
What the? What the hell is that? Something wrong, Sato? There's something behind me. Huh? What was that? I should check.
You okay? There's nothing behind you.
Are you sure about that? I should check behind me.
Where's Tsukasa?
Oh, hello! Sato, what's wrong? Huh? I could have sworn it was right around here. There's nothing there. Maybe I imagined it. Huh?
Yep, there it is.
Shit, that hurts! Ah! Damn it, it hurts. It hurts. Cut straight through me. My insides are on fire. This is it, isn't it? I just died. But how? What happened? Oh, Tsukasa. I'm sorry. They got me. So this is the power of the curse, then? It's real. I saw something for a split second, and then... It cut me down? Okay, just relax. Breathe. Nice and slow. Piece the sinews together. This is bad. People are coming over. It's turning into a scene. Oh no. Not here. Everyone will see. Damn it. Everyone will know I can heal. What do I do? They're all panicking. No choice. Just act dazed, clueless, then run away while I can.
Alright. And then I assume everyone gets cut down very shortly after here. That's the memories of the last summer, though. It seems like everything is matching up with this route, though. So I'm wondering if everyone actually dies and Yuza will actually still die in this. Which I really fucking hope not. Anyway, I need to take a quick break to go to the bathroom. So, back in like 5 minutes here. One sec. Hello. Did you all enjoy your pee-pee break? Did everyone go numbers 2, 1, and 3? Did you go 5? If so, it's kind of messed up, but you know, when you gotta go, you gotta go. Alright. Back to it then. Still stuck with the one route. Just immediately towards Sato. And I'm glad they gave a glimpse into her inner monologue at the end of that, just act dazed and confused, because the part of me that I was really confused about was her expression after she revived, like she became like a different person. That was part of my theory about losing the memories whenever you die sort of aspect. Back when I had that at the beginning of this stream, was like, huh, she seemed kind of weird at the end of that there. So, but no, the memories are preserved. So, well, you know. Okay, Shadow. The slash from the curse leaves Sato with a large wound on her chest. She dies, but only for a moment, and then resurrects in front of everyone, revealing that she is no normal person. She escapes in a panic, unsure of what will happen next. And I assume that everyone is going to meet up. Well, no, we know that Tsukasa and Yuza and Azami end up being together, so I don't know who Sato's going to be with. Huh? Was I asleep? Oh, right. I got attacked out of nowhere right in the middle of Chuo Street. Every time I come back to life, my head's always foggy and my memory's all over the place. Let's see. After I was cut down, everyone saw me resurrect, so I panicked and started running around trying to hide. But in the end, Mr. Wakamura found me. He told me to stay put in the house and keep my head down. Sounds like things are getting pretty chaotic on the island, all because of me. Apparently, Mr. Wakamura told everyone he would handle it, which helps smooth things over. What now? Meshimaru's still in his usual spot. It's weirdly reassuring to see him. That's my goat. That's my turtle. It's already pitch black outside. It's quiet. Too quiet. It's putting me on edge. Yeah, we don't know if the curse bearer is nearby or anything like that. Telephone. Phone's quiet now. Let's hope it stays that way. The entrance. No signs of anyone out there. Wonder where Mr. Omura is. Nothing else for me to look at, I think. I think I have no choice but to think. So now everyone knows I can't die. Be that as it may, I've still got something I need to do. This is it. Time to see it through. Today's been so hectic. I need to take a second, gathering my thoughts, and figure out what comes next. Curse of the Raging Waves. Right now, over the southern sea of Kamishima, the Curse of the Raging Waves is creating a huge storm that has started to churn the sea. They say it can whip up a violent storm without warning, the kind that can flip a boat in an instant. Mr. Wakamura plans to hand me over to the Unkakudono to find a way to stop the curse. A handover is supposed to happen tomorrow, but Shotaro is against that plan. This morning, he asked if I'd run away with him, escape the island, and flee to Tokyo. Oh yeah, I still haven't given an answer. I'm sorry, but I have my reasons. I can't go with Shotaro. As for how to actually stop the Curse of the Raging Waves, the information Suyu gave us this afternoon might help. I should go over it again to get everything straight. Yeah, I would like that, considering that just completely skipped over that for me. As for how to actually stop the Curse of the Raging Waves, the information Suyu gave us this afternoon might help. I should go over it again to get everything straight. Okay. That first, then. Earlier today, after Mr. Wakamura told me to wait here, we snuck out and went to talk to Suyu. We learned some rather important info there. I'm really wondering if the route changes depending on where you go to first. You kidding me? Wakamura's fixing to hand you over to someone to try and break the Curse of the Raging Waves? Treat people like they're nothing but tools. They're just plain awful. Exactly. But we can figure out how to lift the curse ourselves, and maybe it won't come to that. If you know anything about the Curse of the Raging Waves, please, we need your help. Well, of course. I don't know what I'd do myself if we lost you, Sato. Well, Rickon's fine to tell you. I was about to tell you and azami later anyway. Come on, you two. I've got something to show you. I promised I'd tell you and azami tonight, but there's something I need to check, so I'll fill you two in first.
Oh, thank you.
Really? They're not questioning anything about that bit with using azami? Okay. Ah, there it is. Just so I remember it.
Tsuyu, are you sure you're okay to be climbing these rocks with your injured leg?
Oh, don't you worry about me. Still got a few tricks left in these old bones. Truth is, I put together a little shrine behind these rocks. Nobody else knows it's there, so it's been hidden here for ages now.
Really? There's a shrine all the way out here? Huh. Oh, is this one of those bronze mirrors? I think I saw one in a history textbook once.
Alright, and it makes sense that that was something that Mario left behind then.
It's kind of old and worn, but it's so small and cute.
Yep.
It's a beauty, alright. There's a lot more to it than it looks.
Wait, I know that bronze mirror. No way.
Yeah, because it was probably there on Taishima as well.
The sound of crashing waves and the distant roar of the sea fills the air. The weather's so nice, and yet something about it has me on edge.
Is there anything else? I haven't seen any birds in a while, and that makes me anxious. Come on, bird me up. Anything I missed? Ah, I did miss one. I missed one on Shuo Street. Okay, that's fine. We can go back and find it later. All right.
Having Tsukasa with me means more than I can say. How far will she follow me in all this, I wonder?
It makes sense. I didn't look that hard around there.
Let's see what Tsuyu has to say. Even out here, Tsuyu remains her usual calm, unshakable self. Unfortunately, that only makes it hard to tell where the jokes end and the serious talk begins. I think I might have picked up a bit of that from her. Tsuyu, what exactly is that mirror?
This here used to belong to Mari, Yuza's mother.
Wait, Yuza's ma? Wait, Yuza's ma?
Well, to be precise, Mari founded the bomb of the old well after she came to Kamishima.
The old well? That's where this bronze mirror came from?
Sure is. I don't know much beyond that, I'm afraid. It's more likely that the Somikawas, ended up storing the mirror at the bottom of the well, and they just knew the location and passed that on to Mare.
Anywho, you said we had to keep it enshrined somewhere that overlooked the southern sea, so we tucked it away back here. It was here even back when Mari was still alive, so it's gotta be near 20 years now.
That's a long time.
So, does that mirror have some connection to the Curse of the Raging Waves?
Sure it does. Listen, all I'm about to tell you is just what Mari once told me. I trusted her with all my heart, so I'll speak as if I know it all to be true.
Yes, of course.
This Curse of the Raging Waves isn't some tiny little curse that someone can just throw out whenever they like. It's a massive curse that's been churning down off the southern coast of Kamishima for a good 400 years now, non-stop.
Wait, seriously? If that's true, wouldn't there be a huge storm all the time?
Here's the thing. The curse hadn't been sealed away all this time, held back. All because of a sacrifice offered up 400 years ago.
A sacrifice?
Yes, a real sacrifice.
You don't mean, like, symbolically. You're saying someone was actually sacrificed to keep the curse at bay?
Exactly. Many, many years ago, someone made the ultimate sacrifice, but thanks to that, the source of the curse was sealed away. And this here bronze mirror supposedly belonged to the very person who was sacrificed.
No way.
Thing is, even with that sacrifice, after 400 years, the effects that held back the curse are getting weaker and weaker.
Wait, really? So, in other words, now that the curse is overpowering its seal, the Curse of the Raging Waves could be set loose again?
That's how it seems.
Well, isn't it already loose, and that's the thing?
But at the same time, it seems the curse itself has become a lot weaker over the last 400 years. Even with the seal wearing thin, the power of this bronze mirror has been able to keep it at bay. It's managed to hold back the Curse of the Raging Waves for the past 10 years or so. The mirror doesn't hold a candle to a real sacrifice, but still, it's got enough power to suppress the curse.
Right. So if it wasn't for that mirror, the curse might have already swallowed up the island. But if that's the case, Mari wasn't a curse bearer trying to unleash the curse at all. In fact, she was the complete opposite. She found the mirror and was trying to hold it back, right?
Well, if that's true, but it ain't quite the whole story.
What do you mean?
I understood that, right? Mari wasn't causing the curse. She was trying to hold it back.
Explain what I mean. I need to tell you about where Mari came from.
I thought no one knew where she came from.
Sorry for keeping it from you. The truth is, Mari was a descendant of a place called Taishima, an island that was wiped off the map long ago.
All right, and here's where we catch up these two to what's going on.
Wait a sec, Taishima? Isn't that the place where the Curse of the Raging Waves started after it got invaded or something?
That's the one.
Hold on, I heard that Mari was a descendant of the people who destroyed Taishima, and she was the one who brought the curse.
Quite the opposite. Her ancestors were the one being destroyed.
Well, dang, that sure changed the story. But what does that mean exactly?
Mari told me that folks from Taishima passed on a duty from generation to generation.
A duty?
She said it'd be 400 years since the disaster during a generation. That meant she had to be the one to see it through. To carry out that duty, first, the Curse of the Raging Waves had to be removed once and for all. You needed to wait for the curse to weaken, and so many a generation passed for that to happen.
So the duty wasn't just to stop the curse? That was just a first step?
Right. Mari came to Kamishima because she was meant to fulfill that duty. Apparently, she spent years waiting on the island watching for a sign that the curse was starting to weaken. Eventually, she ended up marrying my little Tosuke, but it seems that was never part of the plan. She often used to chuckle about it, saying that you never know when or where fate will bring someone into your life.
I had no idea.
Then we come to 5 years ago. 395 years since the Curse of the Raging Waves had begun, she said the time had finally come, that the curse was now weak enough. Still remember her saying how if she offered the mirror now, she could remove the curse for good. She'd complete her duty.
Remove the curse for good?
Well, even hearing all that, I was still only half convinced the curse wasn't just an old folktale.
Yeah, I don't think anyone can blame you. So then, what exactly was her duty?
She said she'd only tell me once it was all over and done with.
Oh, right. The Southern Sea disaster. Well, so much for that.
In the end, I never got to hear what her duty was. Mari was taken by the sea before she could tell me. After that disaster, I was a mess inside. Couldn't think straight for ages. But now, with all this going on, I figured it was time I finally talked about what happened.
So she still knows what went on out there? Well, I mean, she knows what they were going out there to do, so I think she's kind of just piecing it together from there.
That day, 5 years ago, out of the blue, Mari suddenly said that the time had come. She headed out to sea, bronze mirror in hand, ready to end the curse once and for all. But you know the rest. I reckon she failed to do it.
But you were able to get the bronze mirror back somehow?
She failed? And then that triggered the storm and the whole disaster?
That's how it looks. Thinking back, it hadn't quite been 400 years yet. Maybe she rushed it, felt like time was running out. I think she tried to end it, and the curse just lashed back, causing the tragedy. I know folks want to blame her, but I can never really say anything to stop them.
Because she jumped the gun. Okay.
One curious thing, though. Mari took this bronze mirror with her when she set out. But when Yuza was the one who found her alive, he had the mirror on him. Maybe that's what saved him. Just him, by some miracle. At the very least, I'm grateful that he came back safe.
Yeah, when they found Yuza that day, I remember bawling my eyes out. I was so relieved.
After that, I offered a little prayer of thanks to the mirror and quietly returned it to this shrine in the bay. For the next 5 years, there was no sign of the raging waves. Everything stayed calm, up until now.
That does explain a lot.
Mm-hmm. There's still one thing I can't quite make sense of.
What's that?
I know she took Tosuke with her as he was the one who handled the boat. I never understood why she'd take little Yuza with her, too.
Yeah, that is a bit odd.
Yuza says he doesn't remember a thing, so we'll probably never know the truth. Not to mention that Mari's so-called duty also still remains a mystery. All that's left is the bronze mirror and 5 long years since then.
God, that reminds me. So who's the mermaid that ended up saving Yuza in that case then? Like, would just have to be yeah, it would just have to be the one remaining mermaid, I suppose. Nagame? I think her name was? Yeah. So we know that she's still out and around then, in that case. And then the mermaid flesh that she had to, that Sato must have eaten, had to have been that of Kone? Was that it? Fuck. Sea disaster. Mermaids, no. Okay, so by Nagame and Hayase. Okay, Hayase, that was it. Darn. I kept hoping that maybe, just maybe, the curse of the raging waves would fade away on its own. But now they say it's growing stronger again, and I have to say the despair is setting in. So something just came to mind. What is it, Tsukasa? Yuza is Mari's son, right? So that means he's also a descendant of Taishima. What if Mari passed on the duty to him, taught him how to deal with the curse? Oh, that's a good point. Maybe she brought Yuza along just in case things didn't go as planned, to carry things on if she couldn't. Huh. Now you say it, that actually makes a lot of sense. Truth is, I would wonder if that boy is starting to remember something. Oh. It's not exactly an easy thing to bring up to him, you know. But since we're finally talking about all this, I figure it's time I ask him straight. I see. Though, honestly, Yuza couldn't hide anything from anyone, let alone from us. Ha! I thought the same. That boy's as transparent as glass. Is he, though? Because, like, they still didn't ask anything about him up until this whole time. So I'm wondering. So just offering the bronze mirror wasn't enough. What was missing? It was a bronze mirror, a descendant. What was the iron box? I think that might have been it. So listen, Sato. You need to tell him there's no need to rush with all this nonsense. The bronze mirror is holding the curse of the raging waves back for now. Yeah, and maybe Yuza actually knows how to get rid of the curse with that mirror. Yeah. It didn't work for Mari, not with the bronze mirror alone. The curse is still out there, so maybe it really does need me to, you know. Sato, you okay? You're acting kinda weird. Is she remembering? Thank you, Tsuyu, for telling us all this. I think it's time I told you both something, too. I actually remembered something the other day, about who I used to be. Wait, you mean you remember even more? Yeah, sorry I didn't say anything sooner. I guess I'll just spill it. I was the one that was sacrificed here 400 years ago. That was me. Yeah. As I figured. Huh? What? Wait, hold on. 400 years ago? You pulled my leg at a time like this? No, you see, the truth is... Well, I'll be. So you tell me you're immortal? You promise you ain't pulled my leg? This one's a bit hard to swallow. I think the reason the curse is getting stronger is because I woke up 3 months ago after sleeping deep down on the seafloor. I think me waking up weakened the seal that was holding the curse back. Whoa, wait. So when you said you've been asleep for hundreds of years, man, you were actually a sacrifice at the bottom of the ocean? That's awful! That's right. I was sacrificed to seal the curse at its source. It wasn't to remove it, though, so it was just a way to keep it from seeping out. It was just a temporary fix, a stopgap until someone found a way to remove it for good. That said, it did last 400 years, I suppose. That's hard to even imagine. But after those 400 years, the curse was supposed to have weakened, and the way to end it should have been passed down. You mean, by Mari? I guess she never had a chance. I think it'd be unusual for her to not at least write something down, in any of the things that she had passed to Yuza, but, I don't know. Maybe there's a chance that she did pass something on to Yuza? Maybe, but if she didn't, maybe in the scale, that would mean that I have to be the sacrifice again. Whoa, Sato, no, that's not how it has to be. It has to be the reason I'm immortal. Sato. I never should have woken up. Everyone here took me in, even though I didn't remember a thing. I didn't want to lose all that warmth, so I kept quiet. I'm so sorry. If it comes to it, I'll take responsibility. I'll be the sacrifice again. No, Sato, don't talk like that. You've already protected us for 400 years. That's more than enough. I refuse to let you go through that again. There has to be a reason that you woke up now. You weren't needed to seal the curse anymore. You know, I know it. She's right. We'll find a way to keep you safe through this, Sato. So many loose threads here. There's a bit with the telephone guy, who's clearly also immortal. If I had to guess, probably also, I think he would have to be the uncle in that story, right? The one that originally led the invasion? Did he end up actually becoming immortal after consuming the flesh? I don't know.
Got a bit overwhelmed back there. But Tsuyu and Tsukasa both told me that there was no need for me to be the sacrifice. Still, I can't help but feel I have to do something. Of course, if there's anything I can do to avoid being sacrificed, I'll do it.
Yeah, what else did we have?
After talking with Tsuyu, we put the bronze mirror back in the shrine. With the curse so unstable right now, moving it away from the shrine seemed like a bad idea. Tsuyu said she plans to tell Yuzu and Azami the same thing she told me. That if that leads to anything new, they'd let us know. That bronze mirror was definitely something I owned a really long time ago. I never imagined it held power strong enough to suppress a curse, though. But even offering it up didn't fully get rid of the curse of the raging waves, which means there must be some other condition that wasn't met. The real key to ending the curse has to be tied to something, or someone related to Mare. Hopefully Tsuyu will be able to tell the others more about that. That said, it's possible Unkaku Dono already has the exact same information.
Threatening phone call.
Earlier today, I got a creepy call demanding I turn myself in. They said if I didn't comply, an assassin with a curse would start killing people. I didn't go. And sure enough, later that evening, I was struck out of nowhere by some invisible slash and killed. Whoever did was probably testing where I'd really come back to life, while also showing off their power all in one go. And it worked out perfectly. Yeah, I went into a panic, with people both terrified of me for not dying and of the one who attacked me. There really was an assassin mixed in with all the locals that used a curse to do all of that. We're in serious trouble. A curse that can kill someone instantly from a distance. That's not just dangerous, it's terrifying. None of the curses I've ever known worked like that. They were never that convenient or all-powerful. They say when you curse someone, you're cursing yourself as well. Using a curse always comes with risks, or with strict conditions.
I've never seen one with risks. It's always with strict conditions. Like, it's always been that.
To target me so precisely in that exact moment and place from somewhere I couldn't even see. There must have been some really specific conditions to pull it off. I should try to recall the curse slash that hit me and see if there's anything else I can remember.
I assume they would need to know the name and location of the person at the very least.
Slash and curse. That attack, it was brutal. I changed clothes and the wound's gone now, but I can't stop the cold sweat. My body still remembers the pain. I'm the only one who can get to the bottom of this curse. And you think back, remember exactly what happened when I was cursed. There has to be some kind of clue. Was there any sign, anything at all before I was struck? Wait, that's right, just before I was slashed, I saw something reflect in the hand mirror, a mysterious shadow. If I remember correctly, it looked like a warrior in armor carrying a sword. Wait a sec, could it be? Was that the curse of the Heike that I heard about yesterday?
Oh, great, another recollection? Oh, they actually ran to Yume Koshiki? Oh, cool.
Curse that delivers a single hate-fueled strike from a sword. Its shadow was already there before I was hit, which means if I can spot that armor's warrior's shadow again, it would mean that the assassin using the curse should be nearby. Damn it, I should have asked more questions yesterday. That cursed shadow. It showed up in the mirror, but when I turned around, there was nothing there. Does that mean maybe it's only visible in mirrors?
Does it have to work through reflections then?
Yuza didn't have any sort of reflection near him, though.
Maybe it's just some weird JoJo shit where the reflection of someone's eyes was what gave the Heike warrior its power.
Fun. If that's true, I might be able to use the Kameshi Maru hand mirror to spot the shadow before the curse strikes. I can go looking for it with the mirror. Maybe I should practice a bit.
Let's keep thinking first.
Try using the mirror. Just a little test.
I'm sure nothing terrifying is going to pop up in that mirror.
Seems that Mr. Wakamura still hasn't figured out who the assassin is either. Whoever they are, they're blending in with the locals and triggering the curse with ease. As far as I know, only a psychic with a powerful spirit sense could use a curse like that.
So yeah, either So or Circe.
Is there really someone like that in this island? The killing definitely won't stop with just the attack on me. Even the man on the phone was ranting about killing everyone off one by one. But at least for the moment, it seems pretty quiet outside. Still, there's no telling when it'll start. If that caller really can't wield the curse, maybe turning them down wasn't the smartest move. And again, there's no way I was just gonna hand myself over. Like Shotaro said, there's also a chance the caller was working for Unkaku Dono.
All right, real quick before I look at everything else. Anything else out of the ordinary? Anything at all? I'm still wondering why they have this fucking thing over the table.
Have you kept dinner under there all this time? Okay, here goes.
Fuck, this is creepy.
Yeah, looks like I can use this mirror to search for things behind me. Let's do a little practice first. Let me try reflecting the Kameshimaru flag in the mirror. Once I can see its reflection, I'll take a closer look at the hand mirror.
Real quick, I want to see if there's anything weird I can find in the reflection. A bird, mayhaps. I don't think so, but it never hurts to check for bird. This would be a really mean spot to hide one. I'm not gonna lie. Alright, I think we're bird free.
Ah, there you are, Kameshimaru. Okay, this works. I can see the Kameshimaru flag in the mirror. Maybe using a mirror isn't the important thing, but rather not looking at it directly. Nothing unusual reflecting the mirror here.
Yeah, so I'm wondering if there actually is anything unusual I can find in here. Any way of seeing anything spiritual. Nothing by the entryway. Or the table. God, this is fucked. I don't like this. Alright.
Okay, if I can catch a shadow with a mirror before anything happens, then maybe I can find the assassin right as they're about to use the curse. Wait, one problem. If anyone on the island sees me now, it'll just cause more panic. I'll have to stay hidden while I move around.
Alright, we gonna get going then?
Alright. I guess for now I just need to do whatever I can. If I can find that armored shadow again, maybe I can at least deal with that curse. I'll have to try and avoid places with lots of people around, though.
Alright, let's go to the bunker. Book it. Right now. To the bunker. I say that, but I probably shouldn't. Let's go to the bay first. Because I wonder if Tsuyu's here.
This area seems pretty empty. Time to take a look around while I have the chance. Wait, didn't Tsuyu say she was meeting you and azami here later? I should look around quickly before anyone shows up.
Okay, so this is beforehand. God, the stars are pretty. Hello there. You're unusual, don't you think? Ah, but it's just the other stars. Okay. These are the same 3 stars that were pointed out earlier. I see.
Still, even if I do find that shadow again, does that mean I'm gonna get slashed again?
Yeah, I think you're using yourself as bait.
Okay, let's take a look around. Maybe I can find that shadow with the mirror.
I don't think I'm gonna find it here, but, you know, never hurts to check, I suppose. God, I fucking hate this. God damn it. This game has been completely unspooky until this point, but now it's oh my god! I'm a fucking mess.
What the? It's there. I saw it. As I thought, I can't see anything directly, but it was right there, right by those rocks. Which means that the assassin should be nearby. Is there anything out of the ordinary nearby? Huh? Who's that? Damn it, they took off. Wait!
Damn, it's completely bullshitting by going to the bay first. Fuck.
Damn it, I lost them. Well, someone as out of shape as me and never had a chance to catch up. I don't even really know if they went this way. This is hopeless. Damn, I'm completely out of breath.
You and me too, girl. I didn't think this far ahead. What did I think I was gonna do if I actually found someone?
Anyway, running around in the dark isn't gonna get me anywhere.
I did see that shadow again, along with someone suspicious nearby. Taking off like that the second I saw him was just about the most obviously suspicious thing they could have done. That pretty much confirms there's an assassin using a curse to attack people on the island, just like the phone caller threatened. But even if that's the case, is there anything I can do to stop it? And they didn't look familiar either. They just looked like random NPC number 13. I mean, I'm not exactly built to fight. I'm pretty sure I'd just lose at just about anyone. Can't do this alone. I have to find someone to help me. Who can I even ask at a time like this? Wait, hang on. Wasn't Suyu supposed to be being used on Azami down by the bay? Oh, please no. I gotta get back and warn her. Now! Can't breathe. So out of shape. Do not take a nap for 400 years, chat. This is your warning. I'm here. Barely. Yeah, it's already happened. No. See you, wake up. Was I too late? No, this isn't happening. Wait, what about you and Azami? Weren't they supposed to meet her here? There are footprints. Maybe they ran to get help already? See you. No, this is the same one as mine. It's hopeless. She would have died in an instant. There's nothing anyone can do. I'm so sorry. I'll come back, though. I'll make sure you're properly laid to rest. After that, Sato returned to the island city center, which had turned to a living nightmare. Countless others had already fallen victims to the curse. Bloody bodies lay scattered across the ground. People fled in panic, screaming and confused. Some turned on others, shouting wild accusations. Others broke down, wailing in helpless hysteria. Many clung to lifeless loved ones, crying in despair. In the midst of the chaos, not a single person paid Sato any mind. Sato Shiranami wandered throughout the devastation, overcome with guilt. She had only done more, maybe this tragedy could have been prevented.
I went to the wrong location.
If I had just listened. If I had just done what this damn phone caller had told me, none of this would have happened. This is all my fault. It's all because I dared to hope. Hope that I could keep on living. This is all wrong. I was never supposed to be here. It's all wrong. This body, my life, maybe it's better if it just ends. Surrender to the assassin, right now. That stops any more people from getting hurt. The blood. There's a pool of fresh blood. Someone must have collapsed here, too. Yeah. Well, who could have picked that up? Huh. I'll get to you in a second. I have to find the assassin. I need to tell them they'll surrender before more lives are lost. So you're here, huh? Ah, Mr. Wakamura, where did you...
Sato, where's Tsukasa? Tell me where Tsukasa Wow is right now.
Huh? Tsukasa? Why Tsukasa?
Can't believe I missed it. Figured Unkakudon had a couple secrets hid stashed somewhere. Was Tsukasa Wow? She was one all along? You lot been keeping it secret from the start?
God, was Tsukasa the assassin? I didn't think so. What? What are you talking about?
That goddamn assassin gotta be working for Unkakudon, so it has to be her. Where is she? Gotta get my hands on her, putting an end to this mess. Stop wasting time and talk.
Probably at the bay or probably at Kantakisho. Probably at Kantakisho. If she's hiding, she would probably be at the Kantakisho ruins. But I can't tell him that. If he gets there first, Tsukasa will be in trouble. I think she's down by the southern bay.
The bay? Got it.
That was close. Gotta find Tsukasa before he doesn't warn her. No time to waste. But Tsukasa just fucking myrtleized Yuza. Okay. And all of a sudden it makes sense that Yuza would accuse Tsukasa because Tsukasa knows all of the Ama divers then. Okay. Someone's here. What the hell? Sato! Sato, Yuza just... Well, if you need to get out of here, it's dangerous here. Hurry! But what about Yuza? There's no time, just go! God, sure they actually pieced that one together. Okay. Oh, man. We have to actually go on with this route with Yuza just fucking completely dead? Oh, God. Before we do that, though, I need to go back. I need to actually go to the other locations and figure out if anything would happen. Because it was literally just nothing here. Okay. Damn. This isn't gonna work. There are too many people around here. Let's try somewhere else. Alright, Chuo Street. There's just many people around here. It's too risky. Dun 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 dun. Bam bam bam. This place is too risky too. I'm really running out of options. No sense risking it. Let me try elsewhere. This area seems pretty empty. Time to take a look around while I have the chance. This place is quiet, but I can see a few lights on from nearby houses. I wonder if the people inside are scared of me now. Can't stop worrying about stuff like that now. Still, if I do find that shadow again, does that mean I'm gonna get slashed again? Yeah, I think so. So I wonder if I'm just going to find the same thing here. Looks like nothing out of the ordinary. Nothing up the stairs. Nothing down the stairs. Okay. Nothing. Nobody around here either. Let me look around. Coming out here to the ruins alone feels so strange now. But I assume I'm not going to find anything either. It really was just the bay, and that was it. I'm starting to doubt if we even find anything, but this is all I got right now. Yeah, I think I just completely lucked out. Quote unquote. Southern Coast. Damn, there seems to be quite a few people around here too. Yeah, no, let's skip this one. Alright. I want to get a closer look at the person who peeked out there. Alright, show me it. I'm ready for it this time. Hello. Alright, let's see. Is that Tsukasa over there? I can't really... I don't think so. They have a masculine build. From what I can tell, at least. Well... I mean, you can kind of see some hips right there, but I don't think it is. Yeah, they're deliberately keeping it hidden. Alright. Now, let's try starting from the beginning here. And then I want to see what happens if I go to Tsuyu's place first before Wakamura's. Doesn't let me skip at anything. Okay, yeah, I have to hold that. Actually, no. This is at a completely different point in the story. So I have to go to the day before? Yeah, I think so. Is it Chuo Street or the Wakamura residence? Kantakisho, I think. Okay. Vine boom, vine boom. Right, I have to start with Tsukasa first. Still have to keep going, alright. Nope, come on. Oh, I have to think. All right. Ah, shit. Come on. It's probably nothing too serious, considering I've been able to skip it to this point, and the thing is, like, grayed out on the screen. But, you know, I just want to make sure. I don't know. I'm not sure if I entirely believe that Tsukasa is the assassin, but, like, it makes sense in one case, but I don't think that she's capable of that personally. Alright, Minakushi residence. Hello? Anyone home? Doesn't look like anyone's here. Guess we'll have to wait to talk to Suyu. Let's come back later. Alright, and that was exactly it. Alright, well, you know, it was worth checking. Other than that, I do have to go to Chuo Street. Because this is where Missing Bird is. With Shotaro on Chuo Street. Ah, there we go. Mockingbird number 14. Have I missed any others at this point? Nope. However, how many am I missing now? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Fuck, I said the numbers. Anyway. That gives me a good, sense of where I am in the game. So, still a lot to go through, huh, then, huh? Kamishima investigation. Yumeko and her partner learned about the threat of the curse of the raging waves encroaching upon Kamishima and head over to warn the island. So this is the part where they told them where Wakamura is. So we're probably going to meet with Wakamura from their perspective then. The Wakamura residence is just up the slope after you head through that alley. It's a bit of a maze, though. Want me to show you?
Ah, so it was that way. Thank you. We should be fine by ourselves, I think.
Oh no, her psychic sense is showing something's off. Got it. Take care then.
Ma'am? Is something the matter? No, it's nothing. I'll tell you later.
So I'm wondering when the two of them met up with Tsukasa and Sato later. August 6th in the morning.
Well, let me get this straight. You're with the police, and you expect me to warn everyone on the island that a huge storm's on its way and get them ready to face it.
That's it in a nutshell. I'm so glad you understand.
It's about the curse of the raging waves? Way ahead of you there. Been warning them for ages.
Well now, you know about the curse. Can it be that a certain sorcerer acquaintance of yours told you about it?
That's right. Unlike you phony psychics who crawl the woodwork every other week, my instructor's the real deal.
In that case, I expect this instructor also knows how the curse can be lifted.
No, hasn't got that far yet, but not for lack of trying. Why, you say you knew a way to break it?
Unfortunately, no. We've yet to determine the exact method for bringing it to an end. We are not without the means to do so, but first we require a map concealed in a mummified mermaid. Might you know of it?
Ah, that's the family treasure that they're looking for.
Mummified mermaid? What are you on about? Is some kind of ruse? I knew there was something fishy about you. What are you really after? Go on, out with it.
I assure you, we wish only to lift the curse plaguing Kamishima. Would you be prepared to assist us in our efforts?
Bah, a likely story. Trying to pull one over on old Wakamura, are we? Burn, have you tried?
Okay, so it makes sense that, Kiryu... No. I don't think Kiryu is a descendant of the Tsuchimikado clan. I think it's more likely that Yumeko's husband is a descendant of the Tsuchimikado clan, and it was originally that his family was holding on to the mermaid that had the map inside, and they sent it over to the Lunar Light family at some point, and that's how it ended up getting into Arnav's hands somehow. I see.
Well, how's this? I'm not telling you another word. We're done here, understand? I don't have time to listen to this hogwash anyhow. I've got business to attend to on the mainland, so off with you. Leave me in peace.
Well, That is a shame, but I suppose there's nothing we can do. In that case, please do contact us if you learn anything that might be of use. I love the fact that Kiryu isn't even a part of that conversation necessarily, but he's so upset about it. Not very cooperative, is he? I don't see why he's so suspicious. He had his hackles up from the first. Perhaps he's so accustomed to dealing with rough customers that he can't believe anyone would be sincere. However, he does seem to be interested in breaking the curse of the raging waves as we are. True. And this sorcerer of his must have some psychic ability if they were able to perceive the curse. Wish I'd thought to ask their name. Oh, I think I have an idea of who it might be. It's a small world, this industry. Oh, really? Mr. Yamashino called them a big shot who's appeared on television, and I recognized their mark on the implements in Wakamura's room. It must be Suigen Gamyoto. Fuck! I was right! Damn it, they're bringing up this bitch again! Gamyoto? Never heard of him. No? They used to make frequent appearances on occult programs, though they always hid their face on camera. Sorry, it's not ringing any bells. Well, lately, they seem to be raking in a fortune as corporate consultant for hire. Their powers have a reputation for being accurate and potent, and their popularity has grown to the point where they can essentially name their price. If they're that good, maybe we should let them take care of the curse of the raging waves for us. Perhaps I should mention, Gamyota's popularity has reached such heights only very recently. Up until last year, they had a very poor reputation among others in the industry. In fact, as I recall, in the list of notable psychics kept by the Paranormal Affairs Bureau, they were given the lowest rank. So I'm wondering if Suigen Gamyoto, aka the chairman of Hiyaku Soaps, actually gave that role to an actual psychic, and then just hid the face. So maybe they're actually not a total fraud this time, it's just the mantle has been passed on, so to speak. In other words, they were putting on the safe level as sham mediums riding the wave of the occult boom. I'd forgotten about that list. While the sudden rise to fame and fortune after changing up their business at the end of last year is certainly suspicious, I am more concerned about the possibility that they are using a harmful curse to suit the needs of the highest bidder. Regardless, I'm not sure I would trust them to handle this affair on their own. You never know. Maybe they just had a change of heart and started training seriously. Even so, I highly doubt they would have time in their busy schedule to venture out here and solve this case in our stead. Alright. I got all the characters' profiles! Yay, yippee! Alright, although said to possess exceptional supernatural abilities, they have revealed nothing of their true identity, but their age and gender are unknown. Suigen Gamyoto was previously most known for their prominent media presence, with numerous appearances both on television and in magazines. Wearing an unusual outfit that covered their face, they would demonstrate a variety of psychic abilities, including exorcism of possessed individuals, assessment of submitted ghost photographs, identification of guiding spirits, and conduction of telepathic readings at haunted locations. Their unique sense of presence and high rate of accuracy garnered them a sizable following, particularly among occult enthusiasts, and they were known to accept consultations from the general public as well as media outlets. However, the end of the previous year saw this once public figure suddenly withdraw from the spotlight. They now mainly operate behind closed doors, signing consulting agreements with particular companies to provide a variety of services, including management advice from a metaphysical perspective, divination of auspicious and harmful events, proposals to improve their clients' luck, and the detection and elimination of paranormal disturbances. It is rumored that they will even cast curses on key personnel at rival companies or conversely exercise curses from targeted victims for the right price. The undeniable potency of their spiritual abilities has earned them immense trust from both the executives of their contracted companies and other wealthy individuals, and their behind-the-scenes reputation continues to grow. This has resulted in a sharp rise in their consulting fees, placing their services far beyond what any average individual can reasonably hope to afford. One of those companies they currently have a contract with belongs to Shinobu Wakamura, a local Kamishima magnate. Among psychics, opinion on them is more divided. Many have noted that their spiritual ability during the time they were openly active in the media was too weak to allow them to perform advanced techniques of any sort, to the extent that they were considered a little better than a fraud, linked to suspicions about what prompted their sudden changing course. It is now almost impossible to find footage and articles from their past media appearances, and the names of the companies with which they have consulting contracts are entirely undisclosed, obfuscating their identity, purpose, and the true extent of their power. The one thing that came to mind as I was reading this is like, oh, Shogo kind of confessed that he had spirit sense to Takumi at the end of the last game, and I'm wondering if maybe he took over the role of Suigen Gamyoto, in which case I'm really hoping not. I like to think he's better than that, but, you know, I don't know. Oh, you're the girl who showed us the way earlier. Good thing I caught you. Mind if we have a word? Actually, I'd rather not. I'm afraid you don't really have a choice, because I already know that you're an 800-year-old immortal.
What are you talking about?
Don't even bother. That shocked look has already given you away. Besides, you have nothing to fear. Your secret's safe with me. Come on, let's take this somewhere more private.
Lovely. Lovely. Just very slightly threatening, you know. Can't we just look at Kameshimaru Merch instead? That'd make me feel better.
So, in short, when you came to, you'd been washed up on the shore of the bay. Wakamura took you in, and that's as far back as your memories go. You don't remember anything about your life before then? Not even why you became immortal?
No, except I'm pretty sure I was forced to eat mermaid flesh by someone.
But you don't know when or why.
No.
So you've only recently woken up and you have no idea where you were or what you were doing before that.
Pretty much. I get the feeling I was kind of in a deep sleep at the bottom of the sea for a few hundred years. But I've got no clue why or how or what led up to it.
Because this was before she figured out that she was used as the sacrifice.
Interesting. Well, I'll be go over the facts one by one just to make sure we're on the same page.
Okay.
We're finally in the southern part of the sea. I don't remember us ever going here at some point, so I'm wondering... Bird. Potential bird.
This is the southwestern coast of the island. We've got it all to ourselves right now.
Nothing else? My big, strapping young lad?
Soda's been researching the ways in which spirit sense affects the human brain, so I'm sure he must be curious what effects longevity has on the minds and psyches of 800-year immortals. It appears she has a lot of gaps in her memory. Having never encountered an 800-year immortal before, I must confess I am bursting with questions. How does such a lifespan impact the structure of their brains and memories? It'd be fascinating to find out.
Well, a bit late for that. She kinda already lost all of them.
This girl, she calls herself Sato Shiranami. I wonder if she made that name up. Either way, I doubt we'd find her in the civil registry. Though that shouldn't affect her life too much while she's living on Kameshima. If her readiness to give us directions earlier is anything to go by, she seems to know the island quite well. I just hope she'll be alright.
Alright. Show me her aura. Her strange 800-year-old aura. I'm surprised that she doesn't comment on the aura at all while I have the vision ability on. Real quick, just make sure, because Yumiko is very much better at detecting birds than I am, so... And by the way, they've never actually clarified why she has vision ability or anything like that. She's just always had this gameplay mechanic from the beginning.
Now, am I right in thinking you didn't eat mermaid flesh and go straight to sleep? You were up and about for a few years in between, at least.
I think so.
What interests me is the fact that you are already familiar with the term 800-year immortal. It is not a widely known concept. You must have been in the unique position to acquire knowledge of it before you went to sleep.
Yeah, I have a vague memory being told that that's what we're called. I don't know when that happened or where, let alone who it was.
Maybe you'll remember in more detail if we touch on some other topics. Guess we'll just have to go by process of elimination. Work our way down the list till we get a hit. I wonder if Wakamura knows about her immortality. He seems to be our guardian. If he does know and he lets slip to Yamashina about it, that could be a problem. Just one thing after another. What are we to do about her?
Anything new from you? Nope.
Is there a reason for all these questions? Well, not to sound insensitive, I'm sure it can't be easy for you going about without any memories and all. But I was hoping you might know something that could be of use to us. Given your history, there's a chance you possess information otherwise lost to time.
Maybe, but I'm not sure how much help I'll be. I remember so little.
Is there a reason for all these questions?
Oh, okay. Skipping over that. Reason for visiting.
Come to think of it, I say it's about time we introduced ourselves. I'll admit we don't exactly look the part, but the truth is...
You're with the police? Wow, never would have guessed there was a paranormal affairs department. Honestly, I thought all psychics in this age were frauds. At least, that's the impression I got from watching TV.
To be fair, the majority of them are, but for the record, our department is officially approved by the government.
Really? Huh. Back in my time, psychics were treated as nyoji, and even held official positions in the Bureau of Onmyo, a public institution.
Oh, you didn't know a lot about that. Were you involved somehow?
Huh? Oh. I explained all that without even thinking. Just came naturally to me. Honestly, I'm as surprised as you are. I guess this means I must have had something to do with the Bureau of Onmyo.
And it seems your memories aren't lost after all. All we have to do is find a way to trigger them.
Interesting. The Bureau of Onmyo is one of the government offices under the Ritsuryo system, existing from the Asuka period through to the early Meiji era. Based on the practice of Myodo, it generally oversaw such matters as astronomical observation, the creation of calendars and management of time systems, and the divination of auspicious or harmful events. However, it is also said that it occasionally invoked powers beyond human understanding to handle the banishment and cleansing of disasters and impurities. The Myoji affiliated with the Bureau were not merely diviners, they were also bureaucrats, albeit ones possessing advanced training in mathematics and knowledge of astronomy. In some eras, their influence was even great enough to sway the very course of the nation, and their presence in the imperial court was highly valued. Spiritual practitioners in the service of the state were also formally inducted as Myoji, operating under the banner of the Bureau. The current treatment of spiritual phenomenon as non-existent largely stems from the abolishment of the Bureau of Onmyo during the Meiji Restoration, in line with Japan taking on the principles of science and technology as the new framework for the nation. Over time, state involvement in spiritual matters gradually became to be seen as taboo. However, psychics continued their work to maintain public order behind the scenes, passing this torch down through the successive generations until the establishment of the new Police Act in the latter half of the Showa period, whereupon their work eventually came to form the foundation of the Paranormal Affairs Bureau.
So anyway, what's a couple of Paranormal Affairs officials doing on Kamishima?
Working a case, of course. What else? Our job is to resolve incidents caused by curses and paranormal phenomena, and, wherever possible, prevent them from occurring. It's up to us to solve the greatest mysteries and do whatever it takes to keep the peace, which is usually a lot.
Wait, does that mean something's happened here?
You don't know, huh?
No, what?
Sounds like we better fill you in a bit first.
Is this how they get the idea of the raging waves? I thought you got it from... No, this is where they get the details, I think. Alright. Reason for visiting.
We're working several cases right now, but I'd say only 2 of them are a priority.
2?
Mind you, we've known about the first one for quite some time. The Curse of the Raging Waves. We come to lift it before it unleashes a huge storm on the southern sea of Kamishima.
The Curse of the Raging Waves?
That's right. Ever heard of it?
No, never.
This is before Shotaro filled them in. Okay.
That's to be expected. I imagine the islanders aren't too fond of discussing the disaster. Anyhow, that situation is ongoing. As for the other priority case...
Right, you mentioned there were 2.
We actually only learned about this one after we arrived on the island today, but... Protocol dictates that we have to deal with any 800-year mortals we find.
What do you mean, deal with?
It's not all that difficult to understand. To begin with, 800-year mortals shouldn't exist in this world.
Right, I forgot about that. I forgot about that earlier order, and oh, God. They gonna try and, like, seal her or some shit?
And if their existence were to become public knowledge, it would lead to an outbreak of trouble of every kind. Heck, some people are already looking to gain immortality for themselves at any cost.
What?
For the sake of maintaining public order, it's vital that the world remains convinced immortality is just a myth. However...
Yeah. Stop her, Soto. Big bonk. Halt!
Can't you just let me go?
Calm down, will you? I hadn't finished. What I was going to say was I've got no intention of doing anything with you, so don't worry.
Wait, really?
Yeah, maybe you want to lead with that first?
Surprise, but you should know better than anyone why that would be.
Because it's literally impossible.
You might be an 800-year-old immortal, but your time's nearly up.
Yeah.
These eyes never lie. Sato Shiranami, the first time in centuries you're standing on death's door. In a matter of a few days, you'll be gone from this world. Am I right?
Okay. I see. So by the time that she was sacrificed, she had already been around for 400 years, and she was the original Yabukuni in that case. Okay. So it was entirely by coincidence that she ended up in Taishima, and she didn't end up consuming the flesh of the mermaid there. Okay. I see.
Yes, it's exactly as you say. I think I've only got 2 days left now.
Oh, wow.
Just 2 more, huh? So you knew this was coming, but you chose to make a life for yourself on the island even so. Yeah. I've known all along, from the moment I woke up. Well, now you know why I'm prepared to turn a blind eye. In just 48 hours, give or take, you'll fade away, and that will be that. Of course, you would have to swear to keep your identity a secret to the last. Provided you can keep your word, you're free to go. I can, and I will.
Thank you. She would then proceed to not keep her word in the slightest.
Don't thank me yet. There's another matter I'll be needing your help with if I'm to leave you be. Another matter? Only 2 days left to live. What would it be like to greet death after living 800 years estranged from it? I can hardly imagine. It's surely beyond any mortal to understand.
That why she's red? Is red like this person's on death's doors sort of aura?
But first, before I forget. Yes? Keep our meeting today a secret, and don't let on to anyone that you know about the curse of the raging waves. Okay? People will get suspicious otherwise. Even if Wakamura tells you about it, be sure to act surprised. I figure this shouldn't be too difficult for you. You're an experienced secret keeper after all. I don't know about that, but I'll do my best.
Alright. 800-year immortals.
By the way, I was wondering, how'd you know I was an 800-year immortal? Oh, that. These eyes of mine have what you might call a special ability. A special ability? If I look hard enough at someone, I can tell whether they're an ordinary human or an immortal. It's like you have a different colored aura about you. Really? Not only that, but it turns out with a bit of focus, even immortals can tell each other apart. Is that so? Oh, I just meant you look the same as anyone else to me. Huh, I'm not an immortal myself, you know. Really? Not for sure you must be, since you seem to know so much about all this.
Okay, skipping over that for now.
For starters, only 2 days of her 800-year lifespan remain. She knows it, and yet she's perfectly calm. Seems she's accepted her fate. If so, I suppose there's no harm in letting her go about her business as usual. I'd not take that time away from her if I can help it.
Curse of the Raging Waves.
Right now, we're looking for a way to lift the curse of the raging waves. But that's Soto's area of expertise, so I'll leave the explanation to him. Right. This concerns a legend passed down in my family, the Kiryu clan, over generations.
Different family of Onmyoji, then.
Oh, I should mention, this is something I pieced together from various sources, so it may not be entirely accurate. Right. Long ago, south of Kamishima, there was an island called Taishima. It is said that 400 years ago it was beset by an earthquake and a tsunami in an event so catastrophic that the island sunk to the seafloor. Taishima. However, the truth of the matter is that it was invaded and laid waste to. Then, in the aftermath, the islanders' intense hatred coalesced into the curse of the raging waves, which manifested as a tremendous storm. I see. 400 years ago, so this would have been toward the end of Sengoku period, correct? Yes, ma'am. The Honnoji incident, in which Oda Nobunaga ended his life, took place in 1582, if you'll recall. Following this event, one of my ancestors, an accomplished Onmyoji by the name of Hadokage Tsuchimikado...
Okay, so he was originally from then there, too.
Sacrificed a young woman, one of the survivors of the Taishima, in order to seal away the source of the curse of the raging waves. An Onmyoji, Hadokage Tsuchimikado. Wouldn't that make your ancestor a direct descendant of Abe no Seimei? Sounds to me like you share a bloodline with the Onmyoji elite. Yes and no. While Hadokage's powers were potent, he was never affiliated with the Bureau of Onmyo. In fact, he shunned his illustrious surname early on and left the government service, preferring to uphold peace as a civilian. So he's an eccentric and elite. Gotcha. Hadokage's seal was not permanent, however. It would only endure for 4 centuries. Wait, you mean... Yeah, this is the last year of peace. Actually, the seal's already broken.
My voice is starting to give out after all this time. I might have to end the stream here.
Isn't that really bad? For now, the curse appears to be inert, but the storm could strike at any moment. Okay, so you need to find a way to seal the curse again, is that it? Not seal it, break it. We're here to put an end to this curse for good.
Shouldn't be too difficult. It's bound to have weakened a bit after 400 years. Indeed, that seems to have been Hadakage's plan, for legend tells. That legend tells that he left behind instructions detailing how the curse would be lifted after 400 years had elapsed. However, the map that would have led us to these instructions has been lost. Oh no. It seems they were once concealed inside a model of a mummified mermaid. Yet over time, this fact was forgotten, and at some point in my family's history, the object in question was sold to a foreign buyer. Ah, so it was really that simple, huh? Okay. But if you don't have the map, then what are you gonna do? Well, we were hoping to find some clues to the map's whereabouts here in Kamishima. But we've had no luck so far, and I reckon we hit a dead end. I see. Apparently, Wakamura has been trying to find a way to end the curse of the raging waves himself. He told us he'd already been warned the Outlitters about the impending danger and refused to have anything more to do with us. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Sato's just like, yes, yeah, yeah. You're crazy, I see. I just hope that'll be the end of it. But this is one job I can't afford to foist off on anyone else. Not entirely, anyway.
Okay, so you still got that. 800 year immortals, anything left on that? Alright, Sato.
Oh, actually, talking about the Bureau of Onmyo brought back another memory. I'm pretty sure it was an Onmyoji opening me to sleep, using some kind of spell to keep me in a state between life and death. Really? So someone intentionally put you to sleep under the sea? There must have been a good reason for it.
Yeah, he's realized.
From what point are your memories clearest, would you say? Well, I guess about 3 months ago when the spell keeping me in that state under the sea wore off. When you woke up then, I see. I know that look. Did you notice something? Not exactly. It simply occurred to me that if her state of, shall we say, suspended animation was lifted while she was in the sea depths, would she not have drowned and resurrected several times over? Oh, yeah, I did. It was hell. I woke up under the sea, unable to breathe, drowned, and came back over and over again.
Oh, Jesus Christ, you're still sane?
It was horrible, and I still remember it. Every last second. Jeez, sorry you had to go through that. The instant I came back, I'd swim as hard as I could, trying to reach the surface. But even so, I think it took me about 3 days to reach the shore. I lost count of how many times I died down there. And I finally came to Kamishima Bay. Mr. Wakamura found me and took me in. And I've been living here peacefully ever since. No one's even suspected I'm immortal. You're sure about that, are you? No one else knows? Huh? Yeah, I mean, I think so. Anyhow, I guess that settles the issue of how far back your memories go.
I'm guessing that Yumeko is slightly having her doubts, because she knows that Yamashina has a lead on an immortal. Yeah, so she probably knows about Wakamura somehow piecing it together. Okay. So she has her doubts there from the start.
If your lifespan is nearly at end, that must mean you consumed the flesh of a mermaid exactly 800 years ago. Of course, you already knew that, didn't you? Not that you've been forthcoming about it. Sorry, Don't apologize. That just proves you know how to hold your tongue. A valuable skill when you've got a secret to keep. Mind you, this fact does put matters in a new light. Say, Soto, what events took place 800 years ago? Let's see. 8 centuries ago from the present day. That would place us midway through the 1180s, when the Heian period was coming to an end. Right around when the Genpei War took place.
Oh, of course, the Heikei!
Exactly. Don't you think there might be a connection?
Oh, don't have to talk with Soto then. We just talk to her.
By the way, you wouldn't happen to be concealing anything else, would you? Huh? No, It's fine. I'll not pry, just so long as you answer my questions.
The Heikei.
Alright, next question. You wouldn't happen to know anything much about the Heikei, would you? The Heikei? Why do you ask? This actually pertains to one of the other cases we're working on, but we've got reason to believe that someone out there is using the Curse of the Heike to commit murder. The Curse of the Heike? Did you hear about those skeletal remains that turned up near here? It was all over the news. Oh, yeah, I saw that. Well, we suspect the Curse of the Heike may be involved. And seeing as you were alive 800 years ago, I was hoping you might know something about the Heike that could help us. If we're right in thinking that you had ties to the Bureau of Onmyo, the timing matches up perfectly. I might have known once, but nothing's coming to me at the moment. Really, shoot. On that note, I too have noticed a potential correlation. There's a legend that tells how Taira no Tadamori was presented with the flesh of a mermaid at Betsuho. Perhaps that was the flesh Sato consumed to gain her immortality. Actually, I'm pretty familiar with that legend myself. And those so-called mermaids that were caught at Betsuho definitely weren't the kind that can make anyone immortal. Oh, is that so? But if you ask me, Sato here couldn't have become immortal by eating mermaid flesh, without the use of a relic called the Tametibako. Now, does that ring any bells? Huh? Wait, mermaid flesh in the Tametibako? Oh, have you remembered something? Yes, that's it. It was one of the Heike. A man, wearing a suit of armor. We were on a boat. And he had the Tametibako. There was mermaid flesh inside it. He wanted me to eat some of it. A warrior in armor. Could it be? So, sounds like you had ties to the Heike as well. And this man, he was the one who made you eat mermaid flesh.
Yeah, and it was that man who also ate mermaid flesh, and he's the one that had the curse stone. Yeah, he was probably the other Tadamori, maybe. Or is it? No. It was fucking... God, these names. Traditions and history. Yoshitaka. That's who I'm personally thinking.
Yes, I remember now. What was his name? Do you remember that too?
I think it was Tomo something. Okay, different. Wait, am I piecing it together? These names are still very, very hard for me. Harano Kitamori. Was it Tadamori? Tomo something. Okay, Tomo. Where in my files do I have Tomo? Where do I have it? Okay, probably in this tree somewhere. Tomomori. Okay, so yeah. Someone the Heike. Where's Tomomori? Okay, not even mentioned. Alright, so just a relative in the Heike clan.
Tomoshige? That's it. The man's name was Taira no Tomoshige.
Alright, that's a different name. Damn it, I have to keep looking at these fucking files. Alright, Tomoshige. Is Tomoshige in here somewhere? It's Taira no Tadamori. Tomoshige. Tomoshige. There's Shigemori. I don't remember a Tomoshige ever being mentioned, though. Yeah. No Tomoshige ever mentioned, as far as I can recall.
Taira no Tomoshige?
That was the name of one of Taira no Yorimori's sons. Taira no Yorimori? Oh my god! Taranori. Okay. So Yorimori is in there. However... Oh my god. Tomoshige is not. Alright. So, grandson of Tadamori.
And Yorimori himself was the son of Tadamori's official wife. So you're telling me that Tadamori's grandson forced Sato to eat mermaid flesh? What do we know about this Taira no Tomoshige anyway? Not much aside from the fact that he was part of the clan's main lineage. History has not seen fit to record his deeds, whatever they may have been. Well, he may not have been one of the clan's famous warriors, but to think, you actually knew one of the Heike. You mentioned you were in a boat. Do you recall anything else?
I think we were being chased.
I do not wonder at that. At the end of the Heian period, the Heike were being pursued by the full might of the Genji's forces.
I was struck by an arrow, and I fell into the sea and drowned. But by that time, I had already become immortal. Later, I must have resurrected and washed up somewhere along the coast, and I guess that's how I escaped.
What about Tomoshige? Did he eat some of the mermaid flesh too?
I'm not sure. I don't remember that part, but I don't think I encountered him again after that.
So yeah, Tomoshige. And he was probably the person that was on the phone then. Makes sense to me.
If you remember, ma'am, that curse echo I witnessed earlier held the famed blade Nukemaru. Perhaps Tomoshige inherited the blade from Yorimori, and he wielded it with the intent to avenge his clan. After all, future generations would surely have held a memorial service for a warrior of renown like Yorimori, setting his spirit to rest. Tomoshige, on the other hand, is unlikely to have received the same treatment. If so, his hatred may have persisted long after his death. Praying the curse of the Heike, it is a distinct possibility.
This curse sounds terrifying.
So I'm wondering, is Tomoshige alive or not? I wonder. It's either he's a curse or he is the one who was on the phone earlier, but in which case he also only has 2 days to live.
I have to say, I wasn't expecting a connection here. You know, Sato, it's starting to sound like you're involved in all of the incidents that have gone down in these parts over the centuries.
Not by choice. Anyway, I get the feeling his Taira no Tomoshige wasn't a very nice guy. And this curse of his sounds even nastier. Could it really still be active after all this time?
It certainly looks that way. The Heike's resentment is awfully persistent, I hear.
You don't think he could have held a grudge against me, do you?
Who knows? That would depend on your relationship with him back then.
Oh, man.
However, it appears someone is actively wielding the curse of the Heike at present. Therefore, the targets of the curse will be decided by this individual, whomever they may be.
Another unknown, huh?
Curse of Tomoshige. A curse born from Taira no Tomoshige's feelings of malice and resentment that lingered after the fall of the Taira clan. Kills an individual who meets conditions by cleaving them in two. Okay, so it's just straight up confirming that then. So we still don't know who the fuck is on the phone. Ah, goddammit. Anything else?
Figuring out the origin of the curse is all well and good, but it doesn't help us solve the case. We need to track down the person who's actually using it, or it'll keep happening.
Indeed. Hope you find them soon.
Oh, little do you know that's gonna be your job, girly. 800-year-old immortals. Still nothing. Curse of the Raging Waves.
Now, there's something I'd like you to try and remember for me.
Me? But...
Humor me. Doesn't the story behind the Curse of the Raging Waves ring any bells?
Why should it?
The girl who was sacrificed in order to seal away the Curse of the Raging Waves 4 centuries ago. Might that not have been you, Sato Shiranami?
What?
You have said yourself that it was an Onmyoji who put you in that state of deep slumber on the seafloor. Does it not seem highly probable that you were the sacrifice who has held back the curse for the past 400 years?
Man, you're right, that was me!
I knew it.
That's how they got her to realize that.
I'm sorry, I can't. No more. I can't do this anymore.
What's the matter with you? Get a hold of yourself.
I mean, you are kind of forcing her to remember all this, like, all at once. Like, holy shit.
Is it that painful to remember? We didn't come here to ask you to sacrifice yourself again, if that's what you're worried about. All those years under the sea can't have been easy on her, you know. She wasn't really asleep. Her brain would have still been active.
Yeah, fucking miserable existence.
Moreover, there's a limit to how many memories the human brain can hold. I would estimate the maximum capacity to be about 100 years worth. Are you saying she remembers being in that state under the sea? In a sense, I presume a memory is filled with stretches of utter darkness, a view of the sea depths. Any memories from before that time have likely been pushed deep into her subconscious. Then maybe they're not gone for good. There's a chance she'll remember more. We just need to find the right trigger. At the risk of completely breaking her. Sorry, I didn't mean to freak out on you like that. Took me a sec to get over the shock. Well, it seems my theory about you being the sacrifice was right on the money. But it doesn't look like you'll be able to tell us too much about the past after all. Guess not. I wish I could be more help. Oh, there's something I'd like to ask you. Be my guest? How exactly do you deal with 800-year immortals? You sure you want to know? Huh? Since it's not going to happen to you, there's no reason for you to think about it.
Would it just be a matter of sealing them away in a very, similar way to how she got sealed under the sea?
I thought it'd be something like taking away their immortality. Unfortunately, that's downright impossible. Because your original body's long gone, you know. But then, what else can you do? You tell her, Soto.
Must I always be the one to handle these unpleasant topics? Besides, I see no point in explaining something that she is already painfully familiar with.
What do you mean? Among the arts we psychics wield is a spell that can place even an immortal into a state of apparent death. Once that is done, they can simply be sealed in an underground vault for the rest of their days. Wait, you mean it's the same thing that happened to me? Essentially, yes, except that in your case it was for the purpose of making you a sacrifice. And you woke up before your lifespan came to an end. Yikes. Mind you, neither I nor Soto has ever actually done this to anyone. Though I did hear a rumor that someone was dealt with that way a few decades back.
Unpleasant.
But, does this mean the seal broke because I woke up? We cannot be certain of that. Perhaps it was the other way around. The seal may have broken of its own accord, releasing you from your slumber. Either way, it's not your fault. Don't go blaming yourself for any of this. Still, if I hadn't... Listen, your sacrifice kept the curse at bay for 4 whole centuries. That's half of your extended lifespan. No one could ask more of you than that. The rest is up to Soto, isn't that right? Yes, but I'm counting on your help as well, ma'am.
I don't understand why they have to make it such an unpleasant experience for the immortal in that case. Like, wouldn't it be enough to just make sure that they're locked up in a facility or something? Just have them basically be in a prison the entire time, you know? Like, I feel like that'd be much more pleasant for everyone involved.
So, any chance you remembered something about the Curse of the Raging Waves? Did that Myoji, Hadokage Tsuchimikado, happen to tell you how it could be lifted? I'm sorry. All that's come back to me is the fact that I was sacrificed. I don't remember the Myoji at all, what kind of person he was, or anything. Most I can remember is that I think he said something about the curse being lifted after 400 years. That all, huh? Well, be sure to let us know if you remember anything else that could help us break the curse. I will. Of course, there have been 800-year immortals who sought ways to become mortal again in the past. But they all failed. Even if they managed to track down the mermaid who gave them their immortality, it was no good. That's why more than a few immortals have ended up living out their long lives in religious seclusion. Speaking of immortals, there's something else I had to ask you. Yes? Now, I'm not certain about this, but I get the feeling there's another 800-year mortal on Kamishima right now.
Yep.
What? Any idea who it might be? No, I don't have a clue. Are you sure about that? Because if there is another immortal here, I'll find them eventually, you know. Even if I have to scour the island from end to end. Does that change your answer? No, I really don't know who it could be. Alright, if you say so. Guess this means I'll have to search the island after all, as if I didn't have enough to deal with.
Wondering how she's piecing that one together, though.
Well, I'd say that about covers everything. We've talked your ear off long enough. It must be confusing, all this talk of the past. We'll not trouble you any further. Right, thank you. Still, give it a bit of time and something else might come back to you. If it does, please let us know. We'll be visiting the island again real soon, so you should have a chance. Will do. I'll be going then.
Imagine spending the last 2 days of your life being fucking grilled like this. Terrible. Terrible for everyone involved.
So, now what? She's giving us much to ponder. To think we'd encounter a living witness. I never dreamt it possible. Sure, it was fascinating, but I can't say it did us much good, as far as our investigation is concerned. Besides, she's still hiding something, that one. You think so, ma'am? I do. In fact, I'd bet on it. She might even be up to something. But our primary objective here is to lift the curse of the raging waves. We don't need to start digging into anything else without good reason. On that note, do you really intend to search the other island for this other 800-year mortal? Yeah, I figured we might as well look into that too while we're here. Understood.
Oh man, it's been a long while since I've seen you, huh? Since like the end of the last stream.
My apologies for the interruption, but there's another matter which I wish to discuss with you. Now then, I believe you have just been privy to quite the interesting development. As Yumiko Shiki would tell it, Sato Shiranami is not the only 800-year mortal here on Kamishima. And so I would pose you a question. There is indeed one more individual on Kamishima who has made a miraculous return from the dead. You've borne witness to the death and revival of this individual a grand total of 6 times.
Have I? Ah, shit.
Six times.
Oh my god. Oh no. Is it Yuza? Oh, I think I just pieced it together. All the game overs that I had during the diving minigame and the time that I went in the hole. Oh man.
With this in mind, allow me to ask, who's the other 800-year mortal on Kamishima? Please tell me their name.
Yeah! I am so good.
Correct. The answer is Yuza Minakuchi. To think you got it in one go, you're quite the observant one. Every time Yuza ran out of oxygen while diving, he suffocated to death in the ocean depths. However, following his demise, he returned to life and was able to continue where he had left off. It would normally be highly unusual for someone to reach a diver rank of 34 on their first outing. Such a feat would be difficult indeed unless one was unburdened by the fear of failure, or the fear of death. It was this knowledge of his own immortality that led him to displaying such an uncanny degree of confidence. As you may have suspected, Yuza Minakuchi became an 800-year mortal 5 years ago when he was saved by a mermaid. In truth, help arrived too late that fateful day, and it became the first time he lost his life. I wonder what light this new information will cast on events going forward. With that, please enjoy the continuation of this tale.
Oh my god, I'm so proud of myself for piecing that together. Oh my god. And that leads to this. So the route isn't all terrible. I mean, it's still kind of terrible. I mean, we had a bunch of people fucking die. However, Yuza is still going to come back to life like nothing happened. Oh my god. Bird Up. Maverick Mandy, the darling of the Bamboo Breakers dance scene. As fickle as she is flirtatious, her tendency to toy with birds other than her current beau causes relationships within the team become more entangled by the day. Her heart is easily stolen by birds with unexpected sides, and the most recent objects of her affection include a bad boy with a cute face and a girl who dominates the dance floor with her tempestuous moves. Oh, she's into women too. Okay. Good for her. Good for her. However, that does mean that... Oh, fuck. Fuck, I want to keep going. Oh, man. I kind of promised myself that I was gonna stop after this, but man, I'm too invested now. Oh man, I kind of have to see the end of this twist. Oh man, that makes so many things piece well together. But man, that's so tragic for Yuza. Does that mean we're gonna see Yuza come back to life in this scene and would have actually locked us off? Damn it. What the hell is going on? What the fuck happened to you, Yuza? How could you just die like that, out of nowhere? You managed to live through a disaster 5 years ago just to die like this? Yeah. This probably has to be Sato. I mean, Tsukasa then, huh? Still, the whole island turned on you. Blamed your mom for everything. But in that case, I wonder why she's keeping Azami alive. They rejected you even when you said you wanted to become an Alma diver. What the hell did you ever do to deserve that? But you never once complained. You just kept going like it was nothing. You did everything right. Someone like you deserves so much better. You deserve to be happy, damn it! I would have done anything to make that happen. And yet I couldn't do a damn thing. I'm sorry. I'm so damn sorry, Yusa. This should have been the way for you to go. How could the gods think this is fair? How?
Hey, Tsukasa. Sorry, I know this is a terrible time. There's something important I need to tell you. Yeah, go ahead.
Ah, man. Please let Azami just be okay. I need him to be okay. Oh, he's my fucking favorite. If anything happens to him, I will kill everyone in this room and uninstall the game.
There aren't many people around here, so it's nothing like the chaos in town. It's so quiet here, it almost feels like that whole nightmare earlier was just a dream. If only that were true.
Oh, man, this is the true route, huh?
I should leave him be for now. I don't think Tsukasa's the assassin, but I should make sure. Compared to how shaken Azami is, Tsukasa seems rather calm given the situation. He's probably wondering why I'm staying so composed right now, too. Try to stay calm and listen, okay? I spoke to Mr. Wakamoto earlier. Apparently this Unkaku Dono person might actually be your father.
Huh? Wait, what? Wait, are you serious? You're saying my pa, Yamashina, is the Unkaku Dono?
That's what he said. Not sure if it's true or not. But Mr. Wakamoto's already made up his mind. He's convinced that makes you the assassin. If he finds you, who knows what he'll do.
Huh? This crazy talk. Me? An assassin? Come on, that makes no sense.
I know, I don't believe it either. That's why we need to find the real assassin as soon as possible.
Yeah, but easier said than done.
I can't tell Tsukasa or Azami about my plans to surrender. They'll just try to stop me.
Well, at least you know that, at the very least. Ugh, fuck, man. At least I'll be happy later, quote-unquote. Sato, Tsuyu's gone, and so is Yuza.
Yeah, I never thought it would come to this.
I'm scared. What are we supposed to do now?
I didn't manage to find out any more about the Curse of the Raging Waves, but right now we have to find the assassin. Earlier, down by the bay, I saw the Curse Shadow again, as well as someone running away. Wait, the Shadow!
Huh?
Sorry, I need to check something curse-related real quick.
Just, hold on. Let me do my curse. Let me pull out my curse duty real quick.
The curse? Oh, right. Earlier,
Guys, it is really suspicious that she's like the only living woman on the island now.
I know. I can check the hand mirror to make sure that the Shadow isn't nearby. Huh? What is it? You trying to remember something?
Alright. Please don't let be behind Azami. Alright, he's okay. He's okay. We're okay. Tsukasa's okay. I think.
Damn it, what was it? I can't remember. Whoa, don't scare me like that. Tsukasa, what's the matter? I guess the shock has made me forget. Right before it happened, Yuza realized something important, but I'm blanking on it now. Huh, something important. Yeah, Yuza said he figured out the condition that the curse needed to affect someone. I swear he said something about people being marked by something, but I can't really remember. He was just about to say who the culprit was too, and then, well, that happened to him. Marked? I can't remember. Just thinking about that moment's making me sick.
Marked. They were all Ama divers. Would they have to be marked by the Saman and Doman then? But Yuza didn't have his mom's outfit on, did he? I don't think so.
Oh no, Tsukasa, it's okay. Don't force yourself to remember. I won't, but still, I do remember one thing he said. He thought that the curse could only target women from the island, but now that he was targeted... Oh, hold on a sec. I think I see what he was getting at. Sato, did you figure something out? Could the curse be using this as a marker?
Would it just be Saman and Doman? I want to look at the profiles here real quick. I need to look at the women. I don't think there's anything marked on their faces, though. She has a weird thing on her side there. Chie doesn't have anything. Anything visible at the very least. I need to look at the Saman and Doman. Protective symbols widely worn by Ama divers in Chima and Toba. The star-shaped symbol is known as a Saman, and the last-like symbol is known as Doman. Two symbols are often embroidered side by side or drawn in clothing using purple dye made from shells. They are worn by almond divers when diving to ward off potential disasters that may be off at sea. Makazuki. Can I put in both? I can. I don't know if it's gonna exactly like both Seaman and Doman, though. I don't know, we'll see. Nope. Huh? Seaman and Doman? That doesn't sound right. Yeah, you're right. That doesn't make sense. At first we thought it was able to target Alma divers, but that wouldn't make sense for you, would it? Ah, you're saying the marker must have been this. At first we thought it was able to target Alma divers, but it wouldn't make sense for you. Yeah, what's the thing that she has on her? Oh, is it Kameshi Maru? I see. A Kameshi Maru? Yep. Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. It's gotta be the Kameshi Maru hand mirror. Oh, so you already figured it out. He just took that mirror out of his pocket right before it happened. He lifted it up to about his neck, and then his head was chopped off. Ah, so they have to be visible in a reflection in order for the curse to activate. Makes sense. Fuck, who was in charge of handing out that merch, though? Was it Kikuko? But she was dead. And when I was attacked, I had the hand mirror in my jacket pocket, too.
That's gotta be it. Didn't they say those hand mirrors were handed out to everyone on the island?
Wow, Azami, you feeling okay now?
Yeah, I'm fine. Sorry to see me like that. But for this close-defying who did all this, then this is no time to be moping around. First things first, if either of you still have that mirror, get rid of it now.
Oh, good point. I don't think smashing is a good idea, because you can still be seeing the reflection.
So, Sato, you figured it out, haven't you? That one behind this curse?
The assassin who used the curse to kill so many. Fuck, was it Shotaro? I don't think he was passing them out, though, was he? I thought it was Kikuko. But she could also be... I don't think it was Chie. Fuck, I can't remember who exactly it was back then. I doubt I have it in my files somewhere. Do I have anything? Kameshi Maru? I probably do. This game's been really good at keeping shit stored in my files, so... Kameshi Maru. The design was envisioned by Tsukasa. I know who it is. I'm bullshitting. Yeah, it's gotta be the person who gave out the hand mirrors, so... Ah, and Kikuko did hand us the mirrors. It has to be Kikuko, right?
You saying she never actually died?
Wait, you're saying Kikuko was killed too?
Yeah, we saw her lying in a pool of blood by the jetty.
It might not have been her own blood, though. You did? I was just there earlier. Ah, yeah, and the blood was gone. Okay, and that's where Kikuko was. Yeah, okay, yep. Makes sense. I remember seeing a large blood stain, but no body.
Really? I guess someone must have moved her.
In all this chaos? Who's got time to move a body with everyone panicking like this? Where'd they even move her? Yeah, I didn't notice that back then, but I didn't put two and two together. That's where Kikuko was. There are so many dead, we barely have the time or space to lay folks down and cover them up.
That's true. Then maybe she never actually died. Managed to get up and walk off on her own?
But if Kikuko's the assassin, why would she let herself get hit by the curse's attack? Wait, if she managed to get up from the death... I mean, I doubt it, but maybe she's immortal like you, Sato? What? No way!
Huh? What was that? You said that so casually, but could I have just swore you just said that Sato was immortal?
Well... It's kind of a long story, but yeah, that's basically what it boils down to.
Huh. So that's what happened earlier. That explains what everyone was talking about.
She just plainly accepts that and is like, all right, on with my day. Still, I don't think there are others like me out there. You think so? Is it really that rare? I don't really have any frame of reference. I have another theory that's more likely. Azami, did you get a good look at Kikuko's wounds?
I mean, not really. It was pretty dark out and we were kind of panicking.
Wait, are you saying maybe she wasn't actually hurt at all? The most likely explanation is that she got up after faking her death. Maybe she faked being a victim using fake blood or something to avoid suspicion. So she waited for others to see her and then just slipped away in the confusion? Oh, guess the cat's out of the bag. Huh?
Kikuko, you really are still alive.
Yep, hate to break it to you, but I ain't immortal or anything fancy like that. Just fake blood is all. I was hiding up at the lighthouse, but I heard you all talking, so I figured I may as well come out. Too bad you figured it all out. There really is no turning back from you now. Sato, I was told to bring you in, even if it means killing every last person on the island. Eek, it's a shadow.
Doesn't matter. We already tossed those damn mirrors. The curse can't touch us now.
No, it's just it needs to be visible. Just so you know, I've got your friend Skasa WoW marked even now. You're the one person I cannot forgive. Huh? I am? How? Curse target wasn't just tied to the hand mirrors?
She's just bluffing. Sato, get behind me. I'm not letting her take you. Yuza, come back from behind and snap her neck.
It's pointless. Disobey me and Skasa will be first to die. Very well. No, I surrender. I'll go with you quietly. What?
Sato, what are you saying? Now's not the time to be joking.
I know. I've made up my mind. Can't let anyone else get killed because of me. There's no resisting this curse. It's too strong. Sato, no! Good. Smart choice. Otherwise, everyone on the island would have perished. Well, I mean, you already got most of them. Kikuko, why are you doing this? You grew up here, too. Does this place mean nothing to you? I guess I have some feelings for the place. But if I didn't sever those ties, my world would never change.
What the hell are you talking about?
He's the only one. The only one who ever sparked a change in my miserable excuse for a life. Now, finally acknowledge me. I'll become who I was meant to be. Fucking Unkaku dipshit. That's your reason for all this? This island never cared about people. Always just blamed everything on curses. Surely you all understand wanting to destroy this shithole. I just took up the reins. Someone needed to break the cycle. Now I can finally sit live my own life, free from all that bullshit. Anyway, we need to get moving. There's a boat waiting up back. If you follow us, I'll kill Tsukasa. Do yourself a favor and stay right there, okay? Thank you, both of you. Please don't try to follow. It's too dangerous.
God damn it!
No, Sato! They don't know that she only has 2 days to live anyway. Unfortunately. I can't have people that know my identity just walking away, especially not you, Tsukasa. Yeah. Yeah, makes sense anyway. I doubt the curse is just gonna go off that smoothly without a hitch. The following day, the bodies of Azami Kamui and Tsukasa Wa were found beneath the lighthouse, collapsed together in a lifeless heap. Fuck! Azami, who'd been helping searching for the curse's mark, tried to take Tsukasa's place, but ended up caught in the curse instead. Oh, that sounds like him. But the tragedy that struck Kamishima didn't end there. Right after the assassin left Kamishima with Sato Shiranami, a new calamity followed. A violent storm born of the curse of the raging waves erupted into seas around the island. As expected, the curse could not be sealed away by the bronze mirror alone. Ferocious winds and towering waves pounded the island for 3 days and nights, leaving devastation in their wake. Most islanders who had tried to flee the tragedy by boat that night were lost to the storm and remain missing to this day. Among them was the assassin behind the incident. And Sato Shiranami, who went along with her. She was never to be seen again. Ending number 1! Yay, hippie! Ishiyama-san, you've hurt my feelings yet again. Good job, buddy. I'm so proud. Ah, man. And I assume that all the other endings will get opened up now that I know that Yuza is still alive. Okay. other questions I have right now. Yuza was only like 8 years old when he ended up consuming the flesh of that mermaid then. However, he still ended up aging, which kind of throws a wrench into my whole theory with that. So I guess he kind of just stops aging now. So,
You have my heartfelt thanks and all your hard work thus far. And so, the affair surrounding Kamishima has reached one of its possible conclusions. Sadly, it seems neither Yuza Minakuchi nor Sato Shiranami were able to achieve their goals. To avoid arriving at this particular outcome, please continue progressing through the story chart. After all, you came here for that very purpose, did you not? Oh my, are you still perhaps unsure of who you are? No need to worry. I'm confident you'll remember in time. You're just missing a few key pieces.
they're doing this shit where I'm perceiving this from someone's point of view.
As you travel along the story chart and shape what happens, perhaps you'll remember your part in this. Be sure to think it on as you move forward. Well then, I'm sure we'll see each other again soon. Farewell for now.
I wonder if it means that the other Tsuchimikado actually is the person that I'm inhabiting, the person that is possessing the bodies of these guys now as well. If he ended up sealing his own soul within the Curse of the Raging Waves as well, similar to how Tsuchimikado Seimen did for the 7 incidents of Honjo. Well, just the Honjo incident, rather. So I know that my own personality is the spirit of someone, just like the first game. And I'm possessing people and making these decisions and everything. Okay. Accepted fate. Do we have to go through the route where Yuza has woken up? Yeah. He's still alive, but everyone else is fucking dead. Oh my god, we're so fucked. Okay. Oh, we're gonna have to leave it for now. Oh man, the game's getting good. It's really gotten good now. Oh man. Oh, the slow burn is finally paid off, and now it's just gonna be non-stop, like fucking nuts to butts for the rest of this. Oh man. Goodbye the game. Goodbye the game, chat. If you have not, it is on Steam and Nintendo Switch for $25 redos. Because I'm sure that a lot of you who have tuned in so far have only seen like bits and pieces of the game through watching me and not the actual like full experience. So get the full experience for yourself. You'll be pleasantly surprised. But for now, that's where we're going to have to leave things off. So thank you everyone for coming on in. Hopefully I can see you guys sometime during this next week here, and we can make our way through this route here and see everything that happens up until Memories the Last Summer and everyone being like, yay, yippee, and surviving the incident and the like. So, we will see there. All right. Have a good night, everyone. Bye.